Welcome back to the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Retrospective. Today's episode, I'm looking at Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Darkness, Time, and Sky. And by that, I mean I'm actually just looking at Explorers of Sky, because this marketing strategy is very good. Let's begin! Damn, this game is so good I had to give this video 2 intros. Nah, seriously. This is gonna be a hard video to make. This game, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, is very important to me. When it comes to thinking about games that were very important in my life, for the content within them, games that I did not make, 2 games come to mind. Mother Cognitive Dissonance is the game that defines me. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, is the game that got me to that point. I guess in some ways, Explorers of Sky made me who I am and what I strive for today. I don't know where I would be if I never played this game so many years ago, but it wouldn't be here. And now, all this time later, I've come back. I feel like I'm navigating a scary minefield here, because if I return to this game and end up feeling less about it, like with Rescue Team, then in some reality, I've destroyed my very self. But if it turns out I no longer like this game, would I rather have lived with my very existence being a lie? Would that truly be me? I think it's important that I return to this. So, let's see if there's anything left of that younger me. I hope I'll be able to explain how special this game is to me, to you all, and maybe even to myself. Remembering the things that made it special to that younger me. Because there's going to be a part of me that will never forget the impact. The absolute statement of opening up a video game and being asked the question, do you believe no matter what, life goes on? Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky was released back in April of 2009. Backstepping farther into the past, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Darkness were released in September of 2007. Time and Darkness were the original versions of the game, following Pokemon's typical strategy of releasing the same game but splitting content, and then later releasing the definitive version of the same game, leaving the past versions obsolete and to be forgotten to time. I will not be talking about or playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time or Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Darkness, as while there are minute differences, these games have sadly been determined to become obsolete in the present that we now live in, and perhaps they were designed that way from the very start. Though in some ways I must be thankful. It was this updated release, Explorers of Sky, which title makes a lot less sense than Time or Darkness, but not the point. It was this updated release that added some major content, and the single scene of the game that brought me to this point today. Which is funny when I say this game brought me to this point, when it was really just this one scene at the very end of the game that we won't be discussing for hours. But for those in the know, it's this scene. This may look nonsensical, but anyone who's played this game are already nodding their heads and crying. But it's going to be a journey to that point. One special thing I wish to speak about is the music. Which, trust me, I'm going to be mentioning a lot throughout this regardless. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, has the greatest soundtrack ever created for a video game. And that is not my opinion, it is just a fact. In some ways, I think the best review I could ever give for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, is to just play the entire soundtrack while I blankly stare at the screen. I'm not sure if I'd like this game nearly as much if it wasn't for the soundtrack, and I'm not sure what that says about me. I will make it my mission that the day I die, my final gasp will be that of the violin used in the sound font of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. This soundtrack single-handedly painted my imagination of what exploration sounds like. Exciting and upbeat, harrowing and dangerous, and calm, beautiful, sad moments. What always made exploration games impactful for me, and what always defined exploration to me, are the moments of exploring deep into areas with nobody else, maybe the few friends I've brought along, but just these quiet moments of really taking in the environment and the world, being somewhere that maybe nobody else has. Just these reminders that we're just small blots in a massive world. That's what it's always meant to me. I would spend hours as a kid sitting in some dark corner, eyes melting from the bright glow of the screen taking up my entire vision, earbuds plugged in, because yes, the DS did have a headphone jack, and just scrolling through the soundtrack, listening over and over to the music, and all the memories I'd have with these characters, which at the time were the closest people in my life. This soundtrack defined the beginning of my future, and the start of my dream to one day be free. And it's also just really good. In some ways, if a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game doesn't have Arata Yoshi on board, is it even a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game? You tell me. You know those composers react to video game soundtracks or whatever? We want to know why so few, if any, cover Explorers of Sky? Because they know that the soundtrack is so good, it will kill them. They will immediately explode. The composers will die. And they're afraid of death. But I'd say it's a damn honor to die to this soundtrack. And they should be thankful as their body bursts into millions. Anyways, I suppose this would be the part where I play some of my favorite songs, but buddy, this soundtrack is my favorite song, and I will be playing and talking about them throughout the video, which I guess I should be getting into. So, here we go. Get comfy and get ready for a wild ride with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Once again, we got an intro with a randomly chosen hero and partner, Shaman flying towards the camera. It's definitely a burst of energy for an opening, but also mostly just shows the new special episodes and the characters that partake in them. Though the ending shot is really pretty, this game has a lot of beautiful visual moments of just taking the world in that I've really grown to appreciate, and maybe have even defined me in a way. The intro definitely gives an adventurous vibe, even if I kind of feel like this game is more about saving the world than being treasure hunters. But still, that time gear shot is iconic. I do respect the title itself being completely silent, as if we need to recover from the explosive intro we just experienced, and now a quiet moment where I need to prepare myself for the step I'm about to take. But dare I say, a part of me kind of prefers the opening from Time and Darkness. It's a lot slower pacing with its fades to text, and more mysterious with how it teases the world and plot to us, while the intro of Explorers of Sky feels like I should have already played Time and Darkness. I also like the little tune that plays at the end of the Time and Darkness intro sequence. It's very impactful. The past intros are probably a lot more boring in comparison to Sky, but it feels like it has meaning to it. It makes me intrigued on the world, rather than the more random collage of Explorers of Sky, that feels more like a celebration of the games before it, rather than something of its own. I do love that time gear shot here for Explorers of Sky though. And if it wasn't hard enough for me to prepare myself for this journey, the very next screen I get is the Grovyle pick from the home menu. Like, golly, don't play with my heart like that, come on. God, this pick goes hard. The top menu pictures this time around are all pretty great. I like the questioning Pikachu in this one, or the excited Fanphy showing off the badge. But wow, this Grovyle one. It's so distinct and standing out, as it's the only one that doesn't show any of the potential hero or partner characters. They made one dedicated just to Grovyle, and I think that's notable. As with Rescue Team, we really don't have any options here at the moment. Literally, there's no options, so we just gotta jump in. Damn, we're really doing this, huh? God, this feels weird. This is gonna be like trying to remember someone who doesn't exist, and that person happens to be me. The game opens telling us that we're about to take the portal to the world inhabited only by Pokemon. But first, we need to take a quiz. Yep, it's personality quiz time. So here's the thing. This video series is kinda ideally just gonna be one long video. I'm gonna try not to repeat myself too often. But for those who skipped the Rescue Team video, which I feel like, yeah, is most people, I kinda dunked on the personality quiz in that game. And nothing's changed here. I took the quiz 3 times, still got 3 different Pokemon, 3 different personality results. And of course, still the gender question. And now with gender being added to basically every Pokemon in this game, gender now applies to the partner Pokemon too. Listen, when I say this game is timeless, I mean that in the sense of a pun, because this game scenario has big themes of time traveling and time being stopped. Because I personally think this stuff ages the game. I'm sorry, but that's just who I am. And also, no, the main characters or partners' pronouns don't ever get mentioned, ever. This game does its best to tiptoe around it at points. And also no, the main character's personality has no effect on gameplay or dialogue. So once again, completely pointless. Like, buddy, I've played CRPGs from the 90s with far more interesting character creation than this. This isn't even character creation, it's just a roulette wheel. Speaking of gender being added, some of y'all will say it makes sense because gender is a thing in Pokemon by this point, and that's true. But one thing that isn't are legendary Pokemon having gender. That's a step that the main series Pokemon games do not do. Like, I'm surprised Game Freak didn't step in and tell them not to do that, but they'd also be like, hey, hold up, this game is way too good. We aren't supposed to be making good games around here. I will say, not including the weird ass game I'm looking at next time in the retrospective, out of all the possible starters, I think Explorers of Sky has the best of the series. But there are some weird choices. Like in Explorers of Darkness and Time, there were no gender exclusive Pokemon. but Explorers of Sky just adds them back. Another odd choice is the Pokemon Munchlax and Meowth, which in Time and Darkness were hero exclusive Pokemon. The partner could not be Munchlax or Meowth. But here, they're partner exclusive Pokemon. It's been switched around, which sucks because I wanted to be a Munchlax, but what a weird choice, right? Speaking of strange choices, the player's first question in the personality quiz is always set to be asking if they played Explorers of Darkness or Time. I, wanting to be honest, said no to this, and this immediately dumpstered me. Yeah, I can already tell y'all are laughing at me for saying no to this. I already messed up. So what the hell is this, right? Well, basically, saying yes to this question doubles the recruitment rate of over 100 different Pokemon, which is so random. Like, is that supposed to be a thank you for if I got poke-scammed into playing this game twice because I played Darkness and Time beforehand? Though I guess it is pretty funny. But I did really wish I had that recruitment rate boost when I played through the game again. A part of me is actually pretty sad that the question I previously mentioned, the do you believe that no matter what life goes on question, isn't forced, because I really wish it was, as that was kind of one of the most impactful themes of the game to me, which I'll be talking about more. Instead, we get more weird school questions, social stuff I can't really relate to. Have you ever looked at your reflection in a mirror and thought, what a cool person? Listen, I'm trying to have a good time here, game. You're really bringing the mood down, like, come on. Have you ever accidentally called your teacher mom or dad? I don't know why, but I find the appearance of that question to be very intriguing. There's a weird ass moment at the end where I have to hold my stylus on this bow to feel my aura, but it was always blue. I think it's determined by whatever like the color is set on the DS's home screen or something, which is pretty cute. I guess now would be a good time to mention that personality quiz site that is based on Explorers of Sky and actually asks all questions, giving a potentially more fair assessment. Also removes gender, which is always a step in the right direction in my eyes. So shoutouts to JTC for that. It's a very nice site. But let's get on to the results. I was kind of done with these goofy ass quizzes and just wanted to choose whoever I wished. Not a water type, of course. Water types are banned for this series. I wanted to settle with Fanfi, unaware that Fanfi is like the worst starter. But I ended up just randomly getting Shinx when repeating the quiz to prove that it's inconsistent, and I thought, Shinx is pretty cool, right? And yeah, I'll get into why that ended up being an awful decision later. When it comes to the roster of pickable Pokemon for this game, I think one of the most notable additions is that of Riolu, because either they knew how popular Lucario was, or they were just hard pushing that Pokemon. But I find it interesting that Riolu is like the face of the partner Pokemon in Mystery Dungeon. Like, how many of y'all had a Riolu as a partner for this game? It feels like an oddly common choice, that this Pokemon is associated with being the partner. Hell, they were my partner in Super Mystery Dungeon. But screw that, I was still spiteful that I couldn't be a Munchlax, so I decided to make my partner one. Like, darn it, just let me be a normal type. So here we are, Shinx and Munchlax. By now y'all are looking at the name I gave my partner and wondering if maybe I was a little tired just pressing buttons around randomly. And yeah, that's a name. I don't know how y'all would pronounce that, but I'm calling them Bergen, okay? Well, it's time to be off to the world of Pokemon and finally truly begin Explorers of Sky. Yeah, this game has chapters. They make sense maybe half the time and spoil what happens in it the other half. Just go with it. Through what seems to be some sort of storm, a conversation between two characters in danger plays out, one telling the other to hold on until it seems like the two are separated. A nice shot of the storm and the lightning at this bluff area. Sometime later, the storm subsides, the hero waking up washed up at a beach. Golly, the pixel art backgrounds in this game are great. The hero ends up fainting, as we cut to later in that day. Oh my god, those clouds. Sorry, this game just wants to show a pretty world, and I'm just trying to respect it. But here we got the partner, Version, pacing back and forth at this odd structure in the shape of a Wigglytuff. They rack up the courage to take a step over a grate, where their footprint is analyzed and called out. And honestly, I'd be shocked if this happened to me too, so the partner backs off, giving up, upset that their personal treasure couldn't give them the bravery of entering this strange-ass tent. So, they sulk off. This is where an eavesdropping, coughing, and Zubat shows up. Seeing their goods, they want to mug the partner for their strange relic they have. The partner heads to the beach, gazing upon the setting sun and the bubbles from the Krabby, unknowingly, seconds away from their life changing forever. I like the comment by them on how they always come here to feel better. Maybe I can relate to these views because I have special places that I go to when the fire gets too hot. It takes a bit, but they finally notice the goddamn corpse over there and checks it out. The hero wakes and the two meet, and talk about what's happened. Get used to the hero just walking in place to talk. We say we're human, and Bertrand's like, buddy, you're Shinx. But the hero can't seem to remember how this happened. Meanwhile, Bertrand's like, you're one of those odd ones. Like, hey, hold up, homie, we're putting things together here, calm down. As opposed to Gamer Thenan, the partner from Rescue Team, Bertrand doesn't really seem to believe us, and asks to give our name. Meet Rego. Bertrand says we don't seem like a bad person, as more and more bad Pokemon have been appearing for some reason. Speaking of which, peek the level 50 mug strat performed by Zubat and Coughing here. Youch! They call the partner a chicken, which I told y'all they reference real animals in this game. I'm onto something. But the two run off into this cave with the treasure, leaving us wondering what to do. Bertrand decides to give chase, and yeah, sure, I'm down. I'm glad I chose Munchlax just because of how great these portraits are. But here we are at the first dungeon, Beach Cave. Wow, I don't even have to describe the controls, they're all right there. You look. Though it's not like I would anyways. Like I said before, I'm not going to retread over stuff I already talked about in the Rescue Team portion, because this is intended to be one giant video. I'll talk about the new stuff as it comes though. First off, I'm going to adjust the option menus to increase my speed, and change it so that the map is on the big screen, with this neat status page I like on the bottom. I don't know if the map on front is too distracting, but darn it, this screen is just so tidy. But now that we're in game, I can check the character's moves and abilities. Let's see what we're working with. Shinx seems pretty basic, meanwhile Munchlax gets a full ass kit. Like, hey, what the hell gives? They start with Metronome. I want Metronome. Spoiler alert, Shinx ended up being an incredibly boring character. Like, I swear, they learn like 3 moves normally, and can only learn like 5 TMs. And get the hell off Bulbapedia, you already know I'm not speaking facts. I'm saying this Pokemon does one thing, and it does it really well. But god, is this the most boring starter in the game. Things get worse when I look at Shinx's passive abilities. And dear lord, Rivalry, get a load of this one. I do more damage of Pokemon of the same gender, and less damage against anyone who isn't male. Yeah, Rego's got the sexism passive. This actually sucks for a number of reasons. Let me tell y'all how gender works in Mystery Dungeon, gameplay wise. Y'all might think that every Pokemon individually encountered in a dungeon has a chance to be male or female, and that's not the case. Instead, it alternates on floors. So on one floor, every Pokemon is male, then the next floor, every Pokemon is female, and it just switches between the two. Only exception is Pokemon that have set genders, including things like genderless Pokemon. They can still show up whenever. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure this ability entails that I do less damage against genderless Pokemon. I'm not sure on that one. The ability ignores genderless Pokemon in the main game, but I think it's still in effect for Mystery Dungeon. which really sucks considering most bosses are gameplay-wise genderless. So basically, my main character's passive ability is that most of the time, they just do less damage. And this has actually costed me my life. I have died from being a sexist, because going from being able to one-shot a Pokemon to needing to hit it twice is massive. It's just such a big damage nerf. Like on female floors, I felt useless. This resulted in me being sexist, which is wild, because I just couldn't bother grinding or even attacking Pokemon on floors with female Pokemon. So I couldn't recruit any of them because I wasn't dealing any damage. So my team just ended up being a sausage party. Y'all see what gender did to this pure world? Disgusting. Though Shinx's other ability, Intimidate, is actually pretty handy. People just do less physical damage to me. Munchlax has some very interesting abilities that usually changes how I need to play them. The bigger of the two is Pickup, allowing them to get random items at the start of floors while not holding anything, which means for most of the game, Version was never holding an item, which made me partly glad I wasn't playing as them. You know, I need my X-ray specs. It might not seem like a good ability, but it really is. I was picking up some incredible items, ammo, ribbons, permanent stat boosters, TMs, which sometimes Shinx could even learn. Even if I couldn't use them, well, Version probably could. Munchlax has a huge TM pool because they're allowed to have fun, unlike garbage-ass Shinx, but I mean I could just sell them too. Pickup is a legit game changer. And it's amazing how such useless and forgotten abilities in the main game can have such a profound effect on how a character plays in this game. Munchlax also has thick fat, increasing their resistance to fire and ice moves, and I mean that's just nice. Munchlax is kinda built to be a tank anyways with their IQ skills. This game is pretty funny with its tutorials, because the first time the player picks up a common item, they get a tutorial for it. And some of these items I never found until like far later into the game, where I already had them from quest rewards and shops. So it's funny to still get tutorials for them, like buddy, I already know what these things do. And the tutorials themselves are definitely unnecessary. I mean, I could just read the item descriptions, but whatever. This first dungeon only allows the player to hold one item, which is pretty weird, so choose wisely. And I mean one item between the two characters, we only got one choice. There's a lot of water types here, but it's going to be a bit before I get any electric spells. It's funny that Rego ended up being more of a normal type than Version. I was absolutely established tackle bot for a pretty good majority of this game. Floor 5 is the Beach Cave Pit, where we confront our assailants. And Version's not having any of those chicken insults anymore. Give me my damn treasure, or I'm gonna give you these damn hands! They aren't going out without a fight. So here we go. One thing neat about the move Quick Attack is that it actually attacks one tile ahead, which I utilize here and only here. It's better on other party members because it goes through teammates. I decided to bring a Sleep Seed as my one item inventory item, which paid off pretty well as it took the Zubat out, while I spammed defense lowering debuffs and let Version carry. I don't know, you'd have to try to lose at this fight. With the two defeated, they give back the treasure, saying this won't be the end of this. We got the treasure back! Yeah, baby! Version thanks us for beating them up, with Rego wondering if they made the right choice. Which, I mean, what the hell, you clearly saw this gamer get schwacked from behind. Version shows us the treasure they were holding on to, calling it the Relic Fragment, letting loose their passion of wanting to discover the secrets of this world. Which kind of makes me wish we had a mystery dungeon more about just being treasure hunters than like saving the world and all that. But I won't spoil the game. The back of the box art does that. Like damn, why can't someone else save the world for once? You still sleep, God? Oh well. But anyways, Version points out the pattern on the fragment, saying it must lead to somewhere, and they want to discover its purpose. Yeah gamer, sure, let's rock it. They say we should go to Wigglytuff's guild, as that will be our best bet at training to become a powerful team. Rockin'! Drop the title to remind me what game I'm playing over a pretty spoileristic image, and let's do this. We're back at that weird place Bergen was at before. This was Wigglytuff's guild, where we can officially register our team here, which seems kinda unnecessary. We can just say we're a team and explore, but whatever. The paperwork is all that matters. We get our feet analyzed, revealing that it's a Diglett looking through the grate to call out visitors. It seems like Shinx are pretty rare around these parts, but we don't seem to be a bad Pokemon. Which, I guess Rego just radiates charisma and sexism. The gate opens for us, and golly gee, it's a party in here. But the fun ends as we're confronted by the Guildmaster's right-hand man, Chatot. Chatot says, "Put the raid down, gamer, we don't need no advertising around these parts." But Bergen says that we want to train here as a team. This shocks Chatot, considering how tough the regiment is here, but is happy to have us along, telling us to follow him to get signed up. And you know, some people don't like Chatot. Anyways, at the bottom floor, which is more the workers only part, and I like this detail of how the guild is actually built into a cliff. That's pretty cool. Preparing to meet the Guildmaster, Chatot warns us not to roast his mans on any means, or crap is gonna get personal. We enter in and meet the legend himself. Yeah, baby, what a gamer. He's straight to the point and asks us what our team's name is. No way in hell I'm calling this Pokepals. Get that out of here. Yeah, let's just go for Team Love again. Yeah. Registering, all registered. Yumta! Sorry, it was part of the quota I let out at least one Yumta. Now as an official team, whatever that means, Wigglytuff gives us a team kit, including a map, our badge, and a treasure bag, so we can hold on to items. So I guess that's the point of officially signing up for a team, we get a badge. The bag also has some items, including a zinc band and the sky blue bow. The bow colors depend on what our aura was, but they all do the same thing. It's like literally a text difference and maybe a sprite difference too. But with that done, everything's settled for us to start working as a team. Gamer! Chatot shows us to our bed, saying that while we work here, we'll sleep here too, wishing us the best for tomorrow. At least that's what I'd imagine he'd say. Always like the music that played here in these night segments, where the partner talks and reflects about the day. Sometimes even the hero deciding to be a character and giving their thoughts on what's going on. The song's name is Good Night. Also like the alternative version that ends up being unused. It sounds like the kind of music I'd hear at like a chill bar at night or something. They should have made it the cafe theme, that's all I'm saying. Bergen talks about how glad they are to be here, happy they finally worked up the courage thanks to Rego, and how excited they are for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Rego's like, how'd I end up getting dragged into all of this? They're glad to hang out with Bergen, but at the end of the day, they need to figure out who they are and how they got here, thinking that things may become clear eventually if they stay at the guild. I do like that kind of split aspect of the partner happy to be in an exploration team, while the hero is just working towards their own goal. It's not like there's anything done with this, like the hero never has to choose between their partner and themselves. But it's nice that these two characters already have directive and mission. Partner wants to become a good enough explorer to find out the meaning of their fragment. The hero wants to remember who they are. The guild is just a means to those ends. I don't know, it's nice when compared to Rescue Team, where it felt like the two main characters were kind of just going with the flow, and waiting for the plot to come to them. Rego and Bergen are here to get crap done. The next morning we meet Loudred, whose only real character trait is that he's loud, but he's the wake up guy. We show up with the others to conduct the morning address. Wigglytuff shows up, but dude isn't even awake, so Chatot takes over for the morning cheers. It's here we can see the other guild members, which some of them are kind of interesting. Most of them are just like one character quirk pushed to give the illusion of death. We got Krogunk, who I don't even know how he got here. Dugtrio and Diglett, who we'll talk about a bit more from now. Corpfish, who I'm sure is a great guy, but all I can remember is that he ends sentences with hey hey and that's it. Chimiko, who doesn't go out as much as hold down the guild with making food and helping with other services. Bidoof, who might be the most interesting of the pack, Loudred, who's loud, and Sunflora, who says oh my gosh a lot. We'll get to her more later, far later. But for now, Chatot is going to give us the morning pledge of allegiance. And oh wow, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fans love to quote this cheer. It's like their life mantra, so let's hear it. This has to be good. 1. Don't shirk work. 2. Run away and pay? Wait, what the hell? 3. Smiles go for miles. Like, buddy, this your goat? This sounds like something I'd hear when being forced into some cult. F that. Run away and pay. And they mean it. One of the diary entries from the guild member Bidoof details when he was walking around the guild at night and Chatot started beating his ass because he thought he was going to escape. What the hell did we just get ourselves into? Some of y'all might be coming from the rescue team portion and wondering, wait, is that the same Wigglytuff from rescue team? I mean the one talking friendly friends and going ta? Are they really going to have a running joke of every character from rescue team returning and me going, is that the same character? With me cutting the cutoff shorter and shorter in that sentence? But yes, there's a ton of returning characters from rescue team. With how these games are, Pokemon are just kind of individual characters. So any talking character seen in a later game is probably the same character from a previous game they appeared in. There's not reused Pokemon for characters. It's just a very interesting thing. I'll get into it later. This game has a lot. For example, 2 members of the guild, Diglett and Dugtrio, are the same characters from Rescue Team. I mean, the Dugtrio even shares the same character quirk of being obsessed with water, looking over this cliff, damn near exact to the Dugtrio and Rescue Team. Some of them are a bit more of a stretch. Super Mystery Dungeon confirms a lot of these as returning characters though, and it's just funny to think of it that way. Like, it's cool that a random vendor in Rescue Team suddenly became this important and powerful person in this world, the sequel game, that so many characters we'll soon see are now leading new lives and doing new things. That's the kind of stuff that truly makes this world feel lived in, when everyone is going in their own path separate from the main characters. And it's something I always thought was cool about Mystery Dungeon. It's intentional. Anyways, Chatot leads us to the job bulletin board. The explanation this time for quote-unquote bad Pokemon popping up is due to the flow of time being messed up, which seems like a pretty drastic scenario, which is potentially the explanation of why Mystery Dungeons exist. Meanwhile, Rego's like, what the hell is happening in this world? Chatot hands us a job about a Spoink who lost their Pearl, which means they're going to die if they don't get it back. Like, really, Spoinks need that crap. Virgin is upset that we're just doing a fetch quest, and I mean, buddy, we're saving someone's life here. But I can kind of get the idea that they'd rather be looking for treasure and on an adventure than, well, doing things for people. That sounds bad, but I'm in the same boat, buddy. Chatot gets pissed and tells Virgin to shut that trap, and Magical Girl transforms into an instruction manual. Alright, let's go get that Pearl. Here we are on Drenched Bluff. The Pearl is said to be on B7F, so alrighty. One thing pretty nice is that the movement is a lot better, just because I'm not a water type this time around. Like, playing these games back to back, this game's movement felt so much smoother to me. I wonder how much of that was just being a non-water type, so I don't get stopped while B-dashing past water. That crap's exhausting. I'm glad I'm not a water type. In fact, screw water types, right? Yeah! Nobody watches my videos. On B5F, I locate an Oranberry, not Oran, but Oren. There are some items with slightly different names from the actual items, and they have alternate effects. Some are pretty silly, like the Mix Elixir only refilling the PP of Linoan, or the Slip Seed allowing water walking instead of the Sleep Seed. There's one where the character just says see ya and leaves, that's pretty good. They actually kind of mixed me up at times, at least when pulling them out of the inventory storage, like, oh shoot, wrong item, and then trashing it. Some can do some funny stuff I'll be showing off later. I found some gummies on my journey, but it's a good idea to hold on to them for now. The AI in this game is a little bit better because they won't use moves that they don't have the PP for, and the IQ skills are a lot cooler. I'll get to those in a bit. But like I said, on B7F, we find Spoink's Pearl, which I kinda expected a fight here, considering that someone stole the pearl, but no, it's just here. Alright, I guess it makes sense considering what we're about to learn. Spoink thanks us and gives us the hookup. Like really, they give us several permanent stat boosts in 2000 Poke. Cleano, this gamer is loaded. We're rich, Rego, we're rich. Chatot congratulates us and proceeds to take 1800 of our 2000 Poke. Youch! Bershon calls out the robbery and Chatot's like, them's the breaks, gamer. And yeah, I can understand it. We would never get these missions if it wasn't for the guild creating a place where people can post these missions. So taxing us for them does make sense. Even if this kinda shows Wigglytuff holds a monopoly over exploration teams and rescue teams, by kinda making their money through other people doing their work, bruh, I'm too tired to get political about this, let's just move on, alright? And I mean, we do get fed, and have a place to sleep, so I'd say it's a small price to pay. As we see Chimeco announcing that she has finished the dinner for everyone, which, goddamn, calm down, gamer. Get used to seeing this cutscene a lot. Me. Because I'll just cut it every time I see it, just know it's gonna happen a lot. In our beds, Bershon says that they're sad that we got our money taken away from us, but it was nice to be thanked by Spoink. Which, keep in mind, we aren't a rescue team, we're an exploration team. We're supposed to be documenting new locations and finding treasures, over actual helpful stuff like rescuing others. Trust me, I got enough of these comments on my iceberg video, I know. But it's hard to remember when gameplay wise we are just rescue team, but story wise we're an exploration team. Wouldn't it have been really funny if I just screamed into the mic here? The answer is no. It wouldn't have been funny. This time Chatot shows us the board on the other side. These are outlaws. Outlaw missions are new to this game, and I like them a lot. They're like mini bosses added to the dungeon, and with how often I forget rescue missions on floors, this is handy because most of the time they just show up in our faces. But there's also some cool variations for them. Like some outlaws will call a monster house, some will have their own room layout. Sometimes it's unknown who the outlaw is on the floor, so the player has to wander around until they find a Pokemon that seems stronger than the rest, and it's like, oh shoot, they're the mini-boss. Though on the other hand, we're here to explore areas and find treasures, not be a cop. Chatot calls in Bidoof to give us a tour of the town. Bidoof is super happy to be guiding us, as he was the most recent member until we showed up, glad to have people under him to help out. Trust me, this is an important thing to remember. Give it like 3 hours from now, it'll make sense. There's not much to the guild business-wise besides Croagunk, and nobody really knows what the hell he's doing. Like, I don't even know how he became part of the guild. He just chills with his pot all day, which, yeah, mood. But we aren't ready for him yet. But now, we're finally in the main town of the game, known as Treasure Town. Which, golly, this song is great, but does it get grating after a while? Like, you aren't a true Mystery Dungeon fan until reaching the point where this song just makes you feel nothing. So yeah, like I said, this is the town of the game. Much like the Pokemon Square from Rescue Team, and sharing most of the same facilities. The Kecleon brothers for the item buying, Kangaskhan storage, Electivire now runs the Link store, Duskull now runs the bank, which doesn't really make sense as much as Persian, but they make death jokes and that's always fun. While Electivire is a dude bro, not as much as Vigoroth in town, that's the ultimate dude bro, but he's still passing. There's a rundown dojo ran by a Marowak, and while I like the character of Marowak, this guy desperately trying to get their business back and running, I'd say the dojo is even more useless in this game. I never once went into one of these dungeons, and I have a good feeling I'm not the only one. Most of these shops are kind of vacant at the moment, so I'll go more in detail when the time comes, and my overall thoughts on Treasure Town later. Bidoof says to keep on gaming, my gamer, and dips away, waiting for us to show up later so he can help choose an outlaw for us. I think one of the coolest things about Explorers of Sky and its world is all the characters they introduce. While traveling the town, we can speak to other party members and their own teams. Like, this is what rescue teams should have done during the Fugitive arc, because some of these characters are pretty cool. There's a ton of dialogue these characters have, in reference to what's going on in the plot, or what they have been up to. Like, some of these teams actually have arcs they go through throughout the game while we do our own journey, and I appreciate this so much. I think the best part is that these teams aren't always in town, showing that they're currently out on their own expeditions. And when they do come back, they're usually somewhere else in town. They move around so much. Sometimes even in the guild looking for the next mission that they want to go on. And this is what makes a world lively. I feel like I'm in a popular town full of adventurers who show up every once in a while. I'm just one team in a town full of many of them. There's some teams that are so scarce, they only show up once or a couple of times in the town throughout the game. It gives so much space and weight to this world. I kinda love it when games make me feel like one small moving piece in a world of many. One of my favorite teams has to be Team Tasty. This Swellow and Rumple. But the whole thing is that Rumple is always afraid that Swellow is going to eat them. And god, the relationship between these two is so adorable. I always like reading their dialogue if I see them in town. There's surprising growth between these two that I'll get into. Past the Kecleon shop and Kangaskhan storage is a screen that stops the music, replacing it with ambient waves. This is the Sharpedo bluff we saw in the intro. Besides this rather suspicious bush here, there's nothing to do, but relax from the upbeat music elsewhere, and take in the sight. I like when game developers are aware and care for their environments. There was always something special to me about Explorers of Sky. That connection and love to the world, of just being able to look at pretty sights with calming ambience. Whenever I think about this world, it's stuff like this that makes it memorable. I always feel some kind of connection and faith in devs when things like this show up in games. This is the quiet stuff that most people won't point out, I feel. But I think devs that are willing to show their world like this are people who truly care for their world they're making. And that's why I can respect this game. Meanwhile, I'm sure most people went here and thought it was boring and wondered why they would make an area with no gameplay purpose. Bad game design, right? Those are the people I could never understand. Keep on running every second of your life. I'll just sit here and let the sunbeams take me. Anyways, the Kecleon shop seems to be a lot more useful this time around. I mean, the purple dude is still pretty whatever on the quality of his cells, but the green Kecleon nearly always has a gummy or reviver seed. It seems guaranteed. And y'all know that when I see a reviver seed, it's on site. I didn't have money at the moment, but I recommend selling the bow you got when you became a team. Like, sure, it's a unique item that's really hard to get anywhere else, if not impossible, and represents the start of our journey. But screw the sentimental crap, this is the held item that increases all stats by 1. It's totally useless, and it sells well. And if selling your personal treasures that are a symbol of the special moments of your life in order to survive isn't a surefire example of capitalism, then I don't know what is. But we aren't recruiting comrades yet. Also, it's now possible to sell multiple items at once, which is pretty nice. After realizing we're broke as shit, we encounter Meryl and Azuro, who are shopping for their mother that the player never actually sees. Azuro ends up dropping an apple they got and we give it back to him. This causes Rego to have some sort of strange dizzy spell, which... Rego hears a yell, but looks around to see they must have been the only one that heard that. The two leave, and Rego gets a confirmation that they're alone on this one, swearing it was a Zuro scream they heard. Following them, we find the two speaking to a Drowsy. It seems like he's gonna help the two find an item that they lost a while ago, and on their way, he bumps into Rego. Once more, they get a dizzy spell from before. Feeling that the Azuro might be in danger, they tell the partner that they need to go and save the two brothers. But Bergen's like, I don't know buddy, maybe the sun's getting to ya. You were probably just tired. Let's go back to Bidoof. Alright. One cool thing, which might have been a thing in Rescue Team, but not sure, is that pressing the R button while in the overworld will actually allow the player to talk to their partner and hear their thoughts on the current situation. I found this out in my final play session of this game. Oops. Remind me next time, y'all. Speaking of interactions, I thought this was the game where I could spin my partner around and get them dizzy. I don't know, maybe I'm just making this up, but I swear it was a thing in this game. Maybe in one of these games. Back at the guild, we begin to look at outlaws with Bidoof. I don't know why the board needs the predatory rotating market mechanic, but on the board, we find none other than Drowsy. Which luckily in this world, there's only one Drowsy that's an actual character. So we just assume that that nice guy over there is actually a villain now. The two run off, not telling Bidoof, which they probably should have, but whatever. We find Meryl in town who got separated. He shows us Mount Bristle, where we begin our hunt. I ended up getting knocked out here because 1, I still don't have any electric moves, and 2, because I'm straight up incapable of fighting female Pokemon. I struggled on any female floor like this. It's awful. So we give up for the day. Yep. Azuro's dead. They even added dialogue for it in case of this specific scenario, with Bidoof wondering why we wandered off. It'd be really cool if he joined us this time around. Seeing how we failed here, adding Bidoof to the party could be a way of helping the player out, and giving a cool optional outcome. But nah, we just run back to Mount Bristle. Going to the right of the crossroads here is where we can choose which dungeon to go to. It's funny we're finding this out in this rare scenario outcome of not finishing the story event. Like we weren't supposed to be seeing this in this dialogue from Corpfish yet, it's neat. This next time goes better. I even learned the move Charge, which will power up the next electric move I use, which luckily I haven't learned any yet, so I can't even use it. But it's gonna be cool when I have learned one. Meanwhile, Munchlax is constantly learning new moves, so I'm just sitting here with my arms crossed while my partner gets all the neat stuff. Though I will say, Bergen's Metronome kept up the constant entertainment, Metronome being a move that can randomly roll any move in the game. Mount Bristle has a lot of flying types, in other words, mostly normal types, so as long as I'm not fighting females, I can rail any male. Y'all remember those super useful items from Rescue Team, Gravel Rocks? Well, this time they're funnily enough considered somewhat rare items. Instead, we are now handed a lower tier version of it known as Geo Pebbles, which instead of doing the fixed 20 damage of a Gravel Rock, it's 10 damage. Still pretty useful for breaking the rules of the game though. The 10th floor is the peak of this mountain, where we witness the scene Rego saw in their mind play out fully. And this is the goofiest thing. Basically, Drowsy admits that he tricked Azuro, and says he needed him because there is a rumor that there is a ton of treasure behind that small hole that he can't fit in. I'm imagining a million ways Drowsy could have handled this situation that didn't involve child abduction, but here we are. We walk up like champs. There's something I really like about Munchlax's anger sprite. I don't know, this rather blank expression expresses so much unbridled rage. Bergen tries to sound tough, but is shaking like a weenie. Drowsy calls us sorry and challenges us. Alrighty. Also, the boss fights in this game begin with this cool blue line effect. Yeah, cool. I gave Bergen some Geo Pebbles to snipe, but he just wouldn't use them until Drowsy got close. Guess the AI hasn't gotten that much better. Drowsy gets put to sleep, so I march up and use a blast seed. I figure it's still early game and these things are basically only useful for like the first hour of this game, so I might as well make them work. I get hit by the paralyzed status effect, which stops me from attacking. This seems like a dire situation, but like I said, Geopebbles ignore the rules of the game, so I can still chuck those. We 1v1 a bit before Bergen wakes up like real shit, tosses a rock and clonks him. Defeated, Drowsy gets thrown in the slammer. Aww! And the brothers reunite. We get a message from the Expedition Team Federation, giving us an enlarged treasure bag. Yeah, something new to this game is that instead of just having a 16 item limit, throughout the story, our carrying capacity increases. By the post game it's at 48 slots. With this upgrade, we're at 24, which is already more than Rescue Team. I guess the downside is that held items are still in our inventory, rather than in Rescue Team, where they were in specific characters' inventories. This might seem like a kind gesture, but really with the systems this game introduces, I think it's kinda necessary to have a larger bag. I'll explain later, so just keep watching, buddy. Speaking of future events, we also unlocked Bidoof's Wish, a special episode. These episodes are exclusive to Explorers of Sky, and will be unlocked as we continue through the story. But needless to say, one of them is probably the best part of the game, and where this happens. But I'll be saving these until the end. Some of them give pretty neat items, but it doesn't matter. I'll get to them after post-game. Shoutout thanks us for the rescue, and Bergen says to thank Rego for the dream that they had, being the reason we could save Azuro. Though when you think things out, even without the dream we still would have seen the bulletin board with Drowsy on it, and then see Meryl at the crossroads, and I don't know, things probably would have went out the same. This also begins the first of many, no, I'm saying this a third time, many flashbacks to things that just happened. Before we can wonder too much about this odd ability Rego has, we need to eat. Which being hungry is peak human in this world. Laugh it up, gamers. After the feast, a storm settles in. As Bergen watches it from the bedroom, they comment how it was storming the day they found Rego. Rego tries to remember anything that happened, but can't. Sleeping as the rain showers outside, Bergen comments about Rego's ability to see the future, and how they're a human-turned Pokemon. That maybe it's some sort of personal power they have. Bergen talks about how the time in the world is going out of whack, in part due to the time gears, these gear-shaped treasures lying in secret around the world. These time gears serve the function of preserving the flow of time in an area. Meanwhile, we see a shadowy Pokemon running through the storm. This Pokemon reaches a time gear, as Bergen explains that the taking of a time gear would result in the loss of time in that area, which is why nobody messes with time gears. Not even the most hardened criminals wouldn't dare touch them. My man. I mean, who could this dastardly Pokemon be? Seriously, this is a cool cutscene, in how it alternates between the two events of the partner speaking and the thief taking the time gear. It's good stuff. Following this, Shoutout gives us our first free day of the game, and the freedom is pretty nice. Going around the guild, we can read Bidoof's and Sunflora's diaries if we want, which update alongside the events of the story, and that's pretty cool. It's fun to do jobs. Incidentally, hey Rumpel, I was checking out the jobs bulletin board and I found a great job. It's an easy job, plus it pays well. Sounds real tasty. Tasty? Sheesh! Jobs come in the form of multiple difficulty rankings, which I'm pretty sure was a thing in Rescue Team. I'm gonna be honest, my memory is so bad I can't even remember. But this isn't a bad time to grind up some ranks and rewards. As there's not too many places to go, the boards will likely have multiple overlapping dungeons that we can combo. At the crossroads, we find a Spindus staring at a rock, talking about hopes and dreams. Do we perhaps know this character? In town, Ursaring explains that this time around, nobody can evolve due to the damage of time in this world. Preparing for what's about to happen, I store up all my gummies. Except for any white or yellow ones, they can go to Raygo and Version, normal type and electric types respectively. And I head out, complete more jobs, and return back. The next day, Loudred yells at us, saying that we're on sentry duty for the day. Diglett's handling the job board flipping today because I guess his dad needed to go stare at the ocean some more. More unnecessary flashbacks go by as Loudred explains how the system works, where by looking at a Pokemon's footprint, he has to determine whether or not they're suspicious, and that seems a little judgmental. But all we have to do is guess the Pokemon's footprint to the corresponding Pokemon. There's a time limit, and as time goes on, the game gives more hints, such as showing the Pokemon's portrait. The longer the player takes, the less score they get, but I think it's better to get a low score but still get all of them correct. The player has 2 safety nets to fall on, but after that, they'll start truly getting ones wrong. And listen, y'all know me, I be looking at Pokemon feet all day, come on. So something has to be wrong when I start to struggle on these. But this one I did pretty well on. Some of these are pretty goofy, like Porygon's footprint, yeah nice. Like any minigame irrelevant to the gameplay of the actual game in an RPG, the player can get some pretty nice rewards from this. Just for getting them all right, Chatot gives me a Joy Seed to give me an instant level up, a Ginseng to permanently upgrade one of my moves, a Life Seed to permanently increase our HP, like golly gee, you just have these items on hand? How Ginsengs work in this game is that they upgrade the currently set move of the Pokemon, the set move being the move that I can press L plus A to use without needing to bring up the menu. I should have tested this, but I wonder if it's possible to upgrade Metronome, so it can just use any move but upgraded. That'd be rad as hell. So that's that for the day. Yeah, we got rewarded big time just for staring at feet all day. What a dream life. You got it easy, Diglett. Tomorrow's another free day. I tried to get some info on what Krogunk is doing, but he just starts laughing, so I leave. Back where the Spinda was, we see a Wyna in a Wobbuffet staring at the rock at the crossroads. Some more familiar faces, huh? Don't be making me get any more chestnuts though, eh? I talk around and see quite a few characters up to things. Bidoof going on an expedition, Azurill thanking us, Swallow and Rumple having a sweet time together. Yeesh! Going to the next screen, we find Team Odd. Arbok, Weavile, Drapion. They roast the place, and Weavile asks if we know of a place called Zero Isle. And whoa, gamer. Don't scare me with those words. We aren't ready for that yet. Not even close. You're scaring my audience off. We don't need to talk about Zero Isle, okay? Give it a few hours. Even now, I'm still not sure what it is, but I just found myself really enjoying grinding out missions in this game. Maybe it's just because Munchlax is a fun partner, maybe it's because this game's music is really good, maybe it's because I'm not a damn water type, but I didn't mind spending time just nailing down multiple jobs in a swoop. It's kinda satisfying. Like for several of the upcoming story events, I just halted the story to grind out some missions for the hell of it. So I'm going to be kind of a bit higher level than I probably should be. Ranking up increases a storage limit, which is a thing now, and usually gives a pretty good item. At higher ranks, I'll get access to some neat events too, which is cool, but I think future games handle ranks in a way that's more encouraging. We'll get to those later. But for now, let's get some sleep for the next day. Chatot announces to everyone that in a place known as Tree Shroud Forest, all time has suddenly stopped in the area. From the wind to the clouds in the sky, it's all been frozen in place. It would seem like the time gear in that area has been stolen, and while officers are out to investigate the incident, we are to resume activities as normal. Chatot, impressed by our capturing of Drowsy, which I mean, he was kinda chumpy, but thanks, says that it's time we go on a real expedition. He points us to a waterfall not too far from here, saying that there's been reports of a secret wrapped in the waterfall, and it's our mission to see what we can find. Chatot sends us off. Meanwhile, Bergen is so excited they're visibly shaking in anticipation. Like, come on, buddy. And I do like how Chatot is concerned for Bergen, because he does care. You know, some people don't like Chatot. I encountered Chimiko on my way out, who tells us that she set up an assembly here, allowing us to swap Pokemon to join on our party on our adventures. Though of course Rego and Bergen have to stay. So yeah, that means we can start recruiting Pokemon. We can recruit Pokemon now? How does that work? Well, it's still kinda ass, but a little better. Gone are friend areas, we can just recruit anyone now. Same rules too, has to be the leader with a close ranged attack. The problem is that most recruitment rates are abysmally low, that even when I tried, and I mean tried, I'll get to the Cacturne Calamity later, the player really has to grind to get some of these Pokemon. I would have had a better chance with most of these Pokemon if I answered that dumbass first question on the quiz correctly, because without it, it's like me trying to get more viewers on my videos. There's no chance in hell. Speaking of clout, I kinda wish that was a factor with recruiting. Besides specialty items, our big boost comes in the form of our level, much like with Rescue Team. But that's just unrealistic. Nobody cares or likes you for your accomplishments, successes, skills, and talents. All they care about is that clout, baby. If I was a Super Turbo Master Rank team, it wouldn't matter what horrible things I do, or even if I did anything at all, people would just be flocking to me. So all I'm saying is that maybe rank should have given a boost to recruitment rate. Both ways though, it results in the situation where nobody wants to join me at first, but by the end game, nearly every Pokemon I beat wants to join me. It's just constantly saying no to Pokemon I already have on my team. This game also has a 4 party limit, but not like Rescue Team in the way that it's just 3 party members and an escort. I can go into dungeons with a full crew of 4 from my party. And honestly, I think this should be the standard with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but I know one of the games coming up doesn't do that. And yeah, like sure, I do have to remove one party member when it does come to escort missions, but I could just not take escort missions, and it's not a big deal when it does happen. I don't see any downside to having 4 party members. Let me know what y'all think about it though. So yeah, I was on the grind set, so instead of doing my job, I just went on more missions. Sorry Chatot. On the 7th floor of Mount Bristle, I encountered my first monster house. Yeah, already. It wasn't a quote-unquote natural monster house, you know, like these things just naturally happen in the world, but it was tied to an outlaw. Though needless to say, I got my ass kicked. I will say, monster houses are a lot more bearable in this game, due to the overall usefulness of orbs. Orbs were pretty useless on my replaythrough of Rescue Team, but maybe it's just because they were harder for me to get my hands on. The likes of the Petrify and Slumber orbs can easily bypass monster houses, freezing all enemies in the room until they take damage or just putting them all to sleep. These were in Rescue Team, but I just never found a moment of me using one. I don't even know if I ever found one. A new orb that's also pretty helpful for monster houses is the Spurn orb, which just teleports all enemies to random points on the floor. Pretty useful. After some main story avoidance fun times, I noticed back at the crossroads, there's a hole where that Spinda, Wynot, and Wobbuffet were, but it still seems like the doors are closed. Guess the game's kinda waiting for me to get a move on. Alright. We make our way to this so-called secret waterfall, with water so strong it knocks us away. I like how Bergen gets blasted by the water like, whoa! Hey Rego, you try touching it now, and they just get blasted too. Like, nice prank, homie. We seem to be at a dead end, until one of Rego's dizzy spells begin.
Oh yeah. Oh god, look. Oh Jesus. Sweet, dude.
In this vision, we see a Pokemon leap into a waterfall, landing with a sick action roll. But more importantly, on the other side of this waterfall is a cave. Rego tells Bergen about this, who reflects on the scenario that if we do jump into this waterfall, and there's nothing but a wall on the other side, then we're probably going to die. But Rego says, trust the process, sis, and Bergen is convinced. The two step back and brace themselves, a moment of anticipation, and suddenly dash into the hell water. Get ready to see this moment a lot, and I do mean y'all this time, because I'm going to make sure to bring it up every time it shows up in a cutscene. This game loves its flashbacks to things we've already seen, rather than just mention what happened to keep the pace up. Regardless, we hit a sick action roll, but don't quite stick the landing. We aren't that cool yet. Rego's vision proved true, however. There is a cave here, and Bergen's all like, hey buddy, nice stuff. Now fully believing the hero's vision powers. Well, we found our way here, so who knows what secrets could be hiding in this unknown place? Waterfall Cave? Well, that's not the most interesting name, but since we found it, we should be able to rename it. Though I guess we found it alongside the hundreds of other Pokemon here. Wow, I am glad I'm not a water type. Having to get stopped at every water passage, that crap's annoying. The teleport switching with partners have been helpfully changed though. Instead of teleporting the partner somewhere random on the map, it's just somewhere near the party. And this change is exclusive to Sky. It was still like Rescue Team in Time and Darkness. This is another water dungeon, and my electric ass still doesn't have any electric moves, so I'm just tackle botting along while Bergen does all the cool stuff. Speaking of which, on floor 6, I gave Bergen a gummy, and they got a new IQ skill in the form of Cheerleader, which gives a passive boost to the party's special and physical attack. This is what I mean when I say IQ is more interesting this time around. It's not just making the AI usable, it's unique mechanics to groups of Pokemon, as there are more IQ groups this time around and not too much overlap. A lot of Pokemon get unique abilities. This passive, alongside other ones they'll get later, essentially turns Bergen into a defensive bard tank. And it's cool to see extra stuff like this get added to try and add on to Pokemon's limited gameplay setup and make things more interesting. Like, just wait until I tell you all about Croagunk, because they are cooking up a storm. Also encounter a Kecleon shop on the next floor. This game's a lot more eager with showing its new gameplay mechanics earlier, rather than like waiting to post game to finally introduce traps. After floor 8, we reach the end of the dungeon, this room full of gyms. Standing amongst them all is this giant gym. Bergen and Rego both try their hand at pulling the massive gym out, but neither are successful. I like Shinx's angry face, by the way, very cute. Bergen continues to try as Rego gets another vision.
With double.
Alex up on bar. Oh, that attack was very good. But the all clear comes out for Angons.
Clear.
What is this madness?
This time seeing the Pokemon from before attempting to take the same gym, only to get washed away in a trap. Before Rego can warn Bergen with their patented walk-to-speech technique, Bergen activates the flood, and we get washed away. God, Munchlax's pictures are just perfect. We get blasted high, and land in a hot tub with some coolers. I don't think this scene changes if the player has a fire-type partner or hero, not sure. But I feel like people think certain Pokemon just suddenly die in certain environments. I mean, lava is one thing, but it's been shown time and time again that water isn't half bad if it isn't being launched at ya. Goo Goo Gamer. Hell, even our map seems to be safe in the water. A Torkoal points us to where we are on the map, and in comparison to the Waterfall Cave, we were launched quite a distance. That's neat. Before saying our farewells, we decide to warm it with the warmers. We explain the scenario to Chatot, and while Bergen seems pretty down about not getting the gym, Chatot is absolutely ecstatic, proud at a major discovery, bringing up Bergen's mood as well. Meanwhile, Rego's just like, I'm about to ruin our whole career. Rego realizes that mysterious Pokemon they saw in their visions was Wigglytuff. Rego brings this up, and Chatot says there's no way Wigglytuff would do that, considering Wigglytuff was the one who ordered us to go there in the first place. Which is an interesting note. Put a pin in that. Chatot wonders why Rego would want to ruin their own discovery, and while I kinda wonder that too, I do get it. Rego's testing their powers and wants to be 100% sure on the consistent validity of it. Chatot talks to the guildmaster and comes back with his reply, even letting out a Yum Ta. Chatot's cute. But in his quote of Wigglytuff's words, it becomes clear that Rego was correct, much to the disappointment of Bergen. Good job, loser, you made your friend sad. Which I feel like is a good example of the hero putting their priorities on who they are over their partner's cares for exploration. But there's never any conflict that arises from this. I'm surprised Chatot doesn't question how the hero knew that Wigglytuff was once there. At night, even though disappointed at the conclusion of the trip, Bergen can still maturely say that they still had fun, and it was nice to go on this adventure in the first place. And adventures like this is what pushes them towards their goal of one day finding out what that relic they carry on them is. They seem to be in a good mood, and sincerely thanks the hero. With the first of many references to the waterfall scene, Bergen states that Rego being by their side is what encourages even a chicken like them to work up the courage to be brave. Like, god dang, can you two just hug already? The Bergen does make a great point about Rego's dizzy spells, saying that they only happen when Rego touches something, such as with Azuro, Drowsy, and the gym, which yes, they are re-showing these scenes with the exact dialogue in them. That's 4 flashbacks in one cutscene, god damn. Bergen makes another interesting point. Now with Rego's ability this time at the waterfall, they saw something in the past, meaning that Rego can either see the future or past events, but can never be sure of what's the future and what's the past. Meaning without Wigglytuff's confirmation, it could have been assumed that that vision was a potential future of Wigglytuff going there. Which, spoiler alert, is such an interesting concept that could lead to some dramatic scenarios, but they never do anything cool with it. Like the hero seeing a glimpse of something that has happened and causing a huge uproar, only for us to find out that it's already happened in the past, making Rego question their powers, but that stuff never happens. It's always just, oh shoot, Rego, tell us what's happening, and Rego's like, yeah, I got the scouting, and I'm always right. And it's like, oh okay, we got Rego to help us with any scenario now. Anyways, Chatot comes in and says the guildmaster wants to talk to us. Wigglytuff congratulates us on our effort, even calling us tryhards. But in all seriousness, he says there's a guild expedition coming soon, where certain members will be picked. And while we aren't guaranteed, I mean, we are new members, at the pace we're going, we are sure to be selected. So that's pretty gamer excellent. You know, a part of me kind of gets third-party embarrassment, second-hand embarrassment, or whatever, when I watch these two pose around others. Like, come on y'all, there's no reason to strike a pose when something cool happens in life. But I mean, it's also kind of cool. You know what, actually, keep doing it. Rock on you two. Though I wish they did that after arresting Drowsy. That should be like emoting on someone after beating them in a game. Crap would be hilarious. The next day, Chatot goes into farther detail of this expedition to everyone in the guild, being a lake of many mysteries to the east. We have several days to lock in if we want to get chosen for this thing, so let's get working. Not a second later, we get to meet the worst characters in the game. Oh, sorry, getting ahead of myself. I mean, not a second later, we encounter the thief coughing and Zubat from earlier that we tossed in the schlumpster. They start bullying Bergen, who pulls out the level 3 reversal. Get their asses, Bergen. If Rego was an actual character half the time, I'd jump into. But honestly, the partner is basically the main character of this game, and they're winning the 1v2 right now. Zubat and Coughing say they only lost because their chief wasn't here, who, speaking of which, shows up. This is Skuntank, leader of Team Skull. I'm gonna be honest, I let this slide in game 1, but by now I really gotta address it. Think of the Pokemon world. Think of writing these Pokemon as characters. Now imagine an evil villain Pokemon. What's the most predictable choice? See the problem? It's like every time there's a villainous Pokemon in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it's like, alright, let's see, what type will they be? and it's like poison, psychic, ghost, or dark. It just feels too obvious, too easy, it's kind of boring. Like, I partially feel some aspects of this plot are just the writers wanting to take ideas from Rescue Team and put them in a more confident game, like giving them a second spin at an idea. And these are like Team Meanies 2.0, just a team of assholes led by a poison type that have nothing better to do with their life than mess with the main characters. Anyways, Version gets all sad that they couldn't stand up to Skunk Tank. The player can imitate a chicken here if they want to, which farther implies that they're a chicken in this world, but don't think about it too hard. We leave the guild and find the Wynut and Wobbuffet we saw earlier, and finally discover the purpose of that place where the rock was. This is Spinda's Cafe, a new shop exclusive to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, that low-key might save the game. There's a lot of fun characters in here, but we meet up with Spinda again. Spinda says this cafe is for explorers, with the idea being that many explorers from around the world will show up here. I think this makes sense if we consider that this is the same Spinda from Rescue Team, who was an adventurer that wanted to see rare and mythical Pokemon. So what better way than to settle down and let these Pokemon come to you? I don't know, it feels like a fitting continuation of the character from Rescue Team. And also, every Spinda has like a unique spot pattern, and these two share the same. But I guess all Spinda share the same Portrait of Mystery Dungeon, so that's a bit superfluous of a point. Anyways, there's two services here. The recycle store is kind of like crafting. We can take certain items and combine them to get new ones, or just ambiguous items to get prize tickets, which can be used in a lottery drawing, with the lottery resulting in a loss, a win, and a big win. The big win animation is quite funny, just the people with us showing up in anticipation only to get blown back by the Ludicolo celebration. Good stuff. Anyways, the actual useful service here is Spinda. This is the reason I've been saving my gummies. Spinda allows us to use our gummies to make drinks. I can use other ingredients, but gummies are all that matters for the most part. Gummy drinks are always guaranteeing an IQ increase, but more importantly, a max stat increase. Yes, 100% of the time, and sometimes even giving super boosts to stats. So coming here and just dumping gummies on a character is the way to get strong. I gave all my gummies to Version and they became powerful. I'm honestly pretty curious how different this game would be without the cafe, because these stat increases have a huge impact in just making the game easier and giving another way for the player to get stronger. And I think alternative ways to get stronger along stuff like leveling up is how to do RPGs. Though I will say, I don't recommend using gummies matching the character's type, as regardless of gummy color, they all give the same IQ when turned into a drink, which is why I just normally use white and yellow gummies in dungeons instead of going to the cafe with them. This is a great addition, and my only problem is kind of part of the bigger problem with this game, and just wasting time. I'll wait a bit before getting to that, but going through all the dialogue with Spinda and Wynut is just so tedious. It's way too much of a hassle to have to see the same animation and dialogue every time I want to make one drink. If my special DS I'm using didn't have a fast forward feature, I might have just ignored doing this to save time. It's actually pretty unbearable. Anyways, I'll stop crying, for now. But we need to work to get on that expedition team. What this basically entails is a set of free days to work on our rank and levels. Charmico meets us outside, saying that we can adjust party members through this signpost here, and asks us if we want Pokemon to hang out here or in the bar while they wait for us. And I never actually chose for them to be outside, because I don't know, I like the vibe of chilling in the bar, drinking as they wait for us. That's pretty nice. And you know, it might be pretty hot out there in Treasure Town, so giving them a place to sit, I think that's nice. Another thing I really like about this game is that all Pokemons have portraits now, which is a huge step up from Rescue Team, which only chose random Pokemon specifically to get them, and it's why I love using this layout where I can see them. Despite everything, I'm still deciding to deposit blue gummies. This is called preparing for post-game, which I kind of blew out of proportion with how many blue gummies I ended up saving, but whatever. Thank me later. At some point I got my hands on Spark, my first and basically only attacking electric move I get for most of the game, and trust me, I was checking the Kecleon TM store every day. I got unlucky. At the very least, I could say it was more accurate than Water Gun. Sadly, I wasn't aware of how Shinx is supposed to be played yet, but I unknowingly had a pretty broken combination of moves, so just give me a bit. One thing I noticed about missions is that they actually give some pretty good rewards this time around, like usually having bonus awards too, such as TMs or gummies. Hell, if the reward is marked as triple question marks, the Pokemon may even ask to join you. Sure, they're level 1, but it's still a neat way to guarantee, well, I wouldn't say guarantee, but it's still a neat way to get recruits if you see that the client is someone you like. The next day, I do sentry duty again, and I got absolutely robbed at the end, ruining my perfect score, and just giving me absolutely garbage rewards. How'd I go from max stat upgrades to 50 cents in an Oran Berry? Chat out, sleep with one eye open, because this Oran Berry's going straight up your ass. Speaking of unfortunate events, at tomorrow's morning cheer, Chowdout announces that we'll be welcoming new allies. Who could these Pokemon be? It's Team Skull. They won't be joining as apprentices like we did, rather they'll just be helping out on the expedition. Which is kinda weird, these outsiders get guaranteed entrance into the expedition, while some of these people that are actually part of the guild don't. Like, I don't know, isn't that a little funny, Chowdout? I like Chowdout's confusion between how we know Team Skull, that's pretty cute. Nobody's really happy to see these guys along, which upsets Wigglytuff, to the point where he's about to blow the place up. Goddamn, Treasure Town, watch the hell out. But we appease him with our group level 5 Feign Appreciation. Hooray. I guess one thing neat is that the cafe also has people that will offer missions that I can accept or deny. But they give such guilt-bait comments when I deny them. It's like when someone asks you to do something and you say you're busy and they're like, "Oh, I always knew you were a shitty person." My god, some of these people. And sometimes it's just the cops not being able to do their jobs and relying on others, which is pretty normal. I believe it was in the cafe here where I got the bodyguard IQ for version, which will allow them to protect allies who are low on HP. This is super useful, even though sometimes I swear it doesn't work. Like sometimes I've had it save me from multi-hit attacks, sometimes not. It's a clutch ability though, considering version's strong defensive bulk. I decided to do an escort mission this time around, and while y'all are probably pointing and laughing like, "Oh, Spacey, you dumbass piece of garbage," it's over for you. Escorts aren't as bad this time, at least in the way that they aren't level 1, and starting out can be pretty comparable to the level of my party. The only thing that annoys me is I swear half the time these damn escorts in this godforsaken game were Pokemon that would just spam Mudsport, a move that severely nerfs the damage of electric type moves. Like, dumbass, you a double agent? So now I got my friends throwing mud at me while all the girls step on me. Like, golly gee, I might as well not even play the game when this happens. I didn't have all electric moves yet, like a 7-year-old kid rocking 4 fire moves on their Charizard, so I could still tackle, but things will get nasty in the future. So honestly, screw escorts in this game. Why can't I just have control over my escort to disable certain moves? You know what? Screw you, Shellos. Die. In case if y'all are wondering, yeah, I am still watching this dinner scene after every expedition, but at least now Team Skull is a part of it. They don't deserve it. Speaking of which, while everyone is asleep, Team Skull decides to eat the rest of the guild's storage supplies. Next day, Chowdout tells us we have to replenish the food stock, and it seems to have mysteriously been emptied out. Most notably our perfect apples, the Guildmaster's favorite food, which without them, the Guildmaster would do something so unspeakable that just thinking about it makes Chowdout shiver. And like, you don't need to say, I got a good feeling what goes down between you two. Though alternatively, if just us not being happy is enough to cause Wigglytuff to nearly blow up, I'm surprised this guild is still in stable condition. Chowdout begs us to go to Apple Woods to get some apples back, or, you know. Meanwhile, Team Skull, taking a page out of Team Meanie's book in terms of let's mess with people for no reason because we don't have anything better to do. Follow along. I'ma be real, the Wigglytuff Expedition Guild is kinda sorry. Like, maybe someone should have been on food watch if losing all perfect apples could cause a calamity. Like, how about you, Chatot? I mean, you jumped Bidoof for walking around at night. How'd you miss these guys? You're sitting right there. The fact that they couldn't put one and one together that the day they introduced these guys to the guild, the food storage becomes mysteriously empty? Come on! There's being too nice and then there's just being used. So yeah, let's go to Applewoods, is what I would say. Sorry Chatot, you do it. I got a rank to grind. I screwed around for several days before continuing on with the story, and every day Chatot would just get mad at us. During one of my revisits of Waterfall Cave, on floor 7 I encounter an outlaw Surskit. One thing I really like about this game is that it allows the player to tackle high-ranking missions early, like stuff such as B rank or A rank missions from the jump, which would have been post-game in Rescue Team, and it feels good accomplishing tougher missions. In starting out, these outlaws can be super strong, especially without me knowing the super cheese strat yet. But this encounter was cool because I had an escort with me, right? I didn't want them to get pot-shotted, so I used the Hurl Orb in what might be the only ever useful time I've ever seen this item used, to throw the Surskit away from the Wish-Cached escort to protect them. What a godlike play. Yeah, I know, I'm cool. Y'all don't need to remind me. And in case if y'all were wondering, yes, the Wish-Cache was using Mud Sport to stop me from using electric attacks against the outlaw, which was weak to electric attacks. Yep, video games are fun. I sure like fun video games. Anyways, Chatot's ass is getting fried, so let's help a gamer out and go to Applewoods. Finally. Pretty nice music. In comparison to Rescue Team, most dungeons have some banger jams. Honestly, it's only these first few at the beginning that are a little alright, still good, but these next dungeons will be having colossal slappers. Team Skull's on our butts, so let's get in. This is a grass-focused dungeon, which is nice. Was getting tired of all the water dungeons, even though I am a lightning type. Version luckily had flamethrower because, you know, they're allowed to have fun. Meanwhile, I'm still tackling. On floor 9, I encounter a Kakuna who ends up joining my team. But like, Kakuna and Metapod are programmed to not move, so they sort of just sat around. They started getting slapped up and using my reviver seeds, so just like with Rescue Team, I had to turn off the Item Master IQ on them, and well, it is what it is, my gamer. One plus about recruiting in this game is that the Pokemon I just recruited getting knocked out doesn't permanently remove them from my party, so Kakuna is still with me, even if I'm never going to use them. On floor 13, we arrive in Deep Apple Woods, discovering a tree with what must be perfect apples. Team Skull shows up, and after some roasting, helps us knock the apples down, giving us the offer to take them. Version doesn't fall for that BS and starts to show some of that courage, saying that they won't back down and are gonna beat up Team Skull, get those perfect apples, and get on that expedition. Hell yeah, buddy. But sadly, the only thing they get is blasted, knocking both Raygo and Version out, and Team Skull takes the apples with them. Darn. We tell Chatot we failed, and he starts going wild, forcing us to go without dinner for the night. So now we have to sit out and watch them eat. Chatot forces us to go to Wigglytuff with him, and we kneel, awaiting our execution at the hands of the Pink Menace. The world begins to quake in its final hours. All that's left to do is to turn to my partner. It was a good run, buddy. Suddenly, Team Skull shows up with a perfect apple to deliver, saving the day, and earning a lot of favor from Wigglytuff and Chatot. Good play, sneakers. Day next, we're still starving, and Chatot says the time to announce who will be picked for the expedition is soon, so get those rears in gear. Chatot decides to personally tell us that we probably won't make the team after we screwed up yesterday. And you know, some people don't like Chatot. Luckily, Bidoof, Sunflora, and Chimico are here to help, telling us to follow them to the bedrooms. Everyone decided to hold back a bit of their dinner for Team Love, saving us from starvation and revitalizing us. Version says our chances are hopeless to get on the expedition, but the 3 assure us that there's still hope and the members haven't been picked yet. And you know, this is a cute scene. I like the moment of seeing the guild members interact and help us, because a lot of the time we always see the guild members in a group exchanging dialogue between all of them, but having these split off moments where we can really talk to just individual members is nice. No time for fooling though, it's time to get mechanical. Leaving our rooms, Prologue calls for us, saying he can finally reveal what he's been working on all this time, the Prologue Swap Shop. How this works is basically every Pokemon has special items known as exclusive items. These typically only work for that Pokemon in their evolution lines. I'll explain how to find them later, but we get them in dungeons, and we can trade the ones we get for other ones selected randomly at the swap shop, which switch out different items every day. It definitely seems to have a higher priority to produce items for Pokemon we just recruited or Pokemon in our party. The exclusive items have a variety of effects that are gained just for having the item in our inventory, thus why we need more inventory space. They come in 3 rarities too, 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars. 1 and 2 stars are typically just stat increasers, with 3 stars can do some pretty cool things. One such as Porygons, allowing them to change types passively when taking damage, one that gives us more PP for our moves, increase the chances at events like hidden stairs, or make us absorb certain weaknesses. There's definitely some balance oddities created from this, like some Pokemon's 3 stars are like, it won't take damage from explosions in clear weathers on Sunday afternoons in fire type dungeons. Then on the other hand we get ones that straight up make the Pokemon take half damage from attacks. Like, I don't know, something's amiss. There's also sort of a crafting aspect to this as well. If I have 2 different 1-star items for the same Pokemon, I can combine them to make a 2-star item, which just combines the effect of the 2. There's 2 1-star items, 1 2-star item, and 1 3-star item for most Pokemon. If I have a Pokemon's 2-star item alongside both of their 1-star items, I can craft their 3-star item. This costs money to engage in swaps, put a pin in that. But much like the recycle shop, we can choose items in our storage to swap to, which is handy. But yeah, that's this system. I think it's a nice way to make Pokemon more unique and stand out. Its overall consequences from its placement in the guild and what it does to the inventory is, well, a bit of a different story, but I'll talk about that later. It's quite an eventful day, as leaving the guild leads us to a cutscene involving 2 cafe goers, Octillery and Mr. Mime, some sort of announcement at the cafe, so let's check it. Spinda thanks us for being gamer excellent, and offers a new service, good face by the way. They announce Project P. This stands for Project Plus, which is a super fun game. I love Project Plus. It's ska. In all seriousness, what this is a new way to explore, or something. It's kinda convoluted. Basically, people donate items, and these items are used by Spinda's special expedition teams to go out and explore new areas, and after discovering new locations, everyone can go there, get new treasure, and recycle once more. Something like that. What this amounts to gameplay wise is that we can basically unlock new dungeons by donating items. It's also possible to get dungeons by making drinks, like sometimes there will be locations on the bottom of the cup. Random stuff. This probably all should have been tied to the Project P thing rather than EvanMG, but whatever. Also, because everyone's moved around for this cutscene, we can't make any drinks or recycle today, which is pretty ironic. This is still a free day. Next day, we do sentry duty, and I got screwed over again at the very end by Hitmonlee. Damn, I should have studied up. Another 50 in Oranberry. Eventually, one night for dinner, Chatot makes an announcement. Everyone instantly starts roasting him. Hey, screw you, man! Yeah, dumbass bird! What the hell, man? You gave me 50 Pokin and a goddamn Oranberry? Chatot says, shut the hell up, gamers. The expedition is tomorrow. Wigglytuff's made up his mind, and during tomorrow's briefing, our fate will be decided. And no lie, I was nearly gold rank by this point. Like, the dudes in rescue team would already be slobbering over me, unless there's some sort of rank inflation that has happened since then. But regardless, I have good faith Team Love is gonna make it. Version thinks otherwise, saying our chances are slim, but what happens, happens. Slump. Slump times 2. Though slump reversal, as Rego wakes up and decides to be an actual character. I swear it's been like over an hour since this character last said or did anything. Can I get the hero from game 1 back? Rego reflects that Version is trying to save face and hide their true emotions, that they'll be absolutely devastated if they don't get selected, and hopes everything will work out. Also wondering why they haven't had any dizzy spells in a while, like even they agree they haven't done anything in a bit. If I had that ability, I'd either be effed up because every time I shake someone's hand I'd randomly see them getting jumped in an alley, or touching everyone I know just to see what's gonna happen. Like goddamn slap Skunk Tank like, ooh, I hope we jump this dumbass in the future. Regardless, thanks for sticking out so far, y'all. This is probably the least exciting part of the game. If anything, everything has been building for us to reach the peak of the roller coaster ride. And finally, we can start going full speed ahead. We see the Leaf Pokemon from before, collecting his second time gear, only needing 3 more. Awakening, we step towards the morning meeting to see the results. Wigglytuff gives Chatot the memo with the chosen members' names. Whoosh! Here we go. First up, Loudred. Alright, dap him up, not bad. Then, Corpfish, which, I mean, alright. I wasn't even aware you two did anything. I mean, don't you just do sentry duty? Whatever. Next one, much to Chatot's surprise, is Bidoof. Hey, that's my dog. Good stuff, Cooler. Unfortunately, he's so excited that he can't step up, so you can just stay there for now. Then, Sunflora and Chimico. And Sunflora, I get. She's got hands. But I thought Chimico was like the housekeeper, made food, ran the assembly, held the house down while everyone else was out, but oh well. And next, oh, wait, that's it. Version's absolutely crushed while Team Skull cha-ha-has on some dick. However, Chatot notices some extra scribbles on the margin, and it's apparently more names. Krogunk, Diglett, Dugtrio, Version, and Rego. Yep, that's everyone. Chatot is astounded by this, and wonders if it's a good idea to leave the guild empty. Wigglytuff says we'll lock up, and I mean with ground type Pokemon digging around, and considering you already got robbed by people right in front of you, I'd say we probably should have some people left behind. Skunktank continues to attempt to get us kicked off, but Wiggly says the more people the more fun. Fun, fun, fun! So everyone's going. Chatot says this is a guild exclusive mission, which is funny because there's 3 non-guild members right over there. Isn't that interesting, Chatot? But what this means is that we can't bring anyone that we've recruited with us. We get dismissed as the guild members create a circle and talk in excitedness on the trip and how everyone's going to go, promising to all work together and help each other out. I love how everyone strikes a pose here. Like, that's cool as snow, rocker. Enlarge my treasure bag and let's head to Treasure Town. It's cool seeing all the guild members in town getting ready for the expedition, and other teams commenting about the guild going on this trip. Something about seeing all sides of the story here is pretty cool. Like, I can imagine another game where the guild team included here are just side characters, and we comment on their mission. But here in this story, we're part of the guild. We're part of what people are talking about. I don't know if that makes sense, but I like how open the world feels. In the way that while we're doing something that's big to us, everyone else is still focused on their own work and goals, commenting on what we're doing while thinking about their next move. This game really does the best with having a main central hub area in terms of having all these reoccurring side characters with their own lives. When compared to an RPG that has a bigger world we see, but it's full of NPC sprites with copy-pasted designs. But maybe that's more realistic in its own way. Going around in real life, everyone just seems to blend in and look the same most of the time. One last thing before leaving, I head down to the beach to relax from the upbeat music and crowds of people in town. Even in video games, that stuff can be overwhelming. So I like coming to the beach to relax. I'd probably do the same if I actually lived here myself. But I found a message in a bottle containing a treasure memo. Interesting message. Someone hid something in the first dungeon. Sadly, we're not going to be able to see it until after a trip. I'm all set, so let's report to Chatot. With everyone here, Chatot gives the game plan. Head to the east where Fogbound Lake is, an area of mystery that might not even exist, but is said to hold incredible treasure. It's going to be a long journey, and a camp is planned to be made, and we will travel in groups. Everyone gets put into their own groups. I like how Wigglytuff doesn't want to travel with Chatot because he's boring. Poor guy. Anyways, our group ends up being Bidoof, Rego, and Bershon, and I'm going to be honest, what a power squad. Bidoof was even mentioning earlier how excited they were to travel with us, so I think everyone's a winner. Our expedition begins as we settle on a path along the coast. Now we're talking with some good ass jams. Pretty views too, hell yeah. Bershon steps up as the leader and gives out our game plan. Rego's dialogue desperately showing that they're trying to avoid giving their partner a specific pronoun. Bershon finds two entrances and asks which one we should go. Craggy Coast or generically named ass side path dungeon that's gonna loop us. Gamey. So yeah, this is another water dungeon. I never realized how much this game just explores of water. Bidoof isn't half bad, he's about on our level in terms of abilities. But something really weird happens. On B6F, I beat an enemy only for them to transform into a loot box. Well, that's something you don't see every day. But not just any loot box, a cute box. Am I gonna become a loot box when I die? Just maybe. That's strange, but we can't seem to do anything with this item. But it seems like enemies are dropping them sometimes when defeated, so let's hold on to them. And I know what y'all are thinking. Loot boxes? What's next? You're gonna tell me this game is a battle royale? And gamer, I'll talk about this later. Watch out. 10th floor marks the end of Craggy Coast as we arrive in some mountain in this area. This is Mount Horn, and it's gonna be the final step we take to arrive at our camp. I feel like if this was Rescue Team, we would have just gone to the camp immediately, but I like how they make a journey out of it. Planning a course and bouncing from area to area makes it feel more like a grand expedition rather than just moving the character sprite on the map. Mount Horn is a bit tougher due to all the Pokemon resistance and normal attacks, which is ironically not a problem for my normal type partner, but me, who basically lives off tackle on my weak ass Spark. But with some good RNG on stair spawns, I get to the end of floor 15 pretty fast. And no, that's not a cut. This chapter title kinda just comes out of nowhere. We make it to the camp, with Chatot crying that we took so long. Well damn gamer, maybe you should have given us an extra crew member. You made 2 groups of 3 and 1 group of 4, and you stuck all 3 newcomers on the same team. How about you learn how to build a tier list first? Gamer. Rego feels an odd sensation that this may be somewhere they've been in the past, before they lost their memory, but we've got places to be. We're in Foggy Forest, and somewhere in here is the supposed Fogbound Lake. Chimako mentions hearing a legend about some Pokemon named Uxie, which guards Fogbound Lake, and would wipe the memories of Pokemon, making Rego wonder if Uxie wiped them, considering they've also been here before. Everyone scatters off to the place, causing us to lose Bidoof. On the way into Foggy Forest, Bershon finds a strange red gem, which somehow a cascade of people missed out on walking by, which is a little strange. Bershon claims it, and we move on. This dungeon has a sort of gimmick with having fog weather, which weakens the damage of electric type moves. Yeah, that's fun. I feel more and more invalidated with every passing dungeon. Though funnily enough, there's some electric type Pokemon here. Y'all are scamming yourselves. Floor 12 takes us to the deeper part of the forest with waterfalls and the like. We find Corpfish, who says he's found something interesting, leading us to a statue of some Pokemon we've never seen. There's an inscription here in footprint runes, which I wonder how that works, but feet are important.
Oh yeah.
burned within Groudon, then the sky shall blaze with the sun's heat and the path to the treasure shall be revealed. We all wonder what that could mean. Immersion suggests Raigo touching it to activate a dizzy spell. This works, but all we get is a very vague message from a Pokemon. No visuals this time around. Another spell plays farther into the conversation of the Pokemon solving the puzzle with a Drought Stone, thanking their partner. Raigo is really upset that they can't remember the voice they heard, but knows what we must do now. And yes, the game really does flash back to Bershon picking up the Drought Stone. Like, come on, that was just a dungeon ago. I know my memory can be whack, but still. We place the stone in, the Groudon statue awakens, and the fog is cleared. The sun now visible, we look up to find Fog-bound Lake. Golly, what a beautiful view. This game nails super cool and pretty nature locations so well. Corphish goes back to let the guild know as we go on ahead, only to be stopped by Team Skull. We're about to fight until an apple shows up. It's Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff tells us that we have a job to do, and so we move on, avoiding the fight with Team Skull. I can never tell if Wigglytuff is secretly doing this stuff on purpose, or if it's all coincidental. Like, Wigglytuff straight up tells Team Skull just to wait here and let us do everything. Like, I don't know, it feels intentional. Like, Wigglytuff knows what's going on. Anyways, having no choice, and hearing of a potential rare treasure that Wigglytuff has, Skuntank decides to defeat him while his back is turned. We'll see how that goes. Oh, sorry. Don't mind me, I'm just vibing. This music kinda rules. This is Steam Cave. What awaits inside, and what awaits us at the top? We're heading to a place where no one has gone before. We head in. Meanwhile, Wigglytuff trolls Team Skull around, before Team Skull finally decides to attack head on. This is a pretty cool dungeon. Being themed around Steam, there's still water around, but with fire Pokemon. I'm kinda curious if the water would burn water type Pokemon, like an early version of Scald. Numel can be scary on this dungeon with their magnitude, an RNG ground attack that strikes everyone, and I'm an electric type, so ground type moves are Yautcher. Preparing to meet Uxie, Raigo decides to finally tell Bershon about how they may have been here before, and that it may be finally time to find out who Raigo was before losing their memories. We wrap up the dungeon and reach the peak, where loud roars mark the incoming of a powerful being. Meanwhile, we see Corphish leading the crew back to the statue. No Wigglytuff or Team Skull in sight. They hear the roar too, and give chase to us. Diglett detects the sound of groaning, as if someone was in pain, and Dugtrio turns around like, "Son, screw it," and they leave. The camera scrolling to show the bodies of Team Skull, thoroughly slumped by Wigglytuff, giving him a UAV kill streak. But as for Raigo and Bershon, it's time to fight the big goofer, Groudon, the guardian of the treasure foretold. And let me tell y'all, this is probably the silliest fight y'all will see in this game. First of all, Bershon kept using Metronome, the random move chooser, and just getting all sorts of silly moves. Like, I remember Tri-Attack getting whipped out. I think the best moment was when they used Present, which resulted in the first time I broke 3-digit damage for this playthrough. That's pretty amazing. They were just constantly whipping out all these random moves. It was great. Something about the boss fights feel a lot more fair in this game. It's not just tanking one-shots and getting revived like Rescue Team. It feels more like elongated battles a lot. Maybe damage is just lower across the board. It just felt more enjoyable that I can battle out, use orange berries and other items, instead of worrying about killing the boss as fast as possible before it does the same to me. Which is a problem I feel like has always been in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. At one point, version Metronome Dion, a move that puts Groudon to sleep, and watch the power play. I open my inventory and place down a Revisor Seed. I back up with version, Groudon wakes up and grabs the seed. Y'all might be wondering why I did that. Just wait, it's gonna be good. Groudon also showcases a cool IQ ability by missing an attack and backstepping, something we'll see version get later. I finish off Groudon with my signature tackle, and this happens. This is what happens when a Pokemon faints with a Revisor Seed, a fake version of the Reviver Seed, and it works on every Pokemon. So I guess I kinda just dabbed on Groudon there. It's dead. Like literally it disintegrates. Which is because that was nothing more than an illusion that I conjured. This being the guardian of the area, who doesn't want anyone here. Which makes me wonder why they didn't just bury the Groudon statue that would lead people here, but I'm no plot expert, or something. It's Uxie. Out of the 3 lake spirits, Uxie was always my favorite, not sure why. Uxie trusts us, and decides to guide us to Fogbound Lake. Hell yeah. The song that plays here, Fogbound Lake, is so good, it honestly added a year to my lifespan. Like if at any point the music starts to overshadow my voice, it's probably intentional because editor me was jamming so hard I'm like, hey, shut this nerd up, this music says all it needs to. Uxie shows us the reason they're guarding Fogbound Lake, and honestly, just let the music play for the moment. Anyways, Uxie explains using Groudon to scare people away, and anyone who defeated Groudon would have their memory wiped. Version introduces Rego like it's a game show, the human turned Pokemon, and wants to know if Uxie had any involvement in the taking of their memories. Uxie says no, and explains that it only wipes the memories of Fogbound Lake from trespassing Pokemon, and thusly has nothing to do with Rego's situation. Wigglytuff soon shows up, showing that he did decide to follow us after slumping Team Skull, saying that we can't take a time gear. He says hi to Uxie and even goes to say hi to Groudon, which is really cute. He watches the lake for a bit before the rest of the guild shows up, and we bear witness to the true treasure of Fogbound Lake. Hell yeah. I'll say this so many times throughout the video, but I am glad that there's such a respect for the world to have this moment of characters seeing this sight with this pretty music. It's a memorable moment because of how great this world is. It reminds me of standing with others, watching great views and thinking to myself, pondering on life. Reiko reflects on how they would have known of this place if Yuxi had never seen them, but that is a question they'll have to hold on to for now. Yuxi makes us promise not to tell of the time gear in this area, and Wigglytuff obliges. Now it'd be really funny if a time gear got stolen from here anyways, but what are the chances of that? You know, I mean, come on. We say our farewells and head back to the guild. Successful. We can also now revisit Fogbound Lake, Steam Cave, and Foggy Forest, which you think it wouldn't be Foggy Forest anymore, but I guess Yuxi took the heart out or something, which still makes me wonder how Bershin just stumbled into the rock. Nothing ever explains that, and I'm curious how everyone avoided looking at this shiny crystal. Like, am I the only one? Okay, Spacey, nobody gives a shit, so shut the hell up and move on. Our treasure bag gets upgraded again, which is good, because there's some new gameplay stuff about to go down. Watch out. Oh shoot, Dusknoir is a ghost type Pokemon. He's gonna be a villain for sure. We spend the morning cooling it with Chatot. He's my bro. But there appears to be a problem at the Sentry Corner. A Pokemon that can't be identified wishes to seek Wigglytuff. This is Dusknoir. And I mean, I can't blame you for not understanding the footprint. This dude got no feet. Dusknoir is apparently a super famous explorer, which I feel like the game should have foreshadowed earlier instead of just introducing this character with everyone like, oh my god, you don't know Dusknoir? Anyways, Wigglytuff and Dusknoir are talking, with Wigglytuff lying about there being nothing at Fogbound Lake, and that the expedition was a failure. Dusknoir says he's going to hang around for a bit, and is going to take a stroll in town. I run into Team AWD again, odd, still talking about Zero Isle. Like, buddy, I don't want to hear about it. Weavile, take your two milady-ass knights and get out of here. It's nice to be back. Sorta. It's a free day too. There's some new faces in town, such as Xatu. Retiring from staring at the sun all day, he's here to appraise our loot boxes. Yes, those strange boxes I was getting is for this. They can give a variety of items dependent on the dungeon, but it's usually exclusive items, this being the way we can obtain them to swap with others at Krogunk's place. The fee costs the service. Nah, Space, you wrote that wrong. The service costs a fee. And I think now is a good time that I can do some appraising myself. That of Treasure Town. Rescue Team fans, rise up, because I'm about to say something nice about that game. If there's something I can say about Rescue Team, it had a nice town layout. I leave my home, to the west, my teammates, to the east, the Pokemon Square. A single screen contained everything important. The first thing I see is the shop. Right below it, the storage. Half the time I show up, I can go right to the shops, down to the storage, and leave. Easy. Treasure Town, on the other hand, is a linear line of several screens, which have the Kangaskhan storage and Kecleon shop at the end of it. The shops are way too spread apart. I wake up in the guild. First shop I see is Krogunk's place, which if I see something I want, I need to go all the way down to Duskull's bank, get money, and then go back into the guild, because you should store your money before exploring, right? So that's already a trek and a half. But then I get to Treasure Town and I pass the bank. I don't know if I want anything at the Kecleon shop, so should I take money or not? And I also have to pass by the cafe, which if I got gummies as a reward from a mission, they automatically get sent to my storage. So I already have to trek to Kangaskhan if I want to go to the cafe. I may need to get more money for Xatu's appraisal, which isn't on the same screen as the bank. In fact, they're pretty far apart. So I'm just running back and forth for all these micro situations that I'm supposed to remember. Buying, storing, swapping, appraising. If there's one thing I remembered when I was a kid playing this game, it was just how much time it takes to actually play the game. When I was younger, I used to think the preparement phase was hype, but then I replayed Rescue Team like, wait, this is so much faster. and it's just from the placement of everything. It's artificially lengthened with so much unnecessary busy work in Explorers. I mean, the big plus is that I get to meet and interact with all these characters while I run around. But darn, I'm not sure if that's worth it. On the topic of wasting my time, this game has a lot of that too, not in Rescue Team. Every time I finish the day, I have to watch the same eating scene, the same goodnight kiss from version on the lips, into the morning cheer combo, spend a shaking the drink and lottery draws. But now with Azatu's appraisal requiring sitting through this whole cutscene per box. Like god, it's a hassle, it's the same cutscene every time. Everything takes so long. Like just scrap the loot boxes and swaps if it's gonna be handled like this. And I'm not done yet. There's some worse mechanics at play. This is where things get disgusting. Wouldn't it be weird if missions would sometimes force players to have specific Pokemon on their team? Yeah, it would. So good thing that's a thing in this game. It's one thing to require specific types, but specific Pokemon? At least let it be someone I already have recruited. This is just annoying when I select a list of missions only to read the fine print and realize I was screwed from the beginning. It doesn't even make sense, like, help! I'm dying! I'm not gonna make it. But if you don't bring a Pidgey with you, I ain't coming. Here's some farther weird things. It only happened in one dungeon, but one time the Pokemon I was supposed to help just wasn't there. Like I got a message upon entering that the Pokemon wasn't here. Like that's some creepypasta stuff. I've heard people say that sometimes rescue Pokemon don't show up, sometimes it's days of the week. I don't know what it was this time. I heard with this dungeon in particular that sandstorms can knock out client Pokemon, because Pokemon you have to rescue don't have health regen, so if they're on a floor with a harmful weather, there's a time limit, which already isn't great, but there wasn't even a sandstorm when it happened to me. It happened the second I got on the floor. The Pokemon just disappeared. There's some hidden bizarre happenings in this game that I feel like with every playthrough, you just notice it once. Something will just be different, something will just not work, and something strange will happen, and by the time you finish the game, you just forget it. And I swear, this game does this every time. So yeah, with the free day, I did some exploring. Peep floor 10 of Apple Forest, where I used the move Vacuum Cut in a monster house. Some of y'all Pokemon fans might be scratching your head, but yeah, Mystery Dungeon introduces moves exclusive to it, some even being added to Pokemon's learn sets like the move Recycle. Vacuum Cut is pretty useless, I mean most of them are, but it does set damage. It used to be 35 in Rescue Team but has been nerfed to 18 damage, though it is buffed if Skitty uses it thanks to the normalize ability. I guess the rich get richer. They're also completely typeless, so when a Pokemon fan says that Ghost Curse is the only typeless move in the series, you can slap them across the head for being a Pokemon fan, and then tell them that Mystery Dungeon has quite a few typeless moves too. But let's stop crying and get back to the story. I love how the guild looks like from the outside at night with the fire. I hope someone extinguishes that fire though, I mean it's pretty close to the... Shut up, Spacey. But sadly, things take a turn when we see Team Slump pull up. They're all sad that they got wrecked by Wigglytuff, and they're like, we need to get revenge, but Wigglytuff, he's too strong. Oh, I got it! Let's just screw with Team Love instead! Like what the hell? We do nothing and these weirdos are just obsessed with us. Day the next, Chatot tells us to run a quickie errand, asking the Kecleon shop if they plan to stock any perfect apples. I like how Bergen clarifies the request in a way that feels kinda insulting. Like, yes, we get it, we need to go check for apples, jeez. We find Dusknoir talking it up with the Kecleons, who tell us that they aren't stocking any perfect apples. Sorry Chatot, you know what that means. I can't believe they watched so much Johnny Test together. Anyways, Azuro and Meryl show up, saying they got word that the item they've been searching for, the water float, is on the beach and they're going to grab it. We tell Chad out that the apples are a no-go, and he starts panicking, saying that he'll just have to handle the situation himself. And you know, he does give us credit for our accomplishments. So after a day of exploring, we sit at dinner cussing out Chad out again for interrupting our meal. He says another time gear has been stolen, but not the one from Fogbound Lake, reminding us not to break our promise to Yuxi. In bed, Bershin wonders why anyone would steal a time gear, while Rego wonders at the instance of them seeing a time gear causing their heart to race, and wondering if there is any connection between that and the stealing of time gears. Despite all this, that night, Yuxi regrets not taking our memories, as an intruder has shown his face, the thief. He admits that he's known about this place for a while, and needs that time gear, giving very anti-hero dialogue, like I don't know, maybe this guy ain't half bad. Next day starts normal, before Loudred tells us that we got visitors. It's Azurill and Meryl, saying that the water flow isn't on the beach, instead a note. The note challenges us to go to Ant Plains, as some group of dumbasses, I wonder who, have taken the item and put it there. So alright, let's play their game. For those wondering on an update for that message in the bottle telling me to go to Beach Cave, remember that a while back? I tried going there, but the treasure room was a unique room with these lines of water. I needed some way to cross it, which is funny because I have a flying teammate right next to me. If only I could switch control. I did end up coming back with a drought orb to just remove the water. We tell Chad out about this, who jokes about taking the treasure before saying we can keep it. I noticed that I didn't actually say what the treasure was, which I guess just means it wasn't important. Maybe editor me will show that. If not, then just assume it wasn't important, okay? You play the game. But apparently this is a rare event. From what I read, for most people, their bottle missions were just basic rescue missions. But I've also heard of other treasure memo missions like this one. But despite me always checking the beach, this was the only bottle mission I got the whole game. And I think it's kind of fun that this small random variable thing exists that a lot of people have gotten different experiences out of. This is oddity game stuff that I like. Speaking of which, sometimes when completing a mission, my client will just hand me an egg. Where did they get it from? Did they just steal it? Because it usually doesn't hatch into anything relating to them. Regardless, Chansey has a service where after a while these eggs will hatch, and a level 1 Pokemon can join my team. I appreciate the idea of more ways to get Pokemon to join my team, but this just feels like a bloated mechanic. It's not like I have any idea what Pokemon it will be. I don't even know if the mission will give me an egg. It can just be given to me from the 3 question mark rewards, which as I mentioned earlier could be the client asking to join, and sometimes it's neither. It was also around this time that I finally understood how Shinx is supposed to be played and used to their full potential. Shinx is a Link character. Full straight, that is their character advantage. They are made to do one thing. Remember Charge? Powers up the next electric move? Yeah, link that with another electric type move, and suddenly the game just got a lot easier. Rego could now insta-give nearly anything in their way. Yes, even girls. Like, barring a few encounters, I basically just started near one-shotting most bosses, and actually one-tapping outlaws with hilarious damage numbers. And I'm using Spark. Imagine if I got an even better move. One thing that does suck about linked moves is that if I step on a PP trap, which sucks my PP, I mean, it saps all the PP in a random move of mine. This can cause the 2 moves to be unlinked, and that's pretty annoying. I'm not sure if link boxes are in this game, I never found one. Alright, so y'all probably wondering when I'm gonna go to Ant Plains already, and honestly, I'm scrolling through hours of footage wondering that too. Like, Spacey, get off the damn grind already. But I finally go there, probably at a noticeably higher level. I mean, leveling's still a little slow, but it's still higher than what it was before. I like the music at Ant Plains. It's very distinct. Y'all have heard of desert game music, water game music, fire game music, but the theming of electric game music isn't something heard often, if at all, but really has some swingy funk to it that kinda matches that element of electricity. So y'all might have noticed that I have a gamer among us, and yes, I did say Among Us, I'll say it again, Among Us. Some of y'all might think that it's pretty lame that I'm repeating the same jokes I made during Rescue Team. Y'all might have noticed that we have a gamer among us. And yes, I did say Among Us. I'll say it again. Among Us. And yeah, that is pretty lame. Anyways, let me introduce some characters I've been recruiting. Meet Kozarek, the Beauty Fly. They're kinda like my Ladybug function, except for more of a mage cleric. And yes, they do learn the ultra powerful Silver Wind. Sadly at a pretty late level compared to other bug types, but it's okay. And while they did have some mage-like actions, they really did function as the group cleric. One thing neat about Mystery Dungeon is how they take hundreds of useless moves in normal Pokemon and does neat stuff with them. And on the 10th floor of this dungeon, they learned the healing move Morning Sun, which for example, is now a clutch full party heal. Sadly the AI of this game is still kinda trash and sometimes just wouldn't cast it when I am literally dying, but when it does happen it's pretty cool. Kozarek will pop off a bit more when Silver Wind comes around. Jello the Tangela is here too. They had some clutch snipes with Energy Ball, and their draining attacks were pretty useful. They could basically full heal off sucking enemies off. Or whatever. Speaking of which, y'all might be looking at my team's HP values and wondering what the hell is going on. And yeah, I don't know either. I mean, Bershon was getting all the stat boosts, but gummies can increase max HP, this is just normal. That's just bases mixed with me having Munchlax's exclusive items. And Bershon having an IQ skill that farther increases their max HP. Tanko. Maybe Tangela and Beautifly just have low HP values. Bershon has actually been getting some good IQ skills, including that backstep that Groudon had, which can result in them backstepping into water, but luckily teleporting nearby thanks to the changes to the game. Alongside this is an IQ skill which makes Bershon take a deep breath at the start of every floor, refilling the PP in one of their moves by 1. Just some generally neat and useful stuff. I hit the halfway part, arriving at Far Ant Plains. Meanwhile, back at town, Dusknoir catches wind of our journey and says that we're in grave danger, rushing off after us to Ant Plains. Gamer, I think we can handle it. I mean, I'm kinda in my element here. I think I was seeing them before in optional dungeons, but this is the first required dungeon where traps can show up. I didn't mention this, but in Rescue Team, only certain Pokemon could learn the IQ to avoid traps, due to IQ groups and whatnot, which is the case here, so get ready for AI to just continue to step all over traps. After some exploring, we reach the Ant Plains clearing. Lightning is everywhere, but we managed to find the water float, sitting suspiciously in the open. Taking some steps closer, we find out why, as the lights dim, which doesn't really make sense, but we hear voices of someone saying that we're trespassing in their territory. They show their faces as Manectric and their gang of Electrike, and without a farther thought, the fight begins. Funnily enough, in Explorers of Time and Darkness, this fight is replaced by a Luxray surrounded by a bunch of Luxio, which are Shinx's evolutions. All these gamers have Lightning Rod, as we can see when Bershon Metronome Thunder, so my Charge Spark combo isn't going to work here. Instead, I chose to sit there and spam Vacuum Cut, which turned out to be pretty useful. By the time they got to us, they were pretty weak to get picked off easily. Having a full team and a room hitting move made this a lot easier. Being a water type must suck for this. Despite beating them pretty handily, the cutscene acts like we never fought at all, as Manectric charges a powerful move, when suddenly, Dusknoir shows up. Dusknoir starts defending us and talking about tribes and like, I don't know what's going on. It's weird how different Pokemon are treated with varying amounts of humanity. Like how dungeon Pokemon aren't characters, they aren't like the Pokemon we see in town. Take the idea that Uxie is worried about someone taking the Time Gear that has all these Illumites surrounding it, but no, they aren't human Pokemon, they're animal Pokemon. They don't think like we do. We aren't like those wild Pokemon. There's nothing wrong with knocking them out. I don't know, I always thought that kind of stuff was weird. It's just one of those weird, never really talked about things in Mystery Dungeon. Anyways, the Manectric allows us to chill here for a bit, while Dusknoir explains that these Manectric are a tribe that come to Ant Plain this time of year, and were once attacked, so they don't like trespassers. Yeah, okay Dusky. Anyways, we snatch that water float, and in a rather cool play, Dusknoir calls out the people behind the letter to show themselves, and they do. Team Slump. They say that they were gonna jump the Manectric after the Manectric jumped us, and they would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for that meddling Dusknoir. And low-key, can we get a hit on these gyms? Like, just write up a post about them on the Outlaw board? I mean, I'm not trying to be a snitch, but if the game isn't gonna let us drop them, then we might as well stick someone else on them. We get back to town, and everyone's dapping each other up, but then Version starts doing a little too much talking, and tells of Raygo's time dreams. Dusknoir recognizes this ability as the Dimensional Scream. Seeing as he knows his stuff and probably isn't just making crap up, Raygo and Version agree to tell them about Raygo's past. This joint classified though, so we take it out to the beach. Version explains everything. Where they found Raygo, their lost memories, even being a human, to honestly this complete stranger at this point, but whatever. Dusknoir asks Raygo for their name, and as soon as they give it, Dusknoir makes a strange face, with Raygo thinking that Dusknoir smiled, but Dusknoir says that he doesn't recognize the name. Dusky explains the ability further, before saying we have his full cooperation in figuring out Raygo's past. I also only noticed when watching the footage here, but he does this weird belly slap, and I'm not sure why. So, we're chillin'. Until suddenly a group of Pelipper fly over us, doing circles. Something's off. Bidoof runs over, searching everywhere for us. He tells us of a guild emergency, calling all guild members. Sounds big. Let's see what's happening. Ah, shoot. Chatot tells of another Time Gear being stolen. And to everyone's worst fears, yes, it was the Fogbound Lake one. Dusknoir catches Wigglytuff's previous lie about there being nothing at Fogbound Lake. And I guess there's nothing left to hide considering Uxie got slept and the Time Gear was stolen. And you know, if these things were so important, maybe they should have found stronger guardians, but whatever. According to Uxie's statement, a visual of the thief has been labeled Grovyle. Look at this scammer. Everyone's pretty sad that we kinda broke Uxie's trust, with Wigglytuff even using his level 5 install super, going full on Dom mode. He's got hands to throw. So we need to come up with a strategy to catch Grovyle. Luckily, the strategy is pretty simple. Grovyle goes to Time Gears, we just need to get to the Time Gears first, and jump him. But there's a problem. We don't exactly know where the Time Gears are, leading us to get split into groups. Loudred and Corpfish will go to Eastern Forest, which doesn't have colored text so I can already tell it's irrelevant. Bidoof, Sunflora, Dugtrio, and Crystal Cave, and us in Northern Desert, which sounds about as generic as Eastern Forest, but it's real. Everyone else will stay behind to hold the place down, because I guess when it comes to a little field trip, who cares if we get robbed, but catching someone who's destroying the world? Nah, we need to have people guarding the guild. No lie, going through my footage, I'm surprised I didn't have to comb through another grind session. Like, I can't believe it, I'm doing story events back to back. I mean, I know the world is ending, but this rank won't grind itself. Anyways, let's hurry on before Grovyle finds that damn 4th Time Gear. Northern Desert. I have a lot to say about this place. First of all, the music. This is definitely up there as one of my favorite deserty video game songs. And I love desert songs when they aren't generic, which is hard to explain. I have very specific tastes when it comes to these deserts. Like, listen to Dusty Desert Quicksand from Sonic 06. That's an example of what my favorite desert song might actually be. But of course, desert and vast lands of sands can give a lot of vibes. And I'm raking on about this because deserts have to be one of my favorite video game locations, and I'm not sure why. There's just something so mysterious and beautiful about deserts. I mean, in real life they're boring as hell, but in media they can be some of the coolest places. There's a lot of music that reminds me of deserts, but this one is pretty good up there, even mixing in the leitmotif of this game. And let me tell y'all, this series is a master of leitmotifs. It's like a digital signature from the game itself, built into the music. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if y'all are one of those people who make those weird ass Nintendo music playlists that keep showing up in my recommended videos for some reason, and you make a Nintendo desert music playlist thing, and that joint doesn't have Northern Desert on it, then I'm gonna be honest, just delete the video, because you already dropped the ball. So yeah, this dungeon is ass, but it's memorable ass, and that's the kind I want. This place is showered with sandstorms, and while one big quality of life improvement from Rescue Team is that the game doesn't need to grind to a halt just so I can see my teammates all get hit by bad weather, the game still stops to notify that it's happening in the text boxes, so it's still a total pace breaker, but it's not as painful. This dungeon has such a strong gimmick with its sandstorms that I recommend bringing in a specialized loadout for it. I'm talking orbs that change the weather, and orbs and seeds to get Pokemon the hell out of my way. I think my favorite getaway item is the Stay Away orb that warps an enemy Pokemon to the staircase and then petrifies them. I don't know why, but that's just so extra, and completely pointless without a radar orb or x-ray specs. The reason we need to get Pokemon the hell out is because a lot of the Pokemon here have the ability Sand Veil, which increases their evasion during sandstorms. And while I overall felt more accurate in this game, likely also leading to a higher enjoyment factor, Sand Veil Pokemon are damn near invincible. I'm not kidding, look at the footage. They were even dodging the Georocks! The Georocks! The Georocks won't workin', man! What am I gonna do? So this dungeon sounds like hell, and while the music is still great, it wasn't the kind of place I was keen on revisiting, right? Which makes it pretty funny that this is the dungeon I ended up revisiting more than any other dungeon. This is for a couple of reasons. One, I was getting S rank plus missions here, I believe, straight up star missions giving large amount of rank points. And Cacturn is here. Remember this, gamer? Well, catch this. I grinded for Cacturn for hours. Every time I came to this dungeon, I'd grind for one. What can I say? I like cactus monsters. Oh! But I just couldn't get them. I couldn't even get their pre-evo. And if that doesn't say how whack the recruitment rates are in this game, I don't know what will. Also, this is a ground dungeon, so I'm screwed by default. Luckily, this is a good game, so ground Pokemon aren't completely immune to electric attacks, but they might as well be. Though if we're being real, attacking Pokemon here is kind of a mistake anyways. At the end of the dungeon, we come across a large whirlpool of quicksand, impeding our progress. Burgeon assumes there was nothing here after all, but Rego gets the same familiar feeling as they did in Fogbound Lake, as if they've been here before. And seeing how Rego was right last time, it's very frustrating to see them just not say anything to Burgeon about this. Like, god, this is so silly. Meeting up once more, we learn that nobody else has found anything either, where I learned myself that this guild is absolutely garbage. Like, come on, y'all are some jokes. Meanwhile, Bidoof admits to taking one of the crystals from Crystal Cave, and you know what, I'd probably do the same thing, so I respect the integrity. I can't stand this kind of dialogue from Dusknoir, where he apologizes for not being knowledgeable enough, and everyone's like, no, it's okay Dusknoir, it's our fault for being a shitty ass guild. I don't know, Dusknoir just annoys me. which is messed up because I think I'm supposed to be liking him. Next day, Shadow and Duskmore are working on a new strategy, so until then, try to keep up on the search. Things seem pretty fruitless, but then Rego remembers yesterday, and yes, they actually recall the cutscene. Jeez. So Version's like, alright, let's go back to Quicksand Desert then. This was needless. I feel like if the main character just said something, we could have saved a lot of time, but I guess for plot convenience, they need to show us an intermission at the guild, I guess. Most likely for Bidoof's crystal he found. So y'all are probably thinking, dang, you gotta revisit the dungeon you just went through? And yeah, maybe if this was Rescue Team, but it's actually just a separate place on the map, so that's nice. It's not that big of a time waste. It's just narratively annoying, which is a very good way to describe the plot of the current arc we're in. But this is also when I said, yeah, F that, and started grinding missions again. I don't know if it was really entertaining to just one-shot outlaws with absurd damage thanks to Charge Spark. Like, look at this Dunsparce I encountered in Apple Woods. 367 damage? Bruh. That Dunsparce will never do anything bad in its life again. Because I killed it. It's dead. Anyways, at Quicksand Desert, Rego uses some very bizarre logic to determine that our best course of action is to jump into the quicksand. And I can only imagine by now the partner's like, nah bro, I can't be with this one, I need a new friend. Like, buddy, you have time travel powers. Just go touch some stuff around the area. Shouldn't you be getting dizzy spells just from touching the ground you walk on? But Bertrand ends up believing Rego. Oh dear god, here we go with this waterfall cutscene again. Honestly, make a patch of this game that just cuts the flashbacks out, and the story will make more sense. Here, I'll do it with the editing. Here's how this moment would look like without the cutscene. Imagine that. It's still understandable and faster. Bertrand says they trust us like 5 times in a row before we jump into the pit, and we die. But the game's not over yet. Now that Rego and Bertrand are dead, we take the role of Bidoof. Yeah, I don't know, he just kind of becomes the main character. Really weird. I mean, he's pretty decent gameplay wise, he's not sexist, so that's a plus, and he has some neat abilities. And at least I finally get to be a normal type, so this is a win overall. Basically, here's the story. Remember that crystal he got earlier? Well, he still has it. And one night at the guild, he discovers that inside the crystal, he can see events from the future, and the crystal begins to give him newfound powers. He determines that he needs to find the truth behind this, and heads back to Crystal Cave before these powers overtake him. Y'all might be wondering why I'm not showing any of this, and that's just because I'm making this all up. Like, I'm sure anyone who's played this game before is wondering what the f I'm going on about, but who knows, maybe I got someone with this joke. But, no. Rego and Bertrand are fine. Much like how there are secrets behind waterfalls in video games, there's always secrets in Quicksand. I bet when Rego was a human, they played Super Mario Bros. 3, and they're all knowingly recalling their memories. Ow, my backside! I don't know why I like that line. Bertrand is determined to roll, so let's rock. Also, Kozarek and Jello came along, so that's nice. On the first floor, something incredible happened. At level 29, Rego finally learned a new electric attack. Holy crap. Their second one. Shinx's moveset is awful. This dungeon was kinda slapping me. Multi-hit moves mixed with ground types and sandstorms still showing up from time to time. Venturing through, we end up finding a lake with a familiar glow in the distance. We approach to get a closer look before a voice stops us, asking for our purpose. Bertrand says they're looking to find a time gear, and buddy, I don't know why you had to word it like that, because now my spirit is out to throw hands. I'm not really sure what to say about these boss fights anymore, because I just use Charge Spark and win the fight easily. I just come in like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Defeating Miss Spirit, it insists on defending the time gear from us. Inversion is just like, listen you dumbass piece of trash! We aren't trying to steal the time gear! Miss Spirit says via Uxie's telepathy, it knows the time gear was taken in Fogbound Lake, and suspects it was us. But nah, it was actually Grovyle. Oh shit. Grovyle knocks us away by honestly just walking past us. Damn. Miss Spirit stands strong, but gets slapped to the side, which honestly, deserved. Let's see that again. Grovyle ends up slapping us again. He apologizes like 50 times, and compared to, well, all the assholes we faced so far, he seems to be a pretty sensible guy. We should try talking next time.
Maybe.
Miss Spirit apologizes for thinking it was us, and yeah, too little too late, gamer. Speaking of being sorry, what the hell are you two doing? Just watching this shit go down? Like, Kozark, cast the morning sun, we're hurting for a squirtin' over here. The whole place begins shaking as the time gear has been stolen, and Miss Spirit says we need to get out before we're frozen in time. And I don't think that's how it works, Miss Spirit, but let's skedaddle. Honestly, the fact that Grovyle has gotten so far really shows how sorry this world is. We told the police and everyone about what went down, with Miss Spirit also now under protection, which is odd considering, like, what are they being protected from? Anyways, get ready for the absolute worst cutscene in the game. Like, you all aren't gonna believe this. Like, god dang, I'm dying just thinking about it. We're basically back at square one, as we don't know where Grovyle will go next. However, Dusknoir says there's hope in the form that Uxie and Miss Spirit are part of a trio, and if they are both guarding a time gear, there must be another time gear being guarded by the last spirit, a Zelf. Dusknoir starts making up some wild conjecture, and is like, it's best to assume that a Zelf will be somewhere we don't expect it. Like, yeah, no shit. And everyone's like, oh my god. What a genius, the world is saved, all hail Dusknoir. And meanwhile I'm scratching my head like this guy hasn't done anything. But they keep sucking him off, bringing up that if he's right about the northern desert, then maybe other places could be true too. Like, whatever. Dusknoir requests Bidoof to let Rego touch the crystal that he stole. And like, we goddamn spend like a minute trying to convince Bidoof to goddamn give the crystal, Bidoof! We touch it, and get a vision of Grovyle defeating himself and taking the last time gear. I think it's the last time gear, I haven't really been keeping track. We aren't sure if this happened in the future or the past, but Dusknoir mansplains with the addition of flashbacks that had to be in the future due to what Miss Spirit said, even though Miss Spirit didn't confirm that a Zelf didn't get robbed. So not only is this explanation kinda pointless, but the whole debate of whether or not this happened in the future or the past is pointless. Like, buddy, what other choice do we have? Let's just go to see if a Zelf got slumped or not. Wigglytuff falling asleep from all the talking is pretty relatable, and when he wakes up, he puts Chad out in a perma-stun from shock, and he just sits there like that for the rest of the scene, and that's pretty good. I like that. Even after the scene, he won't say anything. Like, that dude is stunned. But I feel like this cutscene is everything I don't like about this game's writing. Like, it's got it all. Flashbacks, over-explaining obvious things to the point where it's just being condescending, and by the end of it, I just feel like I like this world a little less. And I don't mean the game's world, I mean the world we live in. Everything's just gotten worse. And I know this game is for kids, but don't underestimate kids. This goes too far. And I'll bring this up now, y'all may have noticed, the game has been referring to legendary Pokemon using pronouns, and while in gameplay they're genderless, and maybe they do have established pronouns and this is who they like being called in this world, but it kinda just feels like they gave legendary Pokemon he, she pronouns for the sake of humanizing them more, rather than being called it. And as someone who prefers being called it, I can't help but feel like the idea of giving these Pokemon pronouns to make them more relatable and likable to be pretty disgusting, so I'm just gonna not play with that. Especially funny when I'm pretty sure in later games their pronouns start getting mixed. Like writers just looked at these Pokemon with no care for the previous games like, shit, is this a boy or a girl? Which I guess is trans rights. But we need to be better than to find comfort in praise and the unintentional representation from the root phobia. I'll talk about that more in Super. I thought at first that maybe it was just a sort of world idea that it'd be natural for these Pokemon to give these genderless beings genders. People who here do the same thing with assuming genders. But this was a big copium from me to the writers. And even legendary Pokemon start using pronouns to describe other legendary Pokemon. So, no. I guess the writers just gave genders to beings without them for the hell of it. Because everything has a gender, right? I mean, it'd be rude to not give them a gender. And a lot of people wish these Pokemon had genders. I mean, they're real life characters, so they need to. Everyone has a gender, right? Some of y'all might be wondering what I'm talking about, and don't worry about it. If you don't get it, then you live a normal life. It's funny that Rescue Team just stayed true and avoided the question of gender in general. Anyways, what were we doing? Oh yeah, Crystal Cave. Everyone's going to Crystal Cave plot-wise, but in-game it's just me and my crew. Spacey. This isn't Crystal Cave. Alright, here we are. This place is pretty neat. I like the aesthetic of the different colored crystals and how it changes halfway through. Also, Cello. Gamer. I mean, by now I'm still kind of skipping on talking about the dungeons, cause I don't know, they're all the same. I could say the more individual events that happen, like if Version uses a funny move from Metronome, but when it comes to things that distinguish these dungeons apart, I mean just the music and graphics really. I mean sure there's different Pokemon and the weather events, but I kinda handle them all the same. But hold up, there's a new challenger approaching in the depths. We come across these 3 giant crystals. Version thinks they may be the key to gain access deeper inside, with Rego flashbacking of the other 2 times where that was the case. Version touches one of the crystals, causing it to change colors. Rego does the same, activating the dimensional scream once again. And like back at the Groudon statue, it's just a voice, which is very plot convenient considering the Pokemon here who is talking. I mean, if we could just see them, that'd be pretty nice, but whatever. I feel like the creators just hope to God the player knows what Azelf looks like, because the hint is that all these crystals need to be the same color, but it's like, oh, what color? It's gotta be the color of Azelf's spirit, the color of willpower, and even the characters are like, what the f does that mean? And for what it's worth, I searched up the color of willpower and I got orange. But listen, I'm a Puyo player, so I'm all about matching those colors, my gamers. So as fast as I made that reference that made no sense, I solved the puzzle. It's blue. Maybe all the blue crystals and the fact that we're in a blue area is supposed to subtly hint at this, but whatever. The crystals start shooting lightning as this huge sort of crystal cave appears. We're really opening the door to Grovyle here. Seeing this kind of reminds me of that dream I had, where I was slowly turning into a crystal, like my hands were becoming crystals and like breaking off. I remember it hurting a lot because like my blood was hardening and like turning into rocks. Yeah, that was weird, Spacey. Anyways, back to the dungeon. It sure is a dungeon. On floor 4, I run into a Floatzel party, and that's pretty gamer epic. I didn't have any defenses for this, and Shinx doesn't learn Discharge until goddamn level 232. So in these scenarios, it's best just to tell everyone to get the hell out of there, man! They're on our asses! No! They got Jello! We gotta get out of here! Okay, I can't make dungeon footage fun, I guess. Ooh, peep floor 6. Look at me still getting tutorial text all this time later. I guess they expected me to find the Violent Seed earlier. Eventually, I finished the dungeon, and we arrive at this open lake area. Say what you will, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon does a really good job at making pretty and interesting looking caves. I mean, they better. Near every dungeon is a damn cave. But seriously, this is good stuff to study. People always think caves are just these boring brown areas, but I don't know, just thinking. We see that familiar glow once more, certain it's a time gear. Virgin points out that there's someone on that island near the glow, and we rush to see Raygo's vision come true, Grovyle defeating the Zelf. A Zelf uses their powers to create a wall of crystals to stop Grovyle. It probably shouldn't have mentioned that if it dies, those crystals will go away, because now Grovyle is just going to kill itself. We save a Zelf just in time, and now we must battle. Even though grass types like Grovyle resist electric moves, I was still doing OD busted damage with Charge Spark. So yeah, needless to say, we defeat Grovyle. Or not, I guess. Why even do a fight? Just let us get smacked like last time. Virgin's about to get slept for good.
It's just a kid. Don't make me laugh.
But Dusknoir suddenly comes in with the clutch. It's clear by this dialogue that these two seem to know each other, but before a proper fight begins, Grovyle vanishes, with Dusknoir giving chase. Meanwhile, Raygo's god dang sleep, like get up! Virgin starts to falter too as everyone else shows up, in classic Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fashion of after all the action has happened. We're taken back to the guild where we eventually recover. Everything is alright. I mean, the world is on the brink of destruction because nobody can stop a single Pokemon running around, but other than that, we're pretty cool. Virgin tells of Dusknoir and Grovyle's supposed relationship, and no, I'm not talking about that relationship yet. An emergency signal is being given out by Magnezone to head to Treasure Town, so let's check it. It's Dusknoir, and to make a long cutscene short, Dusknoir explains that he and Grovyle came from the future. See, in the future, Grovyle is a criminal, so he's going to the past to cause the planet's paralysis, so nobody will catch him or something. I don't know, this plan doesn't sound that great. But Dusknoir explains that he's so knowledgeable because he studied all he could about the world in the future before arriving in the past. And he probably did some stuff behind the scenes depending on when he arrived in the past with his knowledge on future events, but that's not something the game really touches on. Dusknoir keeps apologizing in order to earn sympathy from others, and I swear this is the most annoying thing. I hate when people do this shit. Never apologize to me, that crap is a trigger. With everyone rejuvenated, a new plan is set in motion. Spread a rumor that the time gear is being sealed off for good, which will bait Grovyle out. Well, that seems pretty easy. Everyone's all excited. I like the Magnemite going, "Arrest, arrest!" Fucking cop. Dusknoir tells everyone that capturing Grovyle is his job, and he's going to go alone to do so. So shoot, we don't even have to do anything. It's an actual free day. Kinda messed up that this entire game is just us failing and getting dropped over and over while side characters handle the real plot. Well, that's kinda like real life. We're never as important as others. I spent several more free days screwing around at the northern desert, my home away from home, lungs full of sand from the constant sandstorms as we await Grovyle's capture. And, well, one day, that happens. Yeah, news is out that Grovyle has been captured. And y'all who's watching this better sit the hell up, because we're nearing the best part of the game. Lock in, it's about to get good. We're told that Dusknoir is going to take Grovyle back to the future, and is going to open a dimensional hole to the future in the town square, wanting to say goodbye first. So we go to town, and there's just this large ass portal here now. Imagine a random Pokemon just accidentally stumbling in there, that'd be funny as hell. Dusknoir shows up with 2 Sableye, and Grovyle goddamn bound and gagged. Everyone cheers as Dusknoir gives his farewell speech, and Grovyle is taken away. Before leaving, Dusknoir says he wants to see Raygo and Virgin in particular. And as the two walk up, Dusknoir reaches out and drags them in with him, with everyone wondering just what the hell happened. Now in a strange, gray world, we see Dusknoir atop a tower, consulting to his master, Dialga, about capturing the 3 of them. Dialga orders Dusknoir to kill those who seek to alter history, and he leaves to do so. Meanwhile, we find the 2 waking up in some sort of jail cell, wondering what's happening, as the theme of the future oozes. And this song, and the atmosphere it produces through sound alone, is amazing. And yes, as the 2 realize, they're in the future, wondering how they'll get back. The cell opens as several Sableye pour in, and we're taken away. We find ourselves tied up to poles with a rather absurd amount of rope. Like, this is a tad overdoing it. But it's not just Drago and Bergen, as a 3rd voice chimes in. Grovyle. Grovyle says we're about to die. Bergen tries to understand why by roasting Grovyle, but Grovyle strikes back with a verbal pimp slap, and I'm glad. Shut up, Bergen. A group of Sableye show up, as Grovyle explains they're Dusknoir's underlings. Furthering this, Dusknoir himself shows up, ordering the Sableye right in front of our faces to kill us. If it isn't obvious, Dusknoir is a villain. It's just like what I said earlier about Dusknoir being a villain because he's a ghost type. Oh shoot, Dusknoir is a ghost type Pokemon. He's gonna be a villain for sure. While Dusknoir is giving orders, Grovyle is coming up with a plan. So to put it basically, this is a torture scene of the game. I know, wild. But the idea is that the Sableye will constantly swipe the rope with their claws, eventually tearing through the rope and reaching our flesh, where they will disembowel us and just completely rip us open. There's no hiding it, that's what the game is directly implying. So Grovyle has the plan that as soon as they break the rope and reach flesh, we need to fight back. And as the Sableye attack, we do just that, breaking out. In the midst of everyone's surprise, Grovyle uses a Luminous Orb, which normally just shows us the floor layout, but it also functions as a flashbang, and we escape. Dusknoir and his goons run off in search of Grovyle, as it's revealed they actually all just dug underground. They probably could have just gone away with hiding behind the pillars, but this works too. Grovyle confirms that this is the future as we escape the jail, which I kind of wonder why there's just a random ass jail there, but okay. We finally see the outside world, and it's just as Dusknoir foretold. The planet has been paralyzed. Things such as boulders hang in the air. There is no wind. Everything is seemingly frozen. Bergen wants to take a break, but Grovyle says we all need to keep going. Then, Bergen, they just start getting annoying, saying how they don't trust Grovyle and they don't want to travel with them, with Grovyle just like, yeah, well, what about explaining what Dusknoir just did? And Bergen's like, the great Dusknoir! They start crying about how they should wait until morning with how dark things are, but Grovyle explains that there is no day, there are no mornings. Grovyle explains the planet's paralysis, with Bergen wondering how the planet can be paralyzed if we stopped Grovyle. But Grovyle splits before giving any more info, leaving us to wonder what to believe. You know, even when I was a kid I was like, hey, can I ditch this dude for Grovyle? But whatever. The Sableye are still chasing us, so we must press forward. And wow, the music for the future dungeons is incredible. The violin comes out full force, and the future is just such a cool as hell location, Just look at the first dungeon, Chasm Cave. It's like nothing else in the game. There's no walls. We're walking tight bridges over a massive chasm. A complete void of darkness, as flying Pokemon come from every corner, attacking us from every angle. It's such a cool visual. This is the only dungeon like this. It really feels like we've traveled to a different world. This isn't some cave like most of the dungeons have been thus far. We're outside. This is what outside looks like in this place. Even with all the grinding, this dungeon can be tough. Potentially thanks to another one of the strongest Pokemon in Mystery Dungeon, Drifblim, who has an ability that just straight up lets it attack twice, and when it dies, it blows up, dealing massive damage. We are in an apocalyptic world, where the only remaining beasts are the strong ones who have killed the weak. I will say it's kinda weird on floor 5 that an Onix used Sandstorm. Like, that wouldn't make sense in this world, but I try not to bring up gameplay stuff that ruins story. There's a lot with video games that sometimes it's okay to break immersion for the sake of gameplay. For example, there being a Kangaskhan rock here that still has all of our items from the past. Like, I'm not gonna complain that's there. This is sort of like the Runaway Fugitive arc from Rescue Team, where we get whisked away from the regular game to go on a gauntlet of dungeons. Maybe there's something to be said that these parts of the games are usually the most memorable and greatest parts. Not too far in, we find the exit out. We come across a sort of waterfall, and once again it's such a cool visual, and idea for a visual. Seeing the last second of life in motion before the paralyzing of the planet. It's a shame that there is no Pokemon frozen in time, which is why I commented on Miss Spirit being wrong to run away from the frozen time. That or all the frozen Pokemon just eventually died and crumbled away or something. Bergen comments on the waterfall and once again thinks about what Dusknoir has done. If only there was some way of finding the truth. Buddy, you scared away the truth. In a desperate attempt for answers, Bergen suggests touching the waterfall so Rego can use their dimensional scream to see what happened. Rego tries, but it proves fruitless. Maybe their powers don't work here. Now we're at Dark Hill. Ghost type Pokemon are everywhere, and it's annoying. For those who skip the rescue team portion of the retrospective, Ghost type Pokemon can just no-clip around the map, and if they are inside a wall, they can't be targeted. Even the AI is programmed to just walk past Ghost type Pokemon hidden in walls. I mean, Geopebbles work, but at this point in the game it's a pretty slow process. And getting stunned and pain splitted by a Pokemon in tunnels is kind of a nightmare. This is where having items like radar orbs to see the location of enemy Pokemon would be mad helpful, because fighting in tunnels is not a good idea. Finishing the dungeon, we get another great view of these lights off in the distance. Bergen talks about Dusknoir, how much they looked up to him, as they realized that they were being deceived by him the whole time. It's kind of a sad scene, with Bergen just wanting to go home and wondering if they ever will, thinking about their fellow guild members, how they might feel and what they're doing now. While Bergen seems hopeless, Rego, however, is still determined, and finds the words to make Bergen hopeful too. We need to find Grovyle. Ignoring these nonsensical options, Rego thinks that because Grovyle came from the future to the past, he must know some way to get back. Bergen somehow still doesn't trust Grovyle. Like, dear God, and the player can't even make Rego say they trust Grovyle. It's so obvious. Bergen accepts the idea reluctantly, and we do get a nice little scene with this music, In the Hands of Fate, a music box version of a song we'll be hearing later, and where Bergen thanks Rego, and apologizes for worrying and being so down, when Rego likely feels the same way. we got another dungeon coming up, and so I'll play footage of that, but I just want to talk about everything here. I won't lie, this game's plot has to be one of the most frustrating to go through on a replay through, knowing everything that happens. It's just so irritating to see Dusknoir manipulate everyone. And this is the part of the game where the partner really becomes annoying to me, to the point where I just kinda don't like the partner in this game. How they can so clearly see that Dusknoir is bad, but doesn't believe in Grovyle, who's only bad because Dusknoir said he was bad. Grovyle never got to explain his side, but everyone just assumes he's bad, even though the guy who said he was bad is bad. Bad. Yeah, sure, he's taking the time gears, but he's never once done anything mean without being provoked to do so, and the fact that the partner can so blindly hate on him is upsetting. It's weird how much everyone gets transfixed on Dusknoir. Like, this guy isn't even in the story for that long and people trust him with their lives. Maybe if they introduced him earlier it'd make more sense, but seeing the partner treat him like some sort of hero that has helped him his whole life, it's just weird. And maybe there's another angle that can be seen from this, that the partner was a victim of being emotionally manipulated into believing lies, that they're in a scary place they don't want to be, and they aren't even sure who or what to trust anymore. Maybe there'd be more to understand if we got the ages of these characters. People call the hero and the partner kids, and I'm not sure about the partner. Maybe there's an impressionable young person who could look up and idolize people. I used to idolize people. I'd have a list of names of people on my wall that I worshipped, and here I am now. And I don't do that anymore. I don't idolize or place anyone on a pedestal above me. I'm severely disgusted at just the idea of that. I don't know. I could never see the hero as a kid, but maybe the partner is. But when everyone in town acts the same way, I kinda wonder who's really the kids and who are the adults. And there is stuff to like about the partner, I'll get to that at the credits. But we've already seen them grow from a coward to someone who stands up no matter what. In a way, this moment here we end up seeing the partner at their worst. When the person they valued and have been saved by suddenly shatters their mind with betrayal. But my point still stands. Golly, is this game's story hard to sit through on a replay through. Anyways, this is Sealed Ruin. It's funny with how powerful Spikes and Stealth Rock are in normal Pokemon. I'm not calling myself out, I don't watch that crap, but I'm aware. They're pretty useless in Mystery Dungeon. I mean, maybe with the right setup I can create an AFK loop with a bunch of spikes, but I don't know. Midway through, we see Grovyle making his way through the dungeon. Before long, he hears a voice threatening him for trespassing. Grovyle can't seem to find the voice, but it soon reveals itself as Spiritomb, and they jump Grovyle. I just want y'all to know, I used to always call Spiritomb Spirit Bomb. No farther comment. We make our way through and come across the defeated Grovyle. He warns us of a lurking enemy, and unlike Grovyle, we actually notice Spiritomb. This fight was kinda unfortunate. I missed my spark and got put to sleep. Spiritomb definitely knows what's up, but you can't stop me forever. After defeat, Spiritomb frees Grovyle and hopscotches away. Shouts to Grovyle getting the pronouns right too. He really is above this game. Grovyle explains that Spiritomb went up his nose to paralyze him, which I always thought was kind of random. Like, damn, could they go up your ass too? Maybe that'd be too TMI. Bertrand classifies Spiritomb as a bad Pokemon, but Grovyle explains that a lot of the Pokemon here have turned twisted due to the constant darkness. I always feel like this game teeters on the edge of morality commentary. I can never tell if the kiddish wording of classifying Pokemon as good and bad is on purpose to put it into perspective. It's something we'll see later. Grovyle asks if we believe him, and I do. I think the situation has started to become glaringly obvious, but Bertrand is still on their annoying shit. Like, just believe in him. What else is there at this point? Grovyle attempts to leave, but Bergen says that we may not believe him, I do, but we want to know the truth of everything. We're kinda in a world of confusion, and we need someone to make sense of it all. Agreeing, Grovyle leads us to somewhere to finally deliver us the truth. It's interesting how there's 3 people here but only 2 characters. We find a snuggle location where the Sableye won't be able to spot us. I like how the bottom screen is just a foreboding shot of the sky. It's really cool because while these characters talk, in first person, this is the skyline they're seeing. So it lets us feel like we're with them talking and being reminded of the world we're trapped in with every sentence. Grovyle explains that the paralyzing of the planet occurred due to the collapse of Temporal Tower, governed by a Pokemon named Dialga. Yes, we couldn't keep correct on the pronouns for long, but Dialga is the Pokemon that can basically control time, and when the Temporal Tower collapsed, it lost control of itself and has basically become corrupted by darkness. Primal Dialga. Losing all reason, Primal Dialga seeks one thing: self-preservation, knowing that if time is changed, it will disappear. It is now dedicated to stopping all Pokemon who attempt to change time, which is why Grovyle was stopped, because he went to the past to try to change history, because he's trying to save the world, because he's a good guy. You getting that, buddy? Grovy explains that by collecting all the time gears, he can place them in Temporal Tower to prevent the freezing of the planet. Sure, some areas will become frozen as a result of it, but over time, they'll be restored. I always kinda wish the game would explain more about the world. Why weren't the gears in the tower in the first place? How did they all end up scattered? I feel like this world was just created yesterday. Things placed to make plot sense in the moment, but in the long term, I feel like these things could have been dealt with earlier. But yeah, so Dusknoir lied to everyone. I kinda appreciate Grovyle's inherent flaw of always relying on doing things alone, not telling or explaining to anyone the situation, just trying to accomplish everything by himself. Meanwhile, Dusknoir played things more carefully, gathering knowledge, and I guess appearing earlier in time to gain clout, and retroactively create this enigma of a character that people love, and utilizing those people against Grovyle. I think it's interesting because usually it's the villain who's the loner that dies due to a lack of friendship, but I'm glad it switched around here. I can kinda relate to Grovyle's do-it-yourself mentality, though I guess an alternative version of the story, where Grovyle joins some side villains as a mysterious new addition, who isn't evil but is working with extremely evil people to take the time gears, would be pretty interesting. You know, an unassuming quiet side villain who becomes the main villain and eventually results in an important ally. But I don't mind how this was handled here either. I don't know, the evil group that Grovyle would have joined in that storyline, it could have been like Team Skull or something. Give them something interesting to do than just being boring ass bullies. Despite being told that Dusknoir is an agent sent by Primal Dialga, Bergen still can't believe that Dusknoir would be evil. And I don't know, maybe if he was in the plot longer I'd believe this, but let him go. I feel like Bergen wouldn't act this way if Rego ended up being bad. They'd just be like, you know, if Rego's bad, well, I always knew there was something wrong with them. They were always one of those weird ones. But I guess the partner has always had a trait up to this point of clinging to people, always referencing that they can't do anything without Rego. Rego, finally getting some damn dialogue, really just comes in like a narrator. I don't know why the character never speaks outside of walking in place. I'm pretty sure they spoke at the beginning. Bergen, so dead set, decides to go see Dusknoir personally for answers. And Grovyle, they aren't worth it. Let's just go. But Grovyle tells Bergen to think for theirself and act as they deem right. not listening or clinging to others' thoughts or taking things at face value, but believing and coming to their own conclusions with their own experiences and thoughts. Which, hell yeah. Grovyle himself is planning on meeting a Pokemon named Celebi, who will be able to send him back to the past once more, as it's how he went back the first time. He sets off on his own, welcoming us to join him. The two kinda come to the conclusion that regardless of if they trust Grovyle, which I do, they need to find a way back to their world, and decide to follow. Can y'all just trust the guy? I think I can remember when I was younger, this annoyed me. Y'all gotta let me know if this gets to anyone else. Meanwhile, Dusknoir is scheming something big with Primal Dialga. We reach Dusk Forest with Grovyle. Grovyle says that Celebi should be here, and has the power to send us back to the past. But Celebi might have gotten captured, considering much like Grovyle, it's also trying to reshape history, so we gotta hurry. Reiko has an interesting bit of dialogue here, referencing how they feel a familiar sensation, and I wonder what that could imply. Is it them detecting Dusknoir's schemes? This is a forest covered with fog, so I kinda got the vibe that maybe this is Foggy Forest, but in the future? It really blows me away that this game, which has a time travel related plot, never bothers to show any of the locations we've been to in a destroyed state in the future. Maybe it has and I'm just missing it, but that's like the #1 most obvious cool and dramatic thing to do with a time traveling story. Like, imagine the impact of seeing the destroyed treasure town in the future, standing on the desolate Sharpedo Bluff, no wind or ocean ambience, just complete silence. That would have been so cool. Oh wait, hold on, I just read the wiki. Oh, this is Foggy Forest. Oh my golly, I'm so smart. Okay, well the game also makes this large point about Reigo's sensation and flashbacks to Foggy Forest, so maybe it's obvious, but when I see a flashback in this game I just start mashing the A button. I don't know, I guess I'm slow. My brain is usually only half on while playing games, which usually allows me to still be surprised by potentially obvious plot twists. This may be foreshadowing. Bergen continues to baby about Grovyle stealing the time gears like, oh my god. Grovyle has legit done nothing wrong. Honestly, my spiteful ass would have been like, yeah, you know what, maybe this world ain't worth saving after all. So Grovyle is in our party, and he is just so gamer epic. Higher level than my grinded ass, though to be fair, leveling in this game is still Snailo mode, and he has useful moves like Quick Attack, which goes through allies, and IQ skills like PP Saver that can make moves cost no PP. Like, dude is just strong. And this is actually some good game design that I'll talk about more later. This game does it well, having a partner character prove their usefulness to subliminally make the player like them more. Very underrated game design idea. It's pretty interesting how focused Mystery Dungeon is on making ghost type Pokemon the most annoying things in the game. Like, look at this crap on floor 8. Miss Maggie's is hidden in a wall so I can't target them, and they use Spite to remove all the PP in my last move. Like, buddy, at this point you might as well finish the job and just memento me. I'm ready for it. After enough ghost sticking, we make it to a little clearing. Grovyle says that Celebi should be here, but if it was being pursued, then Celebi's far gone. It takes a bit, but a voice leads into the appearance of Celebi. I have no clue why they decided to make Celebi pink. Like, that's shiny Celebi. And Mystery Dungeon doesn't have shiny Pokemon, because they realized that copy-pasting sprites with slight hue shifts is sort of a big waste of space. Honestly, like Mystery Dungeon so much more than normal Pokemon, that when I hear Celebi or think of Celebi, this is the design that I think of. It's like a totally different Pokemon from the normal green Celebi at this point. Like, this is the weird one to me. Celebi says it's tired of living in this depressing world, encouraging Grovyle not to screw up this time around. I kinda like the idea of just Grovyle continuously messing up and showing up like, hey Celebi, I need a ride. And Celebi's just like, was it Dusknoir again? Grovyle's just like, yeah. And he's like all gagged again or something. Celebi says the passage of time is at the plateau of this forest, and is willing to guide us there. Celebi also immediately recognized Rego as Grovile's friend, which is a very interesting thing to say. I wonder what Celebi means by that. Let's finish up this forest though. I think one of my favorite metronome interactions is when I'm hiding behind Bergen so they can fight, and they just roll beat up, force teleporting the party around the Pokemon. Like, damn, we jumping now? Celebi ain't half bad. Not too great at fighting. I mean, Magical Leaf is pretty decent, but Celebi has Heal Bell, which is a party-wide cleanse, just clears all status effects, and that's mad useful. Eventually, we reach our destination, the passage of time. Celebi goes to open the passage, however, we're interrupted by a familiar foe, Dusknoir. I'm gonna be honest, the song that plays here, The Power of Darkness, like, god damn, just listen to it. This is the greatest soundtrack to be put into a game. Wow. Just as we get ready to fight, all hope is sucked away immediately, thanks to a special guest. It's Primal Dialga. Grovyle straight up folds immediately, apologizing to everyone and surrendering to Dusknoir. But Grovyle says this is okay, as the last time he traveled to the past, he actually wasn't alone. He had gotten separated, but believes his partner he traveled with is still there. So even if he stopped now, his partner will still collect the time gears. And watch what might be the greatest mic drop of a plot twist you all will ever see. Amazing. No build up or nothing, just an immediate hit. That's effective. But yes, Grovile's partner, his best friend, was a human from the future named Rego. The same Rego right here. It's funny to think throughout the game, while we were trying to stop Grovile, Rego was getting flashes of them and Grovile working together to find out the location of the time gears. And once again, we get a godlike track, as Grovile gets completely crushed when he realizes that his best friend was with him the whole time, and they're both about to die. Hearing this tragic music as we see how everything fell exactly into Dusknoir's hands, with discovering Rego, and even getting lucky that Rego lost their memories, so they couldn't remember Dusknoir, that even in this last moment they won't even be able to remember their best friend. It honestly makes me shake. This is up there as one of the best scenes and examples on why this game is amazing. Such a moment for all characters. Rego's entire life getting turned upside down. Bergen finally realizing that they were played by Dusknoir this whole time, and Grovile's final hopes getting absolutely crushed, learning that his friend doesn't even remember him now. It seems all hope is lost as the Sableye close in, as Primal Dialga stares down at us all. Bergen, however, stays hopeful and comes up with a plan, telling Celebi to teleport us a short distance from the portal to run in, and as it is our last option, we succeed in doing just that. However, Primal Dialga is like, what the fuck? and actually stops us mid-time travel. Luckily we can still make a mad dash in, Celebi ultimately staying behind to I guess close the portal. And now, we're back to the world of the present. I love how the first thing the player hears is the sound of the ocean, the color and the ambience not present in the future. Also, this being the same place that Version found us. Grovyle gets a better understanding of what happened. Rego woke up here, but he woke up in Eastern Forest. Yes, the same Eastern Forest Corpfish and Loudred we're told to investigate. I guess it was important after all. Version has a lot of questions, but says we can talk at Wigglytuff's guild. However, Grovyle denies this, as he knows he won't be well accepted there. Even if he could just easily say that he's a different Grovyle, considering we saw the other one get BDSM to the future. But like I said, for character Pokemon, there's only one of each acknowledged by story. Version knows another place. We sneakily cut through Treasure Town off screen, arriving at Sharpedo Bluff, where Version casually pushes that suspicious bush from earlier to reveal a staircase. This was Version's home before becoming a guild member, and damn, what a view. It must be nice to have somewhere like this to go to sleep to the sound of the ocean. Like dang, I kinda wanna live here. We decide this to be our new home, and at night, Grovyle catches up with Rego. It's interesting to think that in the future, there was still a human, which kinda implies that there are human in this world, and they haven't gone extinct. And this is also why I don't really see the hero as a kid in this game. They were teamed up with Grovyle to investigate the planet's paralysis, and I don't know, that just doesn't give the kid vibes to me personally. A kid couldn't survive this, I don't think. Grovyle talks about Rego's dimensional scream. It's this weird and kinda almost forced thing, how Grovyle talks about how Rego's scream only works when a trusted partner is nearby. Like, yeah, we get it, we're besties. But also shows another side of Rego of how scared they were that they had clinged to Version so fast. Rego's ability is only supposed to work in areas near time gears, but Version recalls the different times where that wasn't the case. And believe it or not, we don't need to watch a cutscene of all the examples. No flashbacks, and it still makes sense. Wow. We still get a flashback to that time Rego touched water though. Grovyle explains that the two were using the power in the future to understand the location of the time gears in the past. And a part of me is kinda sad that they revealed this happened in the future, because imagine a version of the story where Rego's visions weren't from the past in the future when they were investigating time gears. Rather the future where Grovyle and them were in this world solving things together and searching for the time gears. An event that would never happen due to their separation, or would only happen now as we are working together, and that would be the foreshadowing to this moment that we would be friends. I don't know, I think that's a neat idea, but maybe I'm making no sense. Grovyle also explains the text at the beginning of the game during the storm was between him and Rego before they got separated, causing Rego to get amnesia and turn into a Pokemon, which is kind of a double whammy. I mean, the more I watch the scenes and understand the story of this game, the more I begin to feel that this was never meant to be a story for a Pokemon game. Like, if they took the same plot, removed Pokemon, they could easily shove it into an original world, which is what makes PMD so fascinating to me. Explorers really is just a semi-mature fantasy dungeon crawler that somebody threw a Pokemon skin mod on. Rego's still in shock and understanding that they were from the future. And it's kind of a sad scene the game never really touches on, where Grovyle explains that the two of them were totally best friends, but Rego doesn't remember anything they did together. Like, dang, that sucks. This is why I don't bother having friends. because it would totally suck when I time travel with them and they end up losing their memories and turning into an animal. It's just not worth going through it. It's still really sad to see Grovyle say that Rego is still their best friend, and he's so glad to see them again. Only for Rego to respond with empty ambivalence, not even sure what to think or say about a person they no longer are. This might honestly be the coldest line in the game. Damn. Grovyle stay holding L's throughout this entire game. The three agree that they will work together to claim the time gears and place them in Temporal Tower. But first, sleep. In the middle of the night, Grovyle wakes up to see Bergen missing. He goes outside to see them staring at the ocean. And I don't know. Just this cutscene where this character says they're still trying to mentally handle everything. Just thinking about everything that has happened. Reflecting on their actions, their friends. Watching the sun rise and talking about the things we take for granted. Like, this can't be a Pokemon game. They really wanted to do something else for this game. I can't even imagine them having a scene like this in Rescue Team, where two characters just talk about life and watch the sun rise. It's just a rather solemn, quiet scene. There's no plot importance to this scene. It's just two people who had a bad relationship bonding and talking about what's happened to this point. Bergen still says their courage comes from maybe Rego standing by them, but I don't think that's true anymore. I think by now, Bergen has really evolved into their own character, from a coward too afraid to get their personal treasure back without encouragement from someone else, to a lot more calm and determined person that's finally able to understand the world they're in. I never checked this, but I always wondered if maybe the partner's character in-game dialogue would change based on story progression, because the partner really does become a different person by the end of the game. It's kind of what makes me feel like that the partner in this game is the real main character. They grow, they have the most dialogue. There's something kind of beautiful that in this world with time travelers, godlike beings, and people with the ability to see futures and pasts, the most important character is just this normal, innocent person that just wanted to be an explorer, and has kind of spent most of the game getting pushed around, talked down to, beaten up, manipulated, but can still come through it all with the courage and determination that even their strong friends with superpowers around them couldn't have. And I think that's really cool. Bergen shows Grovyle their relic fragment, and yeah, they reference the waterfall scene again. Goody. And even though the two suck off Rego for a bit, I like how Grovyle ends the statement by saying Rego is the one who's lucky to have Bergen. Now that these two are done talking, they wake up Rego, and we decide on a course of action. Which time gear do we target first? Grovyle suggests the one he first grabbed, in Tree Shroud Forest, because it has no guards, which is weird. Somebody should be guarding that thing, especially now that there was an attempt to steal them, but whatever. Let's just go. Grovy says something feels weird compared to the last time he was here. And well, I mean, the last time it was storming, so I'd imagine, but here's something fun. On the 12th floor, I get into a monster house and decide to use a decoy orb, which turns a Pokemon into a substitute where it proceeds to just get jumped while we leave. Speaking of fun, isn't it funny that I still haven't learned Discharge yet? This is a 20-floor dungeon and can be a bit of a toughie with the monster house spam, and at one point I died from sexism, but we make it through. Turns out Groval's suspicions were correct. Time is stopping in Tree Shroud Forest, regardless of the time gear being placed back there. Groval snatches that bee and Bergen's about to go baby mode again. Like, shit's already stopped here, let him take the gear. Groval tells Bergen to go get some info on what's happening with the world, and we dip. Later, Bergen reports that the world is slowly freezing, despite the time gears being put back in place, and nobody knows why. Groval really has to spell out the obvious that this is happening because the temporal tower is collapsing. This conversation is weird because I feel like the characters clearly know what temporal tower is, but it's like the game's trying to remind the player of it. Like, shoot, I'm surprised they didn't just play a flashback of Groval talking about it. Farther explaining, Groval tells of how Temporal Tower is in a place known as Hidden Land, and he doesn't know how to find that. So we split up. Groval is going to grab the time gears again, and we need to find out how to get to Hidden Land. Assuming it's across the sea, we go to the beach to think of some way of sea travel, but we end up pretty stumped. Rego decides to step up and make a damn decision for once, saying that we need to go back to the guild and get their help. Bergen is worried that they won't believe us, but I mean, they won't believe us if we never tell them either, so we might as well try. We don't have a way of sea travel yet anyways, so let's roll out. Bergen is still a little concerned on how awkward this is going to be, but steps up anyways, where we're detected. I like the setting here, the sunset being in reference to the first time Bergen was here, but now, the hero is here as well. And it's just stuff like Bergen's determined stepping on the grate, compared to them being too scared to do so, that makes me reflect on the character. Anyways, everyone shows up and they're happy to see us again. Yeah, we're back, baby! We explain the entire story, with Chatot repeating it like, wait, you're saying Dusknoy is an asshat? Yup. Y'all were taken to the future, and now you're back, with Groval stealing the time gears again? Yeah, and now you're looking for some place called Hidden Land? Yeah, that's about it. And Chatot just starts laughing at us, saying we're lying, and he doesn't believe a single word of it. No lie, this might be Chatot's worst moment. But in a rather touching scene, the guild comes together and has our backs, saying, yeah, Dusknoy may have been some great explorer, but Rego and Bergen are one of us, and we believe them. All I'm saying is that Bidoof was the first to speak in our favor. Told you, dude, that guy is a grade A homie. Wigglytuff shows up like, alright, we're all cool with this? Let's go find Hidden Land. But Loudred's like, what about Chatot? And Wigglytuff's like, oh, don't worry, he already believed y'all. And maybe it's because of how much in pain Chatot looks when he's laughing, but I still can't really tell if he's saving face or if he actually did believe what we were saying the whole time. It feels rather ambiguous, like Chatot is the master of being an ambiguous asshole. He's like a nice but with a barrier of being a jerk, with his reasoning just being to see if fellow guildmates had faith in each other. And I'm curious what y'all feel about this scene. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt by saying he believed us the whole time. I mean, it's not like he was reluctant to agree, he's on top of things. Whether that be because he believes us, or he's just a bottom for Wigglytuff, not sure. But I think he was just doing a little trolling. And I won't lie, this ended up being a pretty legendary prank. You know, I think I like Chatot more after this. 2 guild members of yours suddenly appear after being missing for all this time with this desperate story and goal on saving the world, and the first thing you say is cap? Nah, that's just funny. Getting down to business, the guild splits into their separate ways, some going to find information on Hidden Land, others going to warn the Time Gear Guardians not to attack Grovyle, though as time has shown Grovyle can easily sleep them. Wigglytuff suggests consulting with the town elder about Hidden Land, that being that Torkoal that we met at the hot spring a while ago. So we're out. Everyone's glad to see we're back in town, some believing us, some not. I'm glad it's not 100 with everyone. People are on either side of our story, and anyone not there to see us get dragged in by Dustor are likely even more doubtful. I guess there's something interesting to be said about the rather abrupt end of the Adventures of Grovyle arc, just to get back to exploring and allowing the player to start doing missions and playing with their other team members again. It almost feels like a struggle between these 2 different game styles of doing missions over and over, and a more story-focused mission with a set party. I guess what's worth talking about to me is that these fixed story moments that take a break from the gameplay loop also happen to be the best parts of the game. I don't know, I just think that's interesting to point out. This is also where I first met Marowak. Once again, cool gamer, but never bothered with him. Okay, so we're going to go to the hot spring, which we can get to from Waterfall Cave, so let's go. Spacey, this isn't the hot spring. Why are you always at this damn desert? Some cool things happen on these several revisits to the desert. There's no revisiting future dungeons, so this dungeon still has some of the highest ranked missions as it's basically the latest one we've been to. Beautifly finally ends up learning Silver Wind. This is a golly move, attacking all enemies in the room, with every enemy hit causing a chance to proc an all stats up, including a speed up, which means I can just use Silver Wind again and loop it until everyone is gone before they even get a chance to take a turn. I ended up going to Northern Desert so many times that I just started playing my own music over the game. God. But hey, guess what? After hours of grinding, y'all will never believe it, I finally recruited a Cacturn. Sure, goofy pose, but meet Slade. Slade was kinda low-key busted, having Swords Dance, alongside a ton of multi-hitting moves like Bullet Seed, Pin Missile. Combine that with Energy Ball, and this gamer was a sharpshooter. Anyways, with enough grinding I managed to hit super rank before post game, which might be a bit worrying. Let's just go see Torkoal now. Torkoal knows of Hidden Land through passed down stories. It's a hidden place beyond the sea, with the allowance only of those with chosen qualities. This quality is in the form of some sort of proof. What proof? Well, we aren't sure. Torkoal forgot. So we take the information we can and we go on our way, returning to the guild. It doesn't seem like anyone else has found anything, so the best we can do for now is rest up and try again tomorrow. We don't have any leads, so we're kinda stuck. That is, until a Pokemon is detected. It's Torkoal, coming back with an update, saying that the proof needed bears an inscription of a certain pattern. Raigo realizes that this could be Bergen's pet rock that they've been carrying around. Bergen shows the relic fragment, and Torkoal confirms that this is the proof, but it physically doesn't give us much of a lead to go to. Wigglytuff and Chatot say they recognize this inscription, being from a place known as Brine Cave, where their past exploration resulted in them being attacked by a vicious bandit. Everyone's determined though, so we're all gonna get ready and get clappy. I like how they use Torkoal's diagonal sprite here to convey him turning his head to say something before leaving. That's the kind of detail I'd only point out in a stream or something, but I have so many things like this that I always want to say, but they're never important enough to make it into the video. He turny. Chatot and Wigglytuff have a convo, Weeks wants Chatot to stay at the guild so he doesn't get hurt, but Chatot wants to face the bandit that attacked them, leading Wigglytuff to say he gets to ride with us. And hey, Chatot, you're my dog, so you're welcome to tag along. But for now, Wigglytuff has something he needs to do, leaving Chatot in charge. We see Torkoal leaving the guild, until suddenly Team Slump, desperate to stay relevant in this plot as Act 1 bullies, shows up. Hearing of Hidden Land, they take Torkoal away to get more info. And I'm gonna be honest, I never saw Torkoal again. I mean, I'm sure he's at the hot spring, but I don't know, he might have just gotten shanked. As we prepare for the Brine Cave journey tomorrow, we take a stop back at Sharpedo Bluff, where we should probably cover that bush up to prevent intruders, but regardless, we go in to find a letter in classic footprint runes, which I know by now my ass sure can't read. It's a long letter from Grovyle, updating us by saying that he's collected 3 out of the 5 time gears, and have joined up with his elfin friends, thanks to Wigglytuff's guild telling of Grovyle's arrival. He's glad to see people joining our side, but still doesn't want to return to town, unsure if people fully trust him, and also because Dusknoir is likely planning on coming back. Even more likely, he's already here. We just don't know where. So Grovyle is going to keep a low profile for now, only willing to show up at the beach or the bluff. Bergen suggests heading out to the beach in case Grovyle is there. Alright, I wonder if it's going to be at the beach. Wow, thanks for telling me. Grovyle isn't here. Neither is the bubble-blowing Krabbies our partner is so familiar with. We watch the sunset for a bit, as Bergen brings out his fragment. Bergen talks about how our first adventure as Team Love was getting back this fragment, and now we're going to use that fragment to find Hidden Land. This correlation only corresponds to the player who has already played, realizing that the journey began with the relic fragment, and its use at Hidden Land will be how it ends. Bergen continues to take in the lowering sun and the gentle waves as Rego thinks to themselves. That is, until Bergen sees something in the distance. They weren't sure what they saw. Some Pokemon crossing the sea. Regardless, we head to the guild as the sun falls. Team Skull is there too, scheming some shit, I don't really care. While the two sleep, during the night, we cut elsewhere to a different character. The mysterious Pokemon, gliding through the water under the moon. This Pokemon, Lapras, heads to the shoreline to find Wigglytuff. They seem to know each other and start to catch up, you know. Lapras asking about the boyfriend, how everything's going. Lapras is thankful for a supposed promise that Wigglytuff and Chatot have held on to for so long, but Wigglytuff says that promise is going to need to be broken, asking Lapras the meaning behind the pattern they once saw. The next day, we find that Wigglytuff is yet to return, but Chatot is still adamant on heading to Brine Cave regardless of his master, the Guildmaster's absence. Everyone's a little concerned about the Guildmaster not being here, but Chatot's like, "It's all good, gamers, you got me!" And everyone's like, this scene is pretty funny with Chatot like, "What? Am I worthless to you all?" In a mean-spirited game, everyone would have roasted Chatot here, but they're coolin'. They just said they don't like the Guildmaster being absent. And after a short conversation between us, we realized that we don't need to rely on Wigglytuff. And as Chimiko says, with the Guildmaster absent, there's only one among us, god damn it, who can lead. Everyone starts dapping up Chatot as he's crying. Let us excel together. Hell yeah. Wait, what the hell? Damn, Brine Cave was like only an inch away this whole time? Whoa, woga. We arrive at the cave to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, as Chatot explains our mission. getting to the deepest part of Brine Cave where the inscription will be found. He warns us of the vicious Pokemon here, but when questioned, admits he got clapped so fast he couldn't even remember what the attackers looked like. And yeah, attackers. There's multiple. He recalls feeling like he got hit by a tidal wave, assuming the attackers were water types, which is a point for me, because I'll zap them all up. Despite the extreme danger, Shadow oddly orders everyone to split up into different groups. Like, I don't know about that play, Shadow. But enough talk. Let's head in. While Team Slump looms from behind. I always like the Brine Cave song. It's oddly both pretty and upbeat. It's very interesting. Shadow's pretty okay. I only really saw him peck, and he'd probably be a higher level than us if we weren't super grinding. He's comparable to us. Not like it really matters. As 10 floors into the dungeon, Version once again gets schwacked by Team Slump, who takes the relic fragment with the plans of going to Hidden Land. Chatot, learning that he was being played the whole time by Team Slump, gets so pissed he runs off after them, leaving the party for good. And honestly, Chatot could probably take the 1v3, but all four of them are running towards the vicious Pokemon that were warned to us several times before, so needless to say, something's about to go down. And let's just say not everyone's gonna make it out of Brine Cave. There's not too much to do left. I mean, it's about 5 floors until we reach the end of the dungeon. We hear some voices and find Team Slump living up to their name. Being attacked by the aforementioned vicious bandits, they lay schmacked up. Version still cares for them, which I think I still did when I first played this game, but now as an adult I'm just kinda like, yeah. Skunktank says they're all kinda dying, and they were just gonna lay here and die, until Chatot passed by and gave one of the greatest roasts of the century, encouraging them to keep going. They're literally too angry to die. I can relate. Skunktank tries to be cool by throwing out the relic fragment, and allowing us to take it back. But buddy, your dumbass almost just costed the world. We're out here fighting for the future, and you're nothing but history. Skunktank tells us to scatter and go save Chatot, assuring us that they'll be back to their own tricks when they get out of here. Rego and Version leave as we get a surprisingly dark scene with Team Skull, revealing that they aren't actually going to make it out, and Skunktank just wanted to redeem himself before he goes. And with that fade, yeah, we never see them again, even in the post-game. They're presumed dead. I know some of y'all PMD fans are exiting full screen and rushing down to the comments as I speak, and yes, I know, we'll get to Super Mystery Dungeon. Don't spoil stuff, come on. We find Chatot, steamed coral, warning us about the attacker. We look around and can't find anything. Meanwhile, Chatot finally remembers the day he was attacked, and where the attackers came from. I'm really glad they made this a whole moment and scene for Chatot. Chatot tries to warn Rego and Version as the attackers descend, but is too late. They strike us, as it is revealed that Chatot protected Rego and Version. It's a Kabutops. They recognize Chatot from before, defeating him in a similar manner. Chatot gets knocked, and we're next. Well, Kabutops is a water type Pokemon, so Rego? Finish the job, Version? Yeah, this guy didn't even get to fight back. That was for Chatot, baby. The Omastar goons stand no chance either. I don't think any water type can against Rego now. They scatter as we check in on Chatot, and he's not doing too great, but help is here. Wigglytuff and Grovyle show up, alongside the rest of the crew. Wigglytuff is really hurt by not being there for Chatot. We learned that last time this happened, Chatot had defended Wigglytuff from the ambush, saving his life like he did to ours. Even in Wigglytuff's words, Chatot is his invaluable partner. I mean, goddamn. Chatot is glad to hear these words as he falls over. And no, don't worry, he's not dead. Grovyle assures and says he needs to be taken back to the guild pronto. Wigglytuff and the rest of the guild stay behind to help Chatot, while Grovyle, Rego, and Bersian go ahead to the inscription. You know, some people don't like Chatot, but I do. Grovyle explains he was led here by Wigglytuff, and was planning on finding Rego and Bersian anyways, as he now has the 5 time gears needed to save the planet. We arrive at a rather pretty scene of the cave opening up to the sea, light pouring in. Across from this, however, on the wall is something odd. Rego and crew notice it as the inscription, and not just any inscription, the same one on the relic fragment. Bersian brings it out, and there seems to be a reaction between the two, causing a beam to fire from the wall to the sea. From the beam arrives a familiar face. It's Lapras. He's been filled in by Wigglytuff already, and announces himself as the guide to Hidden Land. Lapras says the beam of light is the signal for being allowed entry to Hidden Land, and Lapras will lead us to it. And so, we step on. Night falls as we see events unfolding at the guild. Successful in saving Chatot, Wigglytuff confirms that he'll be fine. Sunflora asks about what happened during the first time, where Wigglytuff explains that Chatot defended him and got knocked out. Wigglytuff easily sent them packing, but didn't know what to do. That's when Lapras came to save Chatot. This smoothly transitions to Lapras explaining the same story to us. Lapras further tells that he had chosen to save Chatot, but made a promise to Wigglytuff. Lapras was unsure if Wigglytuff came here on good intentions, but made him promise to never tell anyone of this place or the inscription in it, for the sake of the world. Wigglytuff held up with that promise, leaving Brine Cave relatively unexplored, at the very least, the inscription left unexplained. I mean, I'm sure people still went to the cave, and it's not that far away. The reason for this, as told by Lapras, is that beyond Hidden Land lies the Temporal Tower, where Dialga is. It's hard to explain, but in the need to defend the Temporal Tower, Dialga hid it within a gap of time. While seemingly unreachable, there lies one key to gain access to that gap in time, the relic fragment. When Wigglytuff put the pieces together that Bersian had the key, he set up this arrangement. Talking to Lapras, he learns that the relic fragment chooses who it allows to be with, and it has chosen Bersian, due to their pure heart. God damn, that song makes me shiver. Alongside basically all the music we're gonna hear until we hit credits. we've reached Hidden Land. God, listen to the music of Hidden Land and Hidden Highland. I long for this kind of music that evicts these emotions. It's hard to tell what they make me feel. Just an overwhelming sense of fantasy and nature. This overwhelmingly peaceful song as we're somewhere far from society, far from the world, this beautiful forest. But yes, in the distance we see the temporal tower. Floating in the sky, Lapras explains that we'll have to take the Rainbow Stone ship to reach there, found at some old ruins. Lapras wishes us luck as we venture forth into Hidden Land. I like how on the first floor, Version finds the Shockwave TM. Like, Rego buddy, you're gonna need this. But I already had Shockwave. Still waiting on that discharge though. This is a legit hard dungeon. You know it's endgame of a Pokemon mystery dungeon game when they start throwing in the Tropius. But powerful Pokemon from all corners, and monster houses everywhere. Around Sunflora I managed to get a huge Stairs luck streak, like I did with Surrounded Sea and Rescue Team. Kinda lucky, but I am missing out on listening to this track for longer. But on floor 15, I found a way to spend my time, as I stumbled upon a Pokemon trap, but it didn't activate. The Pokemon trap turns all discarded items in a room into Pokemon, which means I could, this is called building your own monster house. I was actually pretty sad. It didn't turn every item into a Pokemon, but this is still nice for XP. After floor 15, we reach Hidden Highlands, where that one incredible song from before starts playing. Like, God, this song is beautiful. Hidden Highlands is more of the same. However, on floor 4, I reached level 41. Finally allowing Rego access to discharge, allowing me to set up charge-discharge combos. Though sadly there's no Lincoln around here, so I'm sticking with Charge Spark for now. I guess I haven't explained, but discharge is a powerful move that targets all enemies in the room, so it kind of fits the bill for a good ass move in a mystery dungeon. Also, yes, I've been rocking electric only moves for a while now. It's all Shinx gets to learn. After a bit of exploration, we come across some old ruins, depicting events of the world. Seeing these and wondering about them while hearing this music, this is what I imagine being an explorer is to me. Mix this with the yellow sky, just gives this otherworldly feel that would forever affect how I see the world. Maybe one of the coolest parts about the idea of exploring to me is being able to understand a world that we're no longer in. The lives of people and what they left behind, and what it all means, and what meaning we can get from it ourselves. I'm glad they included this screen here. It's completely irrelevant to everything, but it's just there to add a bit of mystery to the world. Now I'm surprised nobody mentioned Dialga here. Grovyle says the Rainbow Stone ship must be ahead, and we arrive at a temple of the ruins. At the top we find a strange hollowed out spot in which something can be placed. This was also the screen showed way back at the beginning of the game. There's a tablet written in unknown language, which is funny because that's something I could read. Grovyle studied this extensively in preparation and can translate it, which I always liked that detail, with Grovyle also already knowing about Hidden Land. It shows how serious Grovyle was about this, and giving a deeper image of what he did in the future. He finishes the translation, saying that what we're standing on is the Rainbow Stone ship. The indentation here is where Bergen needs to put their relic fragment in order to activate the ship and take us to Temporal Tower. Bergen's about to fit it into the hole, but someone interrupts us. And honestly, Bergen just put it in there fast. You don't understand what's about to happen. But too late. Sableye rushed the scene, as we see none other than Dusknoir. Give him some bonus points. His plan to stop us was just to wait here for us to come. We were playing in his hand the whole time, with no other option. Underratedly genius villain. And with him being connected to Primo Dialga, getting here was no trouble. The Sableye take us away, leading towards the dimensional hole. If we go in there, we're finished for good. And not just us, the world. But we fight back, knocking the Sableye away, as once again this godlike music plays. I was basically shivering through all of this, and watching it back I still am. Dusknoir gets into boss jumping position as we're surrounded, ready to finish us off. The music that plays here is a unique boss song for Dusknoir, and I always thought that was neat. He really was the main villain of this game. Sadly, the fight is undercut, as I just discharged most of his Sableye and then overpoweredly destroyed Dusknoir. But in the cutscene we get slapped. Alright. Dusknoir begins to charge a super shadow ball from his stomach. I don't remember that being in the move list. And in a moment that's more funny than it should be, our best plan is to ping pong it back at him. I mean, just listen to the sound effect that plays. It works, and Dusknoir is defeated. The Sableye scram, as Grovyle tells Bergen to start up the stone ship, while we watch Dusknoir. Dusknoir, down, reveals something massive, asking Grovyle if this is really what he wants. As restoring the Temporal Tower will erase the future world and all those in it, including Grovyle, Dusknoir, Celebi, Rego. Rego is shocked to hear this, but Grovyle confirms that it is the truth. Grovyle says that this was always the plan, and everyone was ready for it. He was, and so was Celebi, referencing Celebi's dialogue of finally being spared from the dreadful world of the future. Even Rego agreed with this back when they were a human. There's no other way to put it. In order to save the world, we're going to have to die. Rego finds their determination to act in this moment and sacrifice himself for the future and for the world, because life goes on. The two reflect that Bergen will be absolutely crushed by their partner, leaving them forever. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to this all, Bergen inserts the fragment, activating the stone ship and finally completing their quest of fulfilling the purpose of their treasure. Grovyle and Rego see this and are about to join, when suddenly The two don't even get to think of the loss of their friend. As the stone ship is about to go, Bergen begins to collect the time gears, using the idea that they will create a world where Grovyle can be happy to keep them going. But as we know, that won't happen. There is no more Grovyle, and soon there won't be any more Rego. I don't think it matters how many times I play this game and see this scene, it always gets to me pretty dang hard. Grovyle lived such an awful life. Unbeknownst to Bergen, this will be Rego and theirs final journey, and they head off to the stone ship. We step on the rainbow stone ship as it takes off towards Temporal Tower, and no kidding, that is a pretty rainbow trail. Arriving near the base of the tower, we march our way to the entrance of Temporal Tower, the final dungeon. The tower is falling apart as we rush through it, and if y'all really want to hear the power of a leitmotif, just listen to this part of the song. Absolutely masterful. This is a hard dungeon. Powerful Pokemon with room-hitting moves and status effects, always seeming to come in groups. It's a real showcase of the skills and knowledge the player has on their hero and their partner, knowing when to swap between the two, utilize their items, everything. It's a good challenge. And it's not like Rescue Team where we could bring in a friend we made along the way. It's personal. It's just Rego and Bergen, and everything we know about them is put to the test. Not too long in, we reach the Temporal Spire. The Pokemon are even tougher, and the music, replacing the determining and daunting action-packed music to motivate us, is now instead this rather somber ticking, a contemplative piece to make us think of all we've been towards as we walk the final steps of our journey, the final steps of Rego's life. In the part where it just ramps up to this deterministic section, as if this is the main character's thoughts, unsure, but ultimately ready to end their life and save the world. Another 10 floors later, and we reach the pinnacle. The music gone. Now just the wind blowing around us with the ticking of a clock to the world's end. On top of the tower, we find a tablet with indentations, fit for the 5 time gears in our possession. However, before we can place them in to save the tower, we're stopped. Our attacker reveals itself, Primal Dialga. We have no choice. If we want to save this world, we're going to have to stop Dialga. Thus, the final fight begins. Hearing this absolute culmination of these bits of leitmotif throughout the soundtrack, leading to the opening of this song, is a better experience than some entire video games. I wish I could experience this for the first time again, and be as blown away as I was when I first did. If we're doing this, we're gonna do it right. I start by petrifying Dialga, giving a violent seed to Rego and Version to max our attack power. Dialga has the IQ skill Intimidation, which can straight up nullify attacks. OP as hell. But luckily, it'll only move when struck, so it's okay to whiff now. Though funnily enough, I whiffed so many times that Dialga became unpetrified. Now that's just unlucky. Dialga unleashes its signature move, Roar of Time, a full screen hitting powerhouse of a move, so strong the user needs to spend a turn just to recharge, giving us time to decide if we should heal or attack. Regardless, Version doesn't really do anything because of that IQ that makes you step back when missing never makes the AI bother to come back, but it's cool. Rego can handle this theirself. Dialga is defeated, and we rush to fit the time gears in as the tower begins to fall apart, on the brink of destruction. We place the time gears in, but nothing seems to happen until we white out. We awaken, the tower no longer shaking. A voice introduces itself, Dialga. No longer corrupted, Dialga states the tower has survived, and projects to us visions via telepathy, of previously frozen places saved, the world, the people in it, happy, and temporal tower, still standing. The world is saved. Dialga thanks us for all we have done, and says it will focus on repairing the tower, while we can take the stone ship to see Lapras and leave. And that's what we do. Beginning to make our way to Treasure Town, the music is replaced with the sound of heavy wind, and the ticking of a clock still present, this time not for the end of the world, but the end of Rego's life. Damn. What an ending. I can see why this ruined people. Everything that started with going to Hidden Land is just a step above everything else this game has had so far, and a step above most games. Even writing this script, I was so much more interested in writing these parts out, because honestly, a lot of the stuff that came before this just wasn't hitting, with Team Skull's childish BS. And sure, Dusknoir's manipulation is good on a first time playthrough, but it's an absolute unfun slog to sit through again. The future part was good, even though it was bogged down by how annoying the partner was. Still, this game ended really strong, golly. I kinda wish we did get to play those months out with version. No longer having Rego, seeing how they adjust and learn to improve as an individual without the need for Rego. I think moving on is an important theme in this game, because life goes on, right? But well, we're at the credits, and while there's definitely still more to this game, I think now's a nice time for intermission. I don't really know what to talk about, I never do. And I know what y'all are probably thinking. Ooh, talk about the manga and anime adaptation, Spacey. And buddy, one, patience. There's more than just looking at the official games I have planned for on this retrospective. And two, I want to talk about stuff not about the plot we just sat through. This is supposed to be more adjacent to that. A break to talk about some neat things. With that in mind, let's just spurt the mind on random stuff. Like, remember how I said that the story kind of hits different if you have a Trico for a partner? A Pokemon that evolves into Grovyle? Trico has a lot of meaning, with headcanons on partner Trico being the past version of Grovyle there to help his partner. People talk about Hero Trico, and the relationship idea of Grovyle and the hero being so close that when the hero turned into a Pokemon it ended up being Trico, which is an interesting take. It really changes the story to have a Trico in your party. How about the time gears? This one is a bit of a spoiler for one of the special episodes, but there's 5 time gears. The ones guarded by the Lake Guardians, the Tree Shroud Forest one, and this one confirmed one I haven't told y'all about from one of the special episodes. But the partner believes that there was one by a volcano. However, we never see or hear about this one, which is interesting when it's considered that the Tree Shroud Forest one is the title screen of Explorers of Time, and this special episode one is the title screen for Explorers of Sky, but Explorers of Darkness uses this volcano one. People say this time gear was just an in-universe rumor, but surely they wouldn't use a fake time gear for something like the title screen of a game. I have 2 beliefs. One, they retconned it. As the special episodes were exclusive to Sky, which came out 2 years later, they just decided to change the location of the volcano time gear to somewhere else. Which, from a more outward perspective, this time gear is canon in Time and Darkness, assumed to be grabbed off screen by Grovyle, but not in Sky, when Grovyle instead grabbed this one. It's almost like 2 different worlds. My personal headcanon is that there is more than 5 time gears. I think that it's odd that there's 5 specific places where time gears are. I don't know why just those 5 places. Across this whole planet, later revealed to be just a continent, it's just 5 time gears? Why just on this continent if that's the case? And now that they're in Temporal Tower, then what was the significance of them being in those specific places? They should have been in the tower the whole time. That's why the indentations were there. But that's regardless of the point. I think it's like a battery. There's more than 5 time gears, but we just need 5 to save the Temporal Tower. But maybe at some point these time gears will run out of charge or something, and more will need to be gathered from other places. I don't know, that's just my theory. There's a ton of fanon for Mystery Dungeon, from shipping culture, which, I don't know, I may have grown past it, but I guess even when I was younger I was noticing some stuff. Maybe it was just me filling in my own desires, but what I'm trying to say is that these two definitely bang, and we'll determine that upon revisiting Super. There's some theories I want to talk about, for example the Wigglytuff theory, but sadly that's a post-game theory, y'all gotta wait on that one. Did y'all know that Explorers of Sky, alongside Rescue Team, had re-releases on the Wii U Virtual Console? Yeah, they were ported to the big screen. Nobody ever talks about these ports, but they're still available, at least at the time of making this video. From what I've seen, it's not the most quality. Like, just 2 screens on this soulless black background. If these games ever get ported nowadays, at least give a border and some customization options. But I don't know, there's better ways to play this game on a bigger screen. Let's talk about some dialogue stuff. I remember reading people studying and saying that the partner Pokemon has slightly different dialogue in dungeon, maybe even out of dungeon, with dialogue determined on what Pokemon it is and certain groups. I'm not too sure on it all. What is better documented is that the hero Pokemon having different dialogue based on gender. Yeah, not the actual personality, but gender. It's more noticeable in the Japanese version, and while it's still there in the US version, the dialogue differences usually end up being pointlessly identical, proving that gender truly is worthless. Though I like these debug ones. Male, I'm disappointed, but I'm a boy. Female, I'm a girl. I think it's interesting how much remaining data there is from Rescue Team in this game. Like, yeah, it makes sense. Just funny to think that they threw everything from Rescue Team in here and ended up leaving quite a bit. I mean, hell, even the debug menu area for Explorers of Time and Darkness is the Pokemon Square. I'm sure it was just the quality of the video I found on it, but something about this scuffedness gives the town a sort of abandoned feel. I was listening to some ambient nostalgic music, and there's just something sad about this. With how many characters from Rescue Team are in Sky, from the Kecleons, the Kangaskhan, Wigglytuff, Xatu, I always imagined the Pokemon Square could have been abandoned. I don't know, stuff like debug rooms and the like of breaking the game to find things have always interested me, and the way of seeing developer ideas ultimately getting scrapped, but also in a more emotional, creepy way. Maybe I should have mentioned this in my Halloween video. I think there's an underrated horror aspect of breaking a game and having it be aware of finding things you shouldn't. That's up there as one of the creepiest things in games to me. That sudden feeling where it really feels like you aren't alone anymore. Always wanted to include something like that in my games. A sort of check to detect if the player is cheating somehow, and suddenly transforming the game into something very different. Fun, happy games having dark secrets that suddenly flip the genre and theme on its head to something more sinister. Maybe true fear has always been that feeling of breaking the rules, the anticipation that I'm going to be punished by something for it. Maybe that's a mix of my paranoia and a mix of how I was raised. Don't step out of line. But sometimes breaking a game can give me some of the biggest thrills. From what I read, Explorers of Sky had an anti-piracy detection for the Korean version that would crash the game and glitch up some floors on a dungeon. Not creepy on its own, but knowing that I'm breaking the rules adds something to that. I always seek to be alone, but it's funny that being alone results in one of my biggest fears coming into reality. The idea that there's always going to be someone else, and they might find me. Anyways, I'm mentally unwell, so let's get back to Mystery Dungeon. I'm glad I found something potentially interesting to talk about, and definitely unrelated. Y'all want to hear more about my weird video game fears? Watch the Halloween video. I think it's kind of fascinating. Thank my trauma for making me interesting, I suppose. But as for now, we gotta get to post-game. And we're gonna be here longer than Rescue Team, I think. So, let's dig in and have fun. With the end of credits, we're at the restored temporal tower. Dialga could feel Bergen's sorrow as they left on the stone ship. If Bergen and Rego agree with the same idea, then Dialga shall grant Bergen a gift. Yeah, gamer! Dang, they really took me back to the title screen with Grovyle on it. I wonder if he's alive now. Oh well, we'll have the answer to that question later. But yeah, once again the hero gets revived or brought back. And in this one, yeah, it kind of makes sense. I just wish we got to live without Rego for a bit, so we could relate to the loss of the character we've been raising through this whole game, and feel what the other characters have felt. But whatever. I like how on the adventure log here, I've barely made any progress. Like, yeah, that's PMD postgame for you. In order to celebrate postgame, I decided to change my frame type, which yeah, is an option in this game. I like this one here because it has green in it, and the border should have always been green instead of dumbass gender colors. Postgame opens with telling us that the world is saved, but it's still slowly being healed, which makes sense because Dialga is still working on repairing the tower. But gameplay wise, means that there's more dungeon fun times to go through. Rego and Bergen decide to return to the guild, where they spend the next several months, until one day, graduation. Yep, today's graduation day. Corpfish asks why we get to graduate when everyone else has been along way longer. And buddy, we saved the world. How about you? We have to take an exam in order to pass, however. One Loudred tried but ended up failing previously. Which got effed up because Loudred had to do it solo, meanwhile we're gonna do it together. Wigglytuff says our mission is to explore the depths of Mystifying Forest, to find a place called Luminous Spring, where Pokemon once went to evolve, but sadly time shenanigans have removed that ability. Our job is to obtain a treasure there, but we're warned of a dangerous being dwelling in the forest, the Grand Master of all things bad. What may be our most dangerous foe yet. With how much Wigglytuff is hyping up this Pokemon, I kinda wonder why nobody has done anything about this. Like, y'all know this supervillain exists, and you're sending us to die? Alright. We try to cheat by asking Loudred about this Grandmaster, but he gives us a warning that we'll be clapped beyond belief, before running away. Guess let's just go there and see what happens. I like how we can ask other teams about the Grandmaster of all things bad, and they're like, what the hell are you talking about? A pretty important note is this one Poochyena mentioning that in these post-game dungeons, Pokemon we'll encounter will have IQ skills to give them advantages in battles, and being able to use items, things that only bosses could do previously. We ended up talking to Teddiursa and Ursaring in town, who say they're going to Mystifying Forest. Bergen tries to warn them of the Grandmaster, but they say they play there all the time. They have no clue what we're talking about. As this is our personal exam, we can't bring any of our teammates, so it's a duo journey. Get used to that for the post game. Always like the song that played here. It's very, well, mystical, mystifying, and fitting. I know, these post-game dungeons are actually going to have songs unique to them. How kick-ass is that? On the second floor, we see what Poochyena meant by wild Pokemon having IQ skills now, as Torterra is using Bodyguard here. I made sure to strategically link my charge and discharge moves together before heading out. I don't know, something tells me I might need it. And it made monster houses pretty breezy, don't have to worry too much about these anymore. 13 floors of me struggling over grass types that give like no XP later. We arrive at a clearing, in an area with a suspicious grass pile. We find Teddiursa and Ursaring. wondering if we found the Grandmaster yet, but we report negative. We say we're looking for Luminous Spring, which they welcome us to follow to. That is, until we step on the suspicious grass, and it turns out it's a pitfall trap.
My life is shit.
The hole closes itself, shrouding us in darkness. Laughing from another reveals that we aren't alone. The Grandmaster of all things bad is here, and so are their minions. We're surrounded, and the jumpening is upon us. That is until the lights turn on and we see it's the guild. Everyone's confused. One of the minions asks a Bidoof why he moved the covering, who responds by saying that he thought it'd be too dark for everyone down there. The Grandmaster is undeterred, however, and is ready to take us out. God, this part is goofy. Alright, there's a lot of gamers here. I nearly half the population with just one charge-discharge snap, and the next wipes most of them out. It doesn't take long until it's just us and the Grandmaster, and we chumpster him. The Grandmaster and his minions climb out and scurry away from the pit, as we come out, wondering what just happened. We move on to Luminous Spring, with Ted and Ursa. They're debating opening this treasure box, but once we tell them that it's probably the treasure for our exam, they let us open it. Rago Dimensional screams it to ensure that it was indeed Wigglytuff's placing, which feels a bit unnecessary, but whatever, we gotta bring that power up sometime. Opening it rolls out a perfect apple, and we collect it. Suddenly, flashing occurs as the spring itself begins to light up. It has regained its power of evolution as time has fixed itself. Teddy Ursa tests this out and becomes an Ursa ring. Bergen tries to evolve too, but gets blocked, saying that their existence is causing some sort of distortion of space. This includes Rago, something about us related to space distortion, whatever the hell that means. So Bergen says F it, I say F it, and we F it. Back to the guild. We are congratulated for passing the exam, which I kind of wonder how this was all thought out. I mean, anyone could have taken the treasure, and what if Ursa Ring and Teddy Ursa fell down that pit trap y'all set up? But whatever. I guess they had the trap avoider IQ turned on. Now, because we're graduated, we don't actually get any benefits, no. Our reward is that we now can no longer sleep here, so we just got kicked out. I mean, sure, we don't have to be ordered around by Chatot anymore, but they still take us some of our money for missions. So it's basically how Bergen puts it. Nothing has really changed. But we do get some more rewards, like bigger bag, some startup dollar, special episode in the future of darkness? Huh, I wonder what that could be about. Anyways, I will say I'm glad that post-game opens up on this goofy arc after the more heavy stuff of the endgame. Post-game in this game is a bit different from Rescue Team, as here it's really just a continuation of the plot with new chapters and the like, but with some side stuff to do as well. So no lie, my coverage of the Rescue Team post-game was pretty messy. I was sort of just bringing up whatever happened to me in order, but I think this time around I'm just going to stick with telling the story and explain all the other quests I did afterwards. As we no longer have a room in the guild, we set up our new base of operations in Sharpedo Bluff, which is a lot more of a pleasant place, and I like the happy music that plays here to pump us up. So this will be our new starting point for the rest of the game, and while y'all might point out that it's better than the guild, in remindance of my dislike of Treasure Town's layout, as I said before, this place is problematic too in different ways. Sure, the first shops we see are Kecleon and Kangaskhan, but to access my banked money to shop, I have to go to Duskull Bank on the next screen, so I'm already going back and forth starting out. Checking out the shop to see if I want anything, getting money if so, and then running back to the shop. Meanwhile, to get missions or to access Krogung's swap pot, I have to travel across the whole town just to reach the guild, where then, knowing my mission, I have to go back to storage just to make sure I have everything ready, stop at the bar, and then leave. Who knows, maybe there's a bottle at the beach, gotta go down there too. It's so time consuming. It doesn't matter where they start me out at in Treasure Town, the town itself is the problem. But shut up, we got more Team Tasty dialogue. Hey Rumpel, isn't it great? The world's back to peace and all. When things are this mellow, don't you find yourself getting hungry? What? Hungry? Eep! Yeesh! Let me ask you a question. Try to guess what I really want to eat right now. Yeesh! Rumpel, can you guess what I most want to eat right now? Eep! Tell me these two aren't the best characters in the game. Grovyle? Novile. Okay, listen. I said I wouldn't be talking about side stuff, but I mean if I come across this stuff, I'll mention it. I'm told something's going on in Marowak's dojo. Going in, we find a new hole opened up. Marowak explains that their grandpa had told them of a very dangerous cave that had to be sealed off. This is Final Maze. And no, I never did it. I don't think there's any reason to. You get like a crappy ass brown bow. See ya. Going to missions, I found one telling me of finding a mystery part. This is pretty important. This is a mission that will only show up once I reach a certain rank. The mystery part is an item that when held in the player's inventory will guarantee the appearance of legendary Pokemon while going through dungeons. This jump scared me when I randomly entered a floor and saw Deoxys. I will say this is a little less hype when you learn that they only spawn on certain floors of certain dungeons. It's very set and not randomized, but it's still pretty fun, I guess. After some free days, we find Octillery and Mr. Mime talking of big news in the cafe, so we go in and listen to yet another speech. Spinda talks about Sky Peak, a super tall mountain whose route has been destroyed. A mysterious mountain that has been left unexplored. Who knows what could be there? Spinda says that they've gathered their squad from Project Plus and reclaimed the path. Not only that, but discovering a hidden village. And we aren't talking ninjas? Whatever. We're talking shaman. So we got legends of big treasure and a large ass mountain path to explore. And that's nice. I like this arc a lot because it's like all about mystery and exploration. The beginning of post-game really feels like being an exploration team. Also, this is Explorers of Sky exclusive content, and why this game is called Explorers of Sky with Shaman on the opening. Kinda weird that the game is named after one arc in the post-game, but I guess it makes sense. The game really wants us to do this, like it's required, but until we finish this arc, we can't use the recycle shop or the drink mixing. Chimico also reveals a new special service for Assembly. Much like Rescue Team, we can now choose anyone to be the leader. It feels weird that we were locked out of this the whole time by Chimico, and now we're allowed to do it, rather than the main characters agreeing that they should allow other people to be the leader. Like, what gives you the right to hold me off from making my own decisions, Chimo? And this is pretty nice because, I don't know, Rego was pretty boring. Like, god dang, finally off this character. But then again, you know, Rego is pretty strong. And I just don't trust the AI using him. I mean, the AI doesn't understand Rego like I do, you know? Though this game does adjust the text of the hero and supposedly the partner when talking to them to still retain their character. But I will complain that the switching party members mid-dungeon has been completely removed. And while I admit it's kinda cheesy with how I can just run out the belly and switch party members, I mean this game's already pretty easy, so if you're not gonna give me a challenge then at least let me have fun. Honestly, they should have doubled down on this mechanic and had it been throughout the entire game that I could just swap between me and my partner, but whatever. Okay, I know y'all are leaning back half asleep, but wake the hell up because this is basically the coolest part of post-game here. We meet a shaman who introduces us to the village, seeking to guide us to Sky Peak, but they haven't gotten to do this in a while due to an earthquake that tore up the route a while back. And I kinda wonder if this is a reference to the constant earthquakes of Rescue Team. Bergen tries to ask about the supposed treasure of Sky Peak, but Shaman says they're only a guide, and what people discover by this journey is for themselves, or something like that. Shaman offers us to be a guide, and I mean, sure, why not? Shaman is cool. I'll kick off Cole's arc or something. Shamey says they'll be waiting for us, so we can chill around the village for a bit. There's some delivery service here that's still being prepared. Some shaman talks about mysterious hidden staircases, I don't know about that. Most notably here is Team Frontier, Project P's survey team, consisting of Machoke, Breloom, and Mawile. These three are pretty cool, and they help give out surveys so players can give feedback on what they think about the mod. There's also some loser Sneasel here to get treasure, whatever gamer. But with everything ready, let's go. Sky Peak is kind of a long dungeon with many stops through many stations. Like any Sky exclusive content, the music here is extremely good. Some of my favorite dungeon music. There's some tracks here I really like. Y'all might notice something weird happening with my map. And yeah, I managed to do a mission earlier to finally grab me some X-ray specs. And they still rock. First station is like 3 floors. The first station clearing has some gamers around. A Heracross forgot an Oranberry and asked me for one. And buddy, I don't have one either. Throughout the dungeon, we see Team Frontier's crews setting up a gondola system to help with traveling to previous stations. We're told of Sky Gifts, a sort of present to give others, but opening it yourself will reveal itself as empty. I wonder how that works. As we continue, we see less and less of the people originally gathered as the climb gets tougher. From cheery grass music to slower, contemplative music on snowlands. At one point around the 4th clearing, I believe, Octillery comes in telling us that Sneasel is getting picked on by some Pokemon in the 5th clearing. Team Frontier runs off and we follow to find Sneasel getting attacked by some Carnivine. Shaman tries to stop the fight, but it's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and nobody listens to reasoning, so it's battle time. We aren't alone this time, as for the first time we have third-party helper Pokemon. Team Frontier is here, and they can handle this fight pretty well. I just sat back and discharged. The Carnivine explained that they basically got robbed by that Sneasel and they were just trying to get their stuff back. So basically, Sneasel is a jerk, but we already knew that. It doesn't take long for karma though, as we find Team Frontier surrounding a downed Sneasel. We tell them to wait, as Shaman knows of a rescue expert on a future clearing. The thing about Sky Peak is that Pokemon can't be rescued here. There's never any missions to do here, which makes it pretty interesting. At the 8th clearing, we come across the rescue expert, Ampharos. Yes, an explorer named Ampharos. I wonder if this character will be relevant later. Ampharos snatches Sneasel and tends to him while we move on. As we continue the treacherous climb, nearing the summit, Shaman begins detecting that something is off. We reach that summit and it appears to be covered in a purple mist. This is revealed to be by a group of Muck and Grimer. This scenario is a little odd, because Shaman hasn't been here for a long time, so the Muck and Grimer have claimed ownership of it, and now we're just kicking them away? So once again, Team Frontier is here to help us out. The only problem here is that Raygo's discharge kinda takes everyone else out before they can even approach us. After defeating them, they realize that their home isn't the summit and decide to return elsewhere on Sky Peak to where they belong. Shaman ends up absorbing the dirt of the area and cleansing it. Whoa! As the few people who actually made it to the summit, our reward, the treasure of Sky Peak, is this view. I think this is one of the most standout, memorable moments of Explorers of Sky to me. I legitimately believe this is important. It's like Shaman said, the value of the treasure depends on if we view this site as a treasure. This embracing love of the world and nature, and the value we take from just it being able to exist. Even upon revisiting the dungeon, there's nothing to earn for the whole trek up, but being able to stand and being asked if we want to see the view from the mountain again. Stay here as long as we want until we feel like leaving. This was always something that stuck out to me. I don't know, I'm someone who likes to get lost in moments, stare emptily at sights, get lost in worlds, take it all in and breathe. I think there's something nice that the treasure and reward for doing this is just being able to see the world. I can imagine a number of people thinking that this is pretty boring, like where's my gameplay reward? There's something interesting about that. After enjoying ourselves enough, we decide it's time to return home. Shaman eats a flower or something and Digi forms into, this? This is Skyform Shaman, and they use their powers to fly and take us back to Shaman Village, which seems wild because it nearly implies that we're riding on Shaman, but maybe we're like riding the slipstream? Yeah, like in Sonic Riders. That game was cool. So we cruise down to the base and return to Treasure Town, spending the night in the cafe, drinking it up and talking about the expedition and just hanging out with everyone. Honestly wish we could actually see this. Just all the characters chilling out and talking about this adventure. I like the side of Mystery Dungeon where it isn't always some looming catastrophic event, just the small going-ons between groups of explorers, our own personal story of team love, writing out our tale and the things we see. I sure hope the post-game stays like this. The next day, Version is still happy from our last adventure, and asks if we think exploring is fun, which is a rather odd question. Like, if I say no to this, shut the game off? Like, damn, okay, go play something else then. We also get access to the Sky Jukebox, which we can access from the top menu. And yeah, I have some memories of this one. Sitting around with the jukebox in some dark corner, earbuds plugged in, imagining myself in the world. Or well, any world that isn't the one I'm currently in. This isn't related to the plot, but I went to this optional dungeon called Shimmer Hill and saw a cast form. Let me tell y'all, they really sought to nerf the hell out of cast form. Like, listen, in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, every character has a size stat between like 1 to 4 stars. In total, the player can have a team total size of 6 stars. My teammates are all 1, so my current party here is 4 stars. There are quite a few 4-star Pokemon, but as y'all would imagine, it's stuff like the super strong, powerful, huge, legendary Pokemon, and also cast form. Yes, so if I have a cast form on my team, I can only have a max of 3 Pokemon, Rescue Team mode. I guess this was because having a party of cast form and Rescue Team was overpowered or something. Like, buddy, I have Pokemon that clear every room while boosting their stats to maximum. And this is what they nerf? In my game design ideals, when it comes to single player, non-competitive games, unless if the overpowered cheese is boring or too easy and obvious to do, I don't see a problem with leaving stuff like that in. Quad cast form is a rather niche strategy, and with how hard it is to recruit the Pokemon, like, come on. Give this Pokemon some time to shine, damn. Anyways, I was like, kinda enjoying myself with this game. Like, things got so bad, I just started honey grinding. Look at what I'm doing, and don't ask what honey grinding is, it's not pretty. But at some point, I was like, buddy, you got a whole series of games to play, lock in and move on. What I'm trying to say is that it takes too long to max IQ in this game. Going to the cafe one day, I see Mr. Mime out, touching grass. Mime tells of a famous explorer named Scissor, who vanished several years ago after heading out to Blizzard Island. Many have tried to rescue him, but as of now, nobody has succeeded. Which is kinda sorry, because my team's about to do it. How weak are the people in this world? Imagine being this super famous explorer that everyone talks about who went missing, but nobody can save you. Like, goddamn, I guess Scissor isn't that important, huh? Whatever, let's go save this guy who is honestly probably dead. It's been years, but at least we can get the treasure he was looking for. The music at Blizzard Island is so cool. Also, yeah, I'm a level 14 Smeargle now. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Blizzard Island's music is a medley of different songs through Rescue Team, and it's so cool. Hell, the dungeon reminds me of Rescue Team. but maybe it's because of the ice aesthetic and the trouble I had with Ice and Rescue Team. Still, it's such a cool song mix with how it weaves and transitions through all these different parts. I think I once made a tweet about this, like, I wish I could be as perfect as the Blizzard Island theme transitions. It's super neat. Anyways, now I'm the Cacturn. Not because the level 14 Smeargle failed, but Rego got slapped and I decided to leave and come back. It's funny I say this is like Rescue Team, because I ended up going out the same way. Yep, Fury swipes. Maybe I forgot to turn on Item Master for Slade. Maybe I just didn't have any Reviver Seeds. Kinda uncharacteristic. But feigning here was an actual tragedy, and the effects of it were permanent for the rest of our journey, as it resulted in the loss of my X-ray specs that I never ended up getting back for the rest of the post-game. So I spent most of the post-game without X-ray specs, and I guess it kinda taught me to appreciate other items. I mean, give me X-ray specs now and I'll still just use them for the rest of the game, but yeah, I can use the scope lens instead. 20 floors in, we find the entrance to another dungeon, Crevice Cave. Thankfully the game lets me continue if I want to, offering a Kangaskhan rock for storage. It's a long ass journey. I can see why nobody saved this guy, but eventually we make it to a pit, where we find the famed Scissor, cooling it a bit too hard. Frosty! We find a Frostlass, who threatens to freeze us like they did with Scissor. Like, dang, you froze this guy and just chilled here to get someone else too? It's been like years. They start the player off in a weird ass position, so just back up and by now you probably have long ranged attacks. This fight is mad toxic, because Frostlass started with Hail. And remember how I talked about how Sandvale Pokemon were basically unhittable in a sandstorm? Well, same story for Frostlass, Hail, and their ability Snowcloak. Luckily, in complete luck, I did not plan this out, but Slade has Feint Attack, which is a super effective move against Frostlass, and it never misses. So this was still easy. Upon defeat, Frostlass leaves, with Scissor breaking free after several years of captivity in ice. I guess Tyronix is real. We take them back to Treasure Town, where they ponder on how they've been encased in ice for decades. Yeah, decades. Feeling like they're now living in a world as a complete alien, with no money or clue on how the world works, they decide to repay us in a unique way. Being an honorary memory of the Pokemon Exploration Team Federation, yeah, the one that keeps giving us our messages in bigger bags, Scissor gives us the secret rank for our team, allowing us to take on special missions. What this entails is sometimes at the cafe, we'll be handed a strange note directing us to a dungeon, in which afterwards the note self-destructs. This is for a whole side quest involving going to challenging dungeons to collect musical instrument treasures. I'll talk about it later. Anyways, are y'all ready for the parenting arc? At the guild, we find Sunflora, who tells us about the Surrounded Sea, a dungeon recently encased in ice. The ice is now broken, allowing explorers to go there. Like, damn, this place got global warming too? You know, I will say one thing. I kinda wish we, as an exploration team, could go out and discover these places on our own. Maybe even name them. Because all this time it's just other people telling us about these cool dungeons. I know that would require a different kind of game, but I don't know, kinda irks me. Like, we don't discover anything, we just hear of someone else's discovery and go there ourselves. Feels a lot less personal, knowing other teams are in the area. Now we're at the Surrounded Sea. I like the chill music. I'm an electric type, so needless to say, I wiped all life from the Surrounded Sea with Discharge. Like, golly gaming. Also, shoutouts to the Treasure Room song. Always found this pleasant at the end of some dungeons, because there'd be a bonus boxes with goodies, alongside an egg? Well, yeah, sure, I guess we'll just go steal this egg. Now we're living with an egg, and just a day later, it begins to hatch. Wow, woogie. Version tries talking to it, but it's like a minute old, so it can't really speak yet. Not sure what they should do, as I wonder why we bothered to snatch an egg in the first place. Bergen suggests going to Daddy Chatty, as he's the head of intelligence. We explain the sitch to Chatot, who identifies the Pokemon as Manaphy, an extremely rare Pokemon that travels the sea at thousands of miles. Chatot asks what our plan is, and I mean, that's what we're asking you for. Manaphy starts crying, and Bergen isn't sure what to do, but Chatot says they're probably hungry, and because they're a water type, he suggests feeding them blue gummies. Blue gummies, huh? Remember how I said hours ago that I was stacking up on blue gummies? I was ready for this! Though in reality you only need like 2. Upon feeding them a gummy, Manaphy gets all happy. Bergen asks if we should start looking after Manaphy, and if I wasn't mashing, I'd probably have said no. Chad's like, yeah, I don't know about that one, explaining that Manaphy is normally a Pokemon that grows at sea, and raising it in a land environment could be potentially dangerous. I think Chad's in the right here, but we end up keeping the kid. We feed them another gummy, and go to sleep for the day. Not too long later, Manaphy even starts calling us by our own name. Bergen suggests taking Manaphy on a walk to the beach, so our trio heads out. Meanwhile, the other crew members of Team Love are probably wondering what the hell we're doing now. We take them to the beach and have a fun play session until night. Yeah, what can I say? Once you're a parent, the days of being an exploration team are over. We got responsibilities now. We've all grown up. I personally voted Kozark to be the new leader of Team Love. Maybe would have done Jello, if y'all remember them. Real OG member. They kinda dipped out though. I haven't seen them in a bit. I guess they're just trying to find their own footing. That night, Manaphy gazes at the sea. Bergen is shocked the next day to find Manaphy gone. We tell Chatot about this, who is shocked at how awful we are. Like, god dang, it's only been like a couple days and you already lost the kid. And goes looking for Manaphy too. I mean, it's pretty obvious where Manaphy is. At the beach, we find Manaphy gazing at the sea. Manaphy ends up falling ill as we take them back to the bluff. Chatot comes in and says Manaphy is sick from not being raised at sea. Chatty says that there's a cure-all item known as Fiondu, produced by a Pokemon named Fione, who we can find at a place called Miracle Sea. Before heading out, I travel over to Shaman's delivery service. I had found a Sky gift at some point, and they allow the player to send the gift to their friends. And I'm sure they mean like real life friends who also own the game, but as far as I'm concerned, these are my friends. Weird that Wigglytuff is called Guildmaster when by this point he isn't our Guildmaster anymore. Regardless, I was thinking of giving one to Bidoof, but even back then, I'm pretty sure I'd just give it to Chatot. Like, I don't know how y'all feel, but Chatot is a homie. And that's even clearer now with this parenting arc. Hope you find something cool, buddy. Miracle Sea has a cool palette. The minty water and the cream walls. Chinchou is here, and Chinchou kicks ass. We end up finding a group of Fione clamoring about, until what might be the most throwaway, forgettable villain in a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game shows up. This Gyarados who wants all the Fione do for a reason that's never explained. Maybe for money, truly a victim of capitalism, yada yada. I stunned Gyarados, ran to the other side of the arena, used Discharge once, did nearly 600 damage, Slade shot like an 80 damage energy ball, and the fight's over. I think that's up there on the most unnecessary fights in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon history. Gyarados runs off while we're just like, damn, that was weird. And the Fione gives us some dew. Cool. We give it to Manaphy and they get better. After several days, things seem to return to relative normality. Despite this, Chatot still says that this is a prime example why we need to release Manaphy to learn to survive at sea, and Bergen agrees. At the sea, we meet Walrein, hired by Wigglytuff to take care of Manaphy. And yeah, I don't know, I guess this is supposed to be a sad part, but we were barely with this character. It's like the Dusknoir situation. They just weren't there long enough to have a connection with. See ya, gamer. The next day is empty, as Manaphy is here no longer. Oh well. Anyways, Wurmple sympathizes with us, and has decided to muster up the courage to talk to their leader, Swallow, to see what Swallow really thinks of them, food or friend. And I believe in you, gamers. Shoot your shot. Like, how the hell did these two not get a special episode? Oh well, let's see what I do next. Oh. Yeah, we'll get back to this. Don't worry about this. We're moving on. Hey, look. Virgin just randomly picked up some scope lens. Told y'all pickup was rad. Also, here's something I haven't talked about yet. Hidden stairs. It's been mentioned a few times throughout the game, like that one shaman. And it was mentioned way earlier too. There's a lot going on to what causes it. I think it's certain dungeons, percentages. Some Pokemon like Smeargle have exclusive items that increase the chances of stairs. This is basically a secret shop. Our vendors are Shedinja, who lets us leave the dungeon, Licky, who will cleanse all of our sticky items, Mime Jr., the most useful one, who refills our health, PP, and belly, super useful, and then Swalot. Swalot sells loot bags, and no lie, this guy could be an EA employee or something. They were ahead of their time. Respect the entrepreneurship, I guess. You buy a bag, open it, and get a random item. Most of the time, it's like an Oranberry. Different dungeons have different loot lists, and some seem to have some very good items the player can gain from these bags, but I never got anything like that. Anyways, I hate to be a drama tuber, but some real infighting within Team Love happened. I hate to talk about it. I wasn't going to give the name, but we're losing a member today. This came from one of the members, Frelzeek, and sadly, they have video footage. Version wouldn't say the name, stayed silent. Kozark wasn't happy. I'm just gonna play the footage and let you all come to your own conclusions. Yeah, Froze was out for weeks. Brutal. Jokes aside, this is an oopsie AI moment with linked moves, only detecting the correct time to use the first move with no consideration of the second. As far as the AI was concerned, it was only using Sword Stance. So needless to say, Slade had to sit out for a while as punishment. I grinded to get their ass and they already messed up. Back in town, I had to see and witness a very important cutscene. The conclusion of Wurmple and Swallow's arc. What? What are you suggesting? Me? Eat you? Are you kidding? Wurmple, you're my trusted partner. You're my one and only partner. There's no replacing you. You and me? We're going to keep exploring together like we always done. Huh? Why are you crying? Thank you, Swallow. You're my one and only leader. I'm so very happy. If these two are in Super Mystery Dungeon, I will play with them. There is some more dialogue afterwards about Swallow being disappointed in themselves for not being a better leader. These two rule. This won't be the last time you see them. That's all I'm saying. They're coming back in Super Mystery Dungeon and I'm gonna use them. Okay, calm down. Anyways, heading to the guild, I find it oddly empty. Where is everyone? I head down to find a crowd gathered around a trio of Pokemon. Everyone is impressed by them, and Shadow explains this is Team Charm, a master rank team of treasure hunters consisting of Lopunny, Gardevoir, and Medicham. Wigglytuff shows up, and we learn that Wigglytuff is old friends of Team Charm, and they're here to get a key from him. They recently discovered a place called Aegis Cave, which, just hearing that name kind of ruins my day a bit, but go on. They bribe Wigglytuff with a perfect apple, and he goes in his room and goddamn tears it to pieces, but finds the unknown shaped key to gain access to Aegis Cave. As they leave, Virgin asks them if we can come along too. The other guild member is also interested. Virgin asks me if I want to go. I kind of wanted to click no here because honestly I don't want to go to this shitty ass place, man. And y'all who played the game know why. But whatever, I won't kill the mood. Charm gives us the location and goes on ahead. Meanwhile, nearly everyone in town and the guild is just super horny over Team Charm, so that's nice. Some of y'all are looking at Team Charm like, surely Spacey, there is no possible way that this is the same Gardevoir and Medicham from Rescue Team. And actually, this is one of the ones I'm most certain on. That is the same Gardevoir. I also imagine the same Medicham. I mean, they were both in the same town, Pokemon Square, so I wouldn't be surprised if the two partnered up at some point and found Lopunny. Which is funny to think of Gardevoir's journey of being betrayed by Gengar, turned into a spirit who is in a committee that chooses humans to become Pokemon in order to save the world, then gets uncursed and returns to the corporeal realm, losing all her memories, and then gets recruited into Team Lesbians and is now going out with the girls. Like, what a character. Damn, I don't want to be here. Okay, let's speedrun this. This is Aegis Cave. There's a tablet thing with grooves where we can fit things. Interacting with it gives us a word with unknown language. The dungeon is full of unknown, Pokemon shaped like alphabet letters. They have a chance, keyword, chance of dropping a stone. Most stones are useless. We need in particular the one spelling ice, steel, and rock. After a few floors, we loop back to the tablet, and if we don't have the required stones, we go in once more. My strategy was just to tell everyone to disperse, so we could cover more ground and pick up more rocks. But in the end, it's still RNG on whether or not the correct unknowns drop the correct stones. After inserting the necessary stones, some stairs open up as we enter a chamber of one of the mini-bosses, Regice, Regirock, and Registeel. Regice is my favorite. Very gamer energy from this one, I feel. But yeah, I don't know what to say. This dungeon legit took me like 50 minutes. I'm scrolling through the footage right now, like god dang. I mean, give it credit, it's a dungeon with a gimmick. I remember this place, maybe not for the best reason, but I appreciate it. We find Team Charm throughout, sometimes ahead of us. At one point we save them from Registeel, which is weird because I know Medicham's cracked ass could have just one-shotted Registeel, but maybe she missed a high jump kick and exploded. We came in with some guild members, but after the intro cutscene, they don't appear again. I don't know why they were here. As painful as this dungeon is, the ending is actually pretty cool. We reach the Regigigas chamber, alongside Team Charm. Finding a bunch of stone statues, they come to life, asking us to show our power. This also might be one of the first fights where Defy the Legends plays, the final boss theme of Rescue Team, which just adds to the coolness of this huge brawl with all these characters. I feel like there should have been characters on the right side, like make this symmetrical. Maybe the guild members that were here were supposed to show up during this fight. I don't know, pretty interesting. This fight is kind of ruined by room hitting moves. Gonna be honest, these moves are kind of lame and just shouldn't be in the game. Maybe I'll try to use them less in the following games. But then again, Mystery Dungeon is just a zoner life, because as soon as one Pokemon makes it to you and starts hitting you, it's over. The player is very fragile, everyone is, it's just a big damage game. So yeah, no real strategy for the boss. I let Team Charm go in and fight whoever was left after I spammed Silverwind. After defeating Regigigas, a large red tablet just spawns from nowhere, like, okay. It tells us to close our eyes and feel the aura of the earth or something, so I do. Kinda wonder what happens if I say no. Regardless, this causes Regigigas to get back up and punch the ground with the power to cause an earthquake. We get the hell out of there to see that that punch was strong enough to heave the ground upwards, which think about that. Revealing a hidden cave where the treasures can be found. Team Charm decides that since we solved the riddle of Aegis Cave, this can be our discovery, and they won't go in and loot the place. So we're free to go in and explore this new dungeon, Concealed Ruins, all on our own, as they set off for their next adventure. And yeah, I guess that was a kind gesture, but I don't even think I ever went in here. So, let's go home. Funnily enough, the unknown stones are still in our inventory. And I guess because I fucking hate myself or something, I decided to run through Aegis Cave all over again. This is because I wanted Regice and Regigigas. Regigigas is guaranteed, like damn, it better be. But Regirock, Ice, and Steel all have a 50% chance recruit chance after beating them. Which makes it really funny when I got everyone but Regice, so I had to go through Aegis Cave a third time. And yes, every time I go back I have to gather the stones again. This is all to say, I just like Regice. What a gamer. It was fun to play as it too. I felt like a tank going around and just launching attacks. The animations really sell it. And I could also go to Concealed Ruins to grab its broke ass exclusive item. I guess I should explain that. Some dungeons have set floors where locked rooms will generate. The player can use keys to open these rooms, usually giving super good items. Notably, exclusive items for legendary Pokemon can only be obtained here, not by Krogunk. Also exclusive to dungeons are Silk. For example, I've been rocking the Electric Silk that just powers up all Pokemon of that type in my party, and that's pretty cool. Keys can be found in dungeons, but now the Purple Kecleon also sells them, but they are mad expensive. Still, this is what makes exclusive items cool. I like facing challenging things and getting exclusive rewards to make me stronger. But I do wish the key system was just part of normal dungeon generation. Like sometimes there will be like a citrus berry or like a calcium or something strong hidden behind a locked door. So when I go to a dungeon I'm like, maybe I should bring some keys just in case. Because everything just appears on set floors. Regardless, let's head back to the story. Things have been pretty upbeat, positive, adventure fun times lately. But the game is about to take a shockingly dark turn. Like, I don't know, I was gonna put a suicide warning on this video. Occurring one stormy night. Version comments on the lack of storms as of late, which makes this one rather refreshing. The two reflect on our journey of saving the world, and how it seemed like so long ago. Yet Rego is still concerned about what was said when they couldn't evolve, about it being due to this distortion in the fabric of space, and what that could mean. The two sleep on it. Meanwhile, we see some dumbass standing in the rain, giving the most obvious villain dialogue I've ever seen. It's a dark type too, so you know by Mystery Dungeon standards, it's already up for them. This Pokemon talks about how it's failed to stop time, and will now focus on the distortion of space, but runs away, as it's being chased by a Pokemon named Cresselia. Cresselia shows up, but had missed her chance, vowing to stop Darkrai. The two wake up, with Bergen commenting on weather. Well, that was odd, but things are about to get strange. During another night, Rego has a dream. Yeah, I mean, this is cool. Seeing the hero dream, and it's the same as in Rescue Team. However, instead of Gardevoir, Cresselia appears. She says that Rego's existence is pushing the world to ruin. Simply by living in this world, Rego is destroying it. We wake up from the dream, Bergen unaware, commenting on the good weather once more. Things are getting weird. But I take my mind off things by frolicking in the field as a giant crystal with my homies. Kablamo! Another night, another dream. Cresselia says as a human from the future, they are not of this current world, and are thus distorting it. She basically tells Rego to stop being alive or the world will be destroyed. Bergen wakes Rego up, commenting on how great the weather is for a third time in a row. Meanwhile, Rego is lost in thought about what they were told. Rego ponders on everything, and if their existence is only at the detriment of this world. Bergen, noticing Rego's sadness, tells him to turn that frown upside down, show some energy, and get that rear in gear. Managing to snap Rego back into a good mood, they set out, only to get immediately approached by a tired Bidoof on the search for them. Bidoof says there's trouble afoot. The little Azuro from before is in trouble and has been taken to the guild. We find him sleeping in our old guild room as we learn that he has been sleeping but can no longer wake up, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Discussion arises for what we should do, but Chatot comes up with the plan of finding Drowsy. Yeah, that same guy we arrested like at the beginning of the game for being a creepo. That one. Chatot says there's a rumor that Drowsy can enter people's dreams. Virgin asks the cop what happened to Drowsy after he was arrested, and the Magnemite is like, oh yeah, he said he wouldn't ever break the law again, so we released him. And I'm like, wait, what? Is this why the world is so full of outlaws? Y'all just released them and then they go back to doing evil? Maybe there's a conspiracy to that. Keep crime up to keep law in business. Give exploration teams jobs to do. There's something there. Regardless, it's said that Drowsy went to cleanse his mind and spirit at Mount Travel. We're entrusted to go, so we go. Hooray. This game makes up some odd reasoning that we can't bring any party members, as Drowsy would be afraid if we brought a whole group, leaving us to only go as a pair. You know, I like how Rescue Team allowed me to take my group wherever I wanted. Like, I don't know, are y'all gonna give me the freedom to use who I want in post-game or not? Imagine if I wasn't already using these two. I mean, well, I've mostly been using Version, but if they were low leveled, crap would get scary. This dungeon ain't no slouch either. I was put near death on several occasions. My health was dropping and so was my money, as I was still falling for Swalot scams. After the classic 20 floors, we arrive at the top, with this really nice view I like. I don't know, this feels like I'm playing a JRPG with this kind of view. Drowsy is here looking like Xatu. Drowsy immediately pleads innocence to us, but we assure him we aren't here to sleep him again, explaining the situation with Azurill. Drowsy, seeking redemption for what he did to Azurill earlier, agrees to help go inside Azurill's dreams. Taking him to Azurill, he very abruptly tells us to pack our bags because we're going on an expedition inside Azurill's dreams. Drowsy decides to use his powers to send us in, choosing to stay back as he does not believe he is powerful enough to handle what's currently occurring there. This doesn't entirely make sense, but I mean, we're exploring a kid's nightmares and beating them up, so that's just cool. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Mind. Love the music here too, but yeah, this dungeon is straight up called the Nightmare. The Pokemon here are unrecruitable, though some people have reported otherwise, and some of them take the appearance of other starters, guild members, and people from Treasure Town. There might be something interesting to say that it's not all of them, like for the guild it's just Wigglytuff and Krogunk, which could represent some sort of bad experience or fear Azurill has of them. But I mean, isn't it normal to have nightmares about people you know trying to kill you? That's normal, right? Inside the depths of the nightmare, whatever the hell that means, the lights suddenly turn off, with a voice asking us how we got here. Boom! Cresselia jump scare. Rego recognizes Cresselia from their dreams, and to their surprise, Version reveals that they've been having the same dreams. Cresselia continues the spatial distortion rant, saying that the world will become entrapped in a nightmare like Azurill's if we continue to exist in this world. Version struggles to find an answer on how we can stop this without killing ourselves, and yes, this really is Cresselia telling us that we need to die. I swear this game was not written to be a Pokemon game. They're about to get away with some wild stuff. An E rating? A voice from Drowsy interrupts, as Cresselia says this. Of course, if you wish to save the world on your own, you should consider making yourselves disappear first. Like, holy shit! They really just said it! Sure, it's fogged up in more ambiguous wording, but it's very clear what the idea is being portrayed here. Drowsy shows up, worried why we were taking so long, and decides that we should get out of here. We're unable to save Azurill. Version explains to Chatot what Cresselia said about the fabric of space, but doesn't mention the solution being our deaths. Chatot's report seems to paint Cresselia as a helpful and nice Pokemon aimed at dispelling darkness. Drowsy asks if Cresselia said how this could be stopped, but Version has to lie, fearing the idea that our friends might turn on us. The guild is determined to find a way to stop it though, as we walk out. Get ready for a good reminder that this is a very dark game at points. In the bluff at night, Version thinks about how they lied to everyone, even though they know the way to stop the distortion. Version isn't sure what to do, saying that if us dying will save the world, then maybe we should kill ourselves. Like, goddamn. They decide to get some sleep on it, but it isn't long until in the middle of the night, Rego is still awake, thinking about the situation theirself, and how they do believe Cresselia, reflecting on Version's extra kindness, knowing now that Version was also getting the same dreams, and how scared they must have been. Later that night, Rego wakes up to find Version gone. Leaving, we find Version standing near the edge of the cliff, and yes, it is for the reason y'all are thinking it is. Version is saddened that we aren't allowed to live in this world. They reference when Rego fought Dialga, knowing they were going to disappear, and how maybe we should do the same this time. Version straight up asks Rego, the player, if we should kill ourselves. Which, wow, now that's a choice. I can't believe this is in the game. The player has to try and convince Version not to jump here. I mean it, multiple choices. Rego really has to work to make their partner step down. Rego tries to convince them that when they died to save the world, they did it knowing the consequences. They were sure the world would be saved, but this time is different, because nothing is certain. There's no telling what would happen if we were to jump now. But Version still can't agree. The two turn to watch the rising of the sun. A bit flashback heavy, but damn if that isn't a strong scene. No way they made this game with Pokemon in mind. But I'm glad it can be so dark and potentially give such a hopeful message to people. Like, I don't know how this crap got an E rating. This is the kind of stuff this game does to make me appreciate the world more. Take value in things like waking up and seeing the sun rise. Make me aware of the world and the parts of it that are special to me. Scenes like this is why this game is amazing, and really fuels into the theme and idea that we should make every moment in our lives count. To not just throw it away, but to always fight to the next dawn, to the next sunrise. Because life goes on. Version, now focused on finding the truth, says that there must be a relationship between the distortion of space and the destruction of time, and seeing how Lapras knew so much about time, Maybe he knows something about what's happening to space. Meanwhile, I'm just thinking we should ask Dialga. I mean, with what we've done for it, I figured we have Dialga on speed dial. Like, we're homies, right? Lapras says he doesn't know much about space as he does with time, other than there is a being which governs space, much like how Dialga governs time. Its name is Palkia. Ooh, peep the pronounage. Palkia is in a place called Spatial Rift, but nobody knows how to get there. Lapras didn't have the exact info we needed, but knowing of Palkia isn't bad. We just need to find a way to reach Palkia. Like, we can't just expect it to appear out of nowhere though, so we'll have to start our search for it tomorrow. Meanwhile, that night... Oh shoot. Well, damn, okay, I guess it did just come out of nowhere for us. I always thought this part was funny, but Palkia is here, and it is pissed. Having dominion over dimensions, Palkia is here because we're destroying the world, and it attacks, capturing us in the yellow trap bubble. We are launched away. Well, that's something you don't see every night. Palkia takes us to Spatial Rift, where it seeks to finish the job, but we manage to escape, with Palkia following us. Always thought it was cool how Palkia traveled around. Time is short and we're on the escape, as one of the best dungeon songs in the game plays. Pokemon can be tough here, especially for me. Enemies like Electrovar absorbing electric type moves, nullifying my existence. Meanwhile, Sableye detecting, Xatu with ominous wind, and more. If I'm not wrong, this dungeon in particular has a special version of the turn limit. Instead of the wind blowing, it's this earthquake shaking. Always thought that was neat, as if Palkia is constantly charging towards us, getting closer with every step. There were some close calls, but I eventually made it to the end. Reaching the bottom of the Spatial Rift, we hit a dead end. And soon after, Palkia catches up to us, saying it's our fate to be obliterated by it. Oh shoot, this about to be good, let's go! Palkia has a unique battle theme too, pretty good. Palkia didn't really get to do much, as I turn 1 paralyzed it with Discharge and proceeded to just wail on it. Charge as a move also increases the user's special defense, so by the time Palkia used Spatial Rend, basically its version of Roar of Time, it did barely any damage to Rego, and Burst finished the job. Palkia roars before freezing in place. A voice says that Palkia has become enveloped by the nightmare, which is spreading and needs to be stopped. The voice asks us to enter Palkia's nightmare, which we accept. Yes, there is a part of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon where you enter the dreams of a legendary Pokemon. If people knew half of the wild stuff that happens in these games, people would play them more. So we enter Palkia's nightmare. We find Palkia, who's all like, "Hey man, get out of my dreams." I'm not making this up. Palkia finds this as proof that we need to die, and as Bergen begins to agree, accepting death, Cresselia appears, also seeking to eliminate us. Well, it's looking like our run is over. Bergen asks Cresselia for reassurance that their deaths will save the world, and Cresselia confirms it. We tried to escape fate, but it looks like we no longer have a choice. Palkia is confused, being told by Cresselia that we were bad and wicked Pokemon, yet now seeing the contrary. Rego tells Bergen to never abandon hope, and another voice comes through, agreeing. It's Cresselia. Again? This second Cresselia exposes the first one, revealing it to be Darkrai, that edgelord Pokemon we saw earlier. Slapping Darkrai away, Cresselia explains that all this time we have been misled by a fake Cresselia. So yes, Darkrai cosplayed as Cresselia in order to convince the main characters to suicide in order to continue their plans of space distortion. Darkrai invites us to meet it at the Dark Crater, and vanishes. Back in town, Azurill is now awake, thanks to Cresselia, as we explain to everyone what happened. Cresselia explains that this false Cresselia we saw only ever appeared in dreams, from our own to the nightmares of others. Darkrai wanted to stay non-confrontational because it was afraid of us. It knew we had the power to stop it. Cresselia then reveals that Darkrai was behind the destruction of Temporal Tower in time. When asked, Cresselia explains that while our existence does distort space, it does it on such an insignificant scale that it doesn't actually matter, and it isn't growing, meaning we aren't behind the distortion of space. Bergen and Rego both cry, happy to be allowed to live in this world, as Wigglytuff tells them that they're all glad that they're here, and the people they make happy are reason enough they should stay in this world, and that their lives have meaning. Wigglytuff is glad we did not end our lives. And I don't know. I imagine there was someone who played this game, naming the characters after themselves, and truly felt something from this scene. Because with how the hero can be a place-in for the player, this anti-suicide message is pretty surprising. I think there were some people who really heeded this message from Wigglytuff. Cresselia finds it odd that Darkrai would personally invite us to see it in person, and even if she suspects it's a trap, she is still determined to go. Bergen and Rego, now understanding what Darkrai did and is planning to do, are now fully determined to go as well, for the world. Everyone else wants to come, but Cresselia sadly denies them. If they remake this game, they gotta change that. Have the finale be the people we met so far joining us as a huge group and fighting against Darkrai. That'd be rad. But as for now, it's Rego, Bergen, and Cresselia. This is the final dungeon of the game, story-wise, and it's a toughie, full of large winding floors and decently tough Pokemon. Cresselia is pretty alright, and even has some handy IQ skills like being able to block attacks, but she is a lower level than we are. A lot of Fire-type Pokemon, making this dungeon one final prank to anyone who picked a Grass type for her hero or partner. But I'd arguably say this dungeon is even worse if the player chose an Electric type, and y'all will soon find out why. After a long trek, we reach Dark Crater Pit. In the deepest part of the cave, Darkrai appears. Darkrai brings up its special relationship with Rego, referencing the incident between Rego and Grovyle that caused them to become separated, transforming Rego into a Pokemon and taking their memories for good. And yes, y'all won't believe it, it was Darkrai. Darkrai was the big bad behind everything. I mean, alright. While Darkrai was sabotaging Temporal Tower, it learned of Rego and Grovyle from the future traveling back, and struck them while they were traveling in time, causing the accident. There's something kind of funny and messed up that there were two entities trying to stop Grovyle and Rego, and both of them weren't even aware of each other. I don't know, I find that kind of interesting. The reason Grovyle wasn't affected by this attack is due to Rego shielding Grovyle, protecting their friend. Every step of the way, Rego managed to stop Darkrai's plans. Even to this point, Darkrai reveals why it brought us here. Seeing our potential, it asks us to join it. That if we join together, we can rule this world in darkness. Cresselia tells us not to listen to Darkrai, but Bergen starts considering it. Believing that we cannot beat Darkrai, Bergen joins it, turning against us. Darkrai then turns to Rego, asking them to join as well, Bergen encouraging the choice. Rego, considering the option, walks up to Darkrai, and of course chooses to refuse that BS. Hearing Bergen's voice, they realize that this was all a trick by Darkrai and tackles it instead. Seeing Bergen was actually with us the whole time, and we were turning against them. Seeing how Darkrai's plan has failed once more, it resorts to the lowest level, jumping, and calls in the goons. It's time for the final battle. This fight is such garbage, oh my god. First of all, using Dusknoir's battle theme, come on, you're the final boss. If that isn't the biggest sign that Dusknoir was a better villain than you, then I don't know what is. You're living in his shadow. Regardless, let me demonstrate why this fight was a nightmare, pun intended, for me. Watch. Yep, There's a lightning rod Pokemon in here. I can't use any of my moves. I have 4 electric moves. And I kept trying to get my allies to take this Rhyperior out. And it was basically the last Pokemon before he got knocked out and I had to do the fight again. Darkrai is mad annoying due to having Double Team to increase its evasiveness to near unhittable status, and Ominous Wind. Yes, it has a room hitting move that raises all of its stats, so a worthy final boss, I'd say. It became so unhittable that I started throwing gravel rocks at it for like 5 to 10 minutes. I threw like 80 of these things, but I made sure to pull out one final trick to get back at Darkrai. If we were doing this, we were going to do it right. Yeah, that's how it's done, baby. Darkrai is defeated, humiliated even. But before Cresselia can deal the finishing blow, Darkrai creates a portal and plans its escape to the future, to the past, who knows, but it will plan to plunge the world into darkness another time. It seems hopeless. Darkrai is escaping. However, right before the departure, Palkia shows up. Guess you shouldn't have wasted time taunting, huh? Palkia is pissed and launches an attack. Darkrai tries to escape through the portal, but is still hit while traveling through time, shattering the dimensional hole while Darkrai was still in it. Palkia says that Darkrai is alive, but has been banished to an unknown place. Cresselia brings up that what happened to Darkrai is what Darkrai did to Rego, meaning that Darkrai was likely hit with amnesia as well. And I mean, this has only happened once, so I wouldn't be so sure, but okay. Everyone seems to agree that Darkrai is finished. Palkia says it's gonna head back home to the Spatial Rift. See ya, gamer. And as for us, well, it's time to return home. I think that's an interesting note to end the game on. Cresselia now chills by the bluff. With Darkrai defeated, she ponders what to do next, and decides to join Team Love. Speaking of Darkrai, after defeating it, it is possible to find Darkrai in several dungeons with the mystery part. It's even recruitable. I wanted to get it, but the required grinding for the recruitment boosting items or just getting really lucky was way too much for me to care. But conversing with it once it's on your party, from what I heard, reveals that it has lost its memory and has simply been wandering around lost, and now it can be our friend, and that's a fun twist. On the mention of the mystery part, there's one last technical story part to this game. One day, upon leaving Sharpedo Bluff, we're called over by Chatot. I like how everyone is always tired by the time they make it to us. Like, yeah, this town is exhausting to go through, but Chatot says that at the beach, Manaphy is back. Yeah, remember Manaphy? I don't know how much time has passed. This game makes it seem like years, but Manaphy is now all grown up and asks to join us. Sure, gamey. Manaphy tells us about a dungeon known as Marine Resort, and by doing so, Also unlocks a lot more bonus legendary Pokemon to be found by holding onto the secret slab or mystery part. After this event, we're approached by the Ursaring duo in town, telling us that Luminous Spring has changed, very vaguely saying that it feels different now. What this amounts to is that now, at the very end of the game, Raygo and Version can evolve. Luxray is pretty cool, but I personally prefer Munchlax over Snorlax. I don't know, I've heard some people say that there's just something that feels wrong about evolving the main characters after spending so long with them in one form. I think when I was younger I felt that more. I guess it is a little strange, but I don't know, people change. I never really saw evolution as like growing up or anything, it's just a different look. But I guess besides the dialogue, it can feel like I'm playing a different character. But maybe that's just because the people we're used to seeing in life never change so drastically so fast. And maybe that says something about how much people care for the characters in this game, or how real they feel. Something like that. But as for now, when it comes to main story events, we're done with this game. However, there's still a lot of extra stuff to do, so I'm gonna rewind and fast forward, a little time traveling myself, and talk about the random spurts of side questing I did and could do before and post Darkrai. I can start by saying some of the side stuff I did. I need to tell y'all the Giga Nerd arc I went through when I found out that the move Natural Gift is one of my favorite moves in Pokemon, and in the right hands can turn the player into the avatar, master of all types. Let's start by talking about some Pokemon I was recruiting on the side. Y'all might have noticed by now, such as the Smeargle I got, but I also got a cast form, for the purpose of teaching that Smeargle Weather Ball. And Weather Ball is a pretty nice ranged normal move. It's not the best one, but darn it, I just wanted to use this move. And I still didn't get to enjoy this move at its coolest. I will be using cast form in Super Mystery Dungeon, and I won't be stopped. I also went back to snag some legendaries. Already mentioned getting the Reggies, but also went to grab Uxie and Azelf. Also went to the place to get Mesprit, but I guess it didn't appear because I was on like some sort of special escort mission. But I don't know, screw Mesprit. The one Pokemon I really wanted to get though was a Porygon.
Kiss me!
But I swear this has to be one of the hardest Pokemon to get in this game. It said they can be found at Spatial Rift, but as far as I'm concerned, the game was lying because I was there for a long time and I didn't find a single Porygon. Which sucks because not only did I have the 3-star exclusive items for Porygon and Porygon Z, which both work on all 3 of the Porygon, but also have the evolution items to get Porygon Z. But nope. I know Pokemon fans are hostages to RNG, but I can't believe people prefer this recruiting to that of Super Mystery Dungeon. I will be using Porygon in Super Mystery Dungeon, and I won't be stopped. So I guess it's time to stop being shy and talk about the real stuff. Talking to Team Odd, Arbuckle, Weavile, and Drapion, it's possible to unlock the Zero Isle dungeons. Zero Isle consists of 5 dungeons: Zero Isle North, East, South, West, and Center. Never ever smoke weed and crack. Each has their own restrictions, such as North having no XP gains and high level enemy Pokemon, or the others setting my level to 1, only allowing 1 Pokemon to join, or inventory limits. I decided to start with the one I thought was easiest, Zero Isle East. The thing about the Zero Isles that just lower your level to level 1, you can kinda take them on at any time. They're basically traditional roguelikes, but that also means certain Pokemon are better suited to it than others. There's kind of an interesting game to it, as evolved Pokemon typically level up slower, and while they start strong with stats, they kinda suffer in the longer run, but they usually start with a lot of moves. Meanwhile, unevolved Pokemon level fast with huge gains. I consulted quite a few boards to see what people thought were good Pokemon to bring, simply because I know I will get pwned. I know about Smoochum at Blizzard Island. Well, there are so many Pokemon that can be recruited there that Smoochum rarely shows up, and I'm not grinding for that. A name I heard a lot was Aerodactyl, hearing that it gets all 3 elemental fangs and was overall pretty strong. And I guess I forgot that people could lie on the internet, because Aerodactyl was ass. It has no HP and got one-shotted by everything, and it did not learn all elemental fangs, it learned like 1. And I swear, which elemental fang it would have was like randomly chosen. Weird mystery dungeon thing with Pokemon that have a ton of moves at level 1. Also, another hottie tip, don't accept outlaw or escort missions at 0 Isles, as the escorts will be level 1 trash that will get knocked out easily and never level up, and the outlaws won't scale down in level like the other Pokemon, so while I'm level 10, these outlaws are like level 50. This is what happened with this Barbaroach outlaw. This motherfucker shows up and immediately fissures, which I say, hey Bergen, hold this real quick, and Bergen fucking explodes, and slowly begins to knock us out one by one. Things were getting scary. 0 Isle has a lot of good items that can permanently upgrade stats, so if I could escape, I'd be able to take them back with me. But guess what? In an extremely situational clutch mystery dungeon moment, I had a one-shot orb, my only hope of making it out alive, and it worked, allowing me to get out and try again. So yeah, this run was an L. But funnily enough, that mission, that outlaw mission was for a Salamence who wanted to join me. I feel like maybe everyone was typoing when talking about Aerodactyl, because what they actually meant was Salamence. Unlike Aerodactyl, Salamence gets multiple elemental fangs, and it's just really strong. Why didn't anyone mention this Pokemon? Sure, their defense is oddly assy, but throw defense scarf on them and they're pretty good. The reason I'm doing 0 Isle East first is that it allows me to bring 16 items with me and a team of 4. I know what y'all are thinking. Spacey, is that Kleber? And yeah, don't ask why they're not a Ladian yet. I mean, some people theorize that this game takes place before Rescue Team, so let's just say that this is past Kleber. It's like in Suikoden, yeah, I'm bringing up that game again, you know, with Vicky and young Vicky. Well, this is young Kleber. Honestly, Kleber might be a time traveler, and that's just in my headcanon at this point. But Ladybug's 3-star exclusive item is that they get double speed in clear weather, which means they get 2 actions, so they can absolutely destroy. The only problem is that this isn't the most team-friendly skill to have, as they could leave their party members behind. They weren't bad as a partner, but I felt like I could do better. So let me tell you all the team I took on East with. I heard the Lake Trio were decent, so I brought along Uxie and Azelf. Uxie is more defensive, and figuring that I'm going to be taking hits as the leader, it was a safe bet. The Lake Pokemon are extremely good, but you kind of need to play like a Pop-Tart. They have the move Imprison, which is basically a 100% guaranteed to work move that stops a Pokemon from using attacks, meaning as soon as it gets hit, we can freely wail on any Pokemon. This is very useful for tunnels, which are super dangerous in 0 Isle, because it's unlikely to win 1v1s a lot of the time. I brought Bergen because as a normal type, they can learn a lot of TM moves, and can potentially pull out some clutch items with pickup. I don't need to worry about equipping them due to pickup. Though because the pickup ability procs on floor start, I could just equip them and then unequip at the stairs, so they could proc pick up next floor, but I'm not living forever, so while I'm alive, I'm not gonna do that boring stuff. And I already talked about Salamence. 0 Isle dungeons are a careful balance of knowing how much to grind and when to move on, because Pokemon level up a lot faster than you do every floor. I usually spend the first floor or so exploring and grinding, which is really boring because you constantly level up and have to see the level up prompt and dialogue and stat increases. This gets old fast. These dungeons are long too. It's always weird to have that feeling of resetting back to the beginning. This is the shortest 0 Isle, tied with West, which is just 0 Isle East, but I can't bring any items. It's only 40 floors, and most of the time, it's kind of just getting lucky with item drops. And lucky I did. I found the TM to a move called Natural Gift, and it is one of my favorite moves in Mystery Dungeon. Natural Gift is so cool, but it low-key added an hour of playtime to this dungeon. take a look at this chart. I know what y'all are thinking, Spacey, I'm not at school, and well, you are now. Basically, natural gifts, damage, and type changes depending on what item the Pokemon is currently holding. And unlike in the normal core series Pokemon games where the move is useless, it doesn't consume that item. What this resulted in is me having an arsenal of items that I didn't plan on using, but just kept to switch between on Uxie. Like, my gameplay was slowly walking around until a Pokemon showed up, analyzing the type, and changing my held item accordingly to be super effective. Even though it's a very methodical and slow way of playing the game, I found this tactical approach to be extremely fun. It was like I was playing another game that I enjoyed way more. And I appreciate that Zero Isle was hard enough to make me think like this. It brought a new wave of hype when I found items that would unlock a new type for me to use. Otherwise, I just hold on to the Plain Seed, which is an incredibly powerful normal type damage move. Yeah, they made a Plain Seed super strong. I'm actually kind of sad that Super Mystery Dungeon changes the formula. It probably shouldn't have taken an hour and a half to do 40 floors, but hey, it was pretty exhilarating. Beating it gave me the exclusive item White Silk, which powers up all normal type party members I have, and considering I basically wanted a team of normies with Smeargle, Munchlax, Porygon, and one non-normal, it would have been great. But well, Pori never came home. Before I get to the rest of Zero Isle, let's talk about a rather interesting case with a team known as Team Raider. Team Raider is a weird thing. So at certain points of the game, characters will talk about a group of characters known as Team Raider, like the Ultimate Expedition Team. It's like the legendary Lucario and Rescue Team, but it's actually possible to meet Team Raider, and I kinda love it. At one point, I think Dugtrio goes missing or something. This is way after Darkrai, I'm pretty sure. And by visiting the beach, I found them being rescued by a Roserade, a Gallade, and a Rhyperior. Yes, this is the legendary Team Raider, absent from all the events of the game, finally just at this one screen to say, yo. This is like finding a dev room after beating a game. Just these obscure and completely irrelevant characters. And I love how unimportant they are considering how much peril the world seemed to be in, while they were off busy doing other things. And once again, that makes for an interesting world. Like, what were these three up to? Okay, so before we get to the part of the video that everyone's been waiting for me to get to, let's talk about Destiny Tower. Found on the bottom of a f***ing cup at the cafe randomly, it's the ultimate dungeon of the game. 99 floors, 1 Pokemon, level 1, max RNG. Rescue Team had this in the form of Purity Forest. There's a number of candidate Pokemon to use for Destiny Tower, but I went with Regigigas. 1, they straight up learned the 3 elemental punches alongside Dizzy Punch, so I just ran around punching Pokemon and it was awesome. 2, they low-key have a Chad walk, just look at that. 3, I don't know, I always thought Regigigas was kinda cute. Like this, I need this in my life. Regigigas is fun, but actually kinda sucks. Mostly for its passive ability, Slow Start. It starts out slow at the beginning of every floor, yeah, nice passive. And the chances of starting in a room with other Pokemon that just jump me is simply too high. Yeah, I'm gonna be truthful with y'all. By now you probably noticed that I just skipped away from the section of talking about me going through the Zero Isle dungeons. I didn't finish all the Zero Isle dungeons, or Destiny Tower, or even getting the legendary instrument treasure things. Listen, there's a thing in this world called flow. I had some good momentum, uploading videos super often. At one point I was even doing it weekly. And keep in mind that when I finish a video, I publicly release it a week later as my supporters get videos a week earlier. But videos like these totally kill my momentum. And even though I was trying to upload videos during the making of this one, I don't have a full team of editors or anything. It's all me. It's funny to think that typing this now, I last played Explorers of Sky like over a month ago. I've just been spending all this time working on this video. So sitting down bringing up my notes and starting a session of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explores the Sky just to ram my head into the wall until I got good enough RNG to pass this dungeon, only to fail and say, oh, alright, I got a bunch of useless footage that's not even going to make it into the video. I'll try again the next day, and spend weeks just so I can show that, hey, at the end of this dungeon you find a statue of Arceus. Yeah, cool, here's some footage of it. And guess what? The player doesn't get anything for obtaining all the legendary instruments or clearing all the Zero Isle dungeons. This is why I call stream content. If I was streaming this game, then sure, I can spend time doing this. People love the grind. But when I lose hours of progress because I got hit by a crit move or a random status effect, and I'm just sitting alone grinding over and over with nobody watching, nobody going to see what I'm doing, then the game stops being fun, and I start feeling like my time is being wasted. And that's usually when I'm done with a game, when my mind starts thinking about needing to get all this work done. And to be honest, I don't think Pokemon Mystery Dungeon handles this gameplay well at all. That is to say, I don't think Pokemon Mystery Dungeon lends itself to solo journeys with no item preparement. Not in a game with crits and debilitating status effects. Reviver Seeds were always sort of a band-aid patch to this gameplay issue where everyone is a glass cannon. But yeah, when I stream this game, which trust me, I want to do some wild randomizer runs, changing all the Pokemon around and stuff, always wanted to do that. And I think a stream of me reading through all the dialogue will allow me to point out all the small things I like about the game that wouldn't have made it into this video. There's definitely more to my thoughts on this game that can only be found with the random thoughts and reactions to all the small things, which can sometimes add up to mean the most. So if I stream the randomizer or some balance patches or something, then yeah, I could do the Zero Isles and all the side stuff. But at the moment, I'm still trapped in a place that I don't want to be in. So until I can get my freedom, this ain't nothing but pipe dreams. And I know what y'all are thinking. Spacey, can you just talk about Bidoof already? And yeah, okay. We may be done with the main story of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. But remember the special episodes? We still gotta talk about them. And in my opinion, some of them are absolutely the strongest part of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. I've even gotten to talk about the moment of this game that changed me as a person. The moment and entire point of this video. We still need to get to that, and we're going to. So, take one more deep breath. It's time to say farewell to Rego and Bershon, and return to the top menu. Special episodes. Special episodes are the coolest part of Explorers of Sky. Completely new scenarios and stories that further flesh out the world by allowing the player to take the role of other characters, both before, during, and after the events of the game. Writing wise, I'd say they rank at the level where Explorers of Sky is at its strongest, except maybe one. There are 5 special episodes, and I believe when I first played through them, there were 2 I didn't like. This time, none. But one I didn't care too much about, and I don't even need to tell y'all which one that is. So get some food if you want, get cozy, and be prepared for some wild chapters. Beginning with Special Episode 1, Bidoof's Wish. The guild give out their morning speech as per usual, Bershon and Rego going to work as well. Bidoof watches from a distance as he introduces himself. I like how the first special episode conveys the idea of special episodes, showing the main characters being panned away from to the star of the scenario, showing us a bit of familiarity before leaving it behind. Bidoof recounts his dream of becoming the best explorer as we flash back. But not a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon flashback, just a genuine flashback. I don't need to clarify this, but I am. I like this mountain shot. The trees, bit of animated water. I always wanted to live somewhere like this. Maybe it'd be pleasant, I don't know. This is the only time we see this screen. I appreciate they used space for this. We see Bidoof talking to his family, ready to set off to join Wigglytuff's guild. They wish him the best of luck, and he sets off. I love the wave animation here, very cute. Bidoof joins the guild and recounts his troubles of being an apprentice. We see a brief montage of him giving Loudred the wrong item, or eating a perfect apple of Chatot freaking out and taking away his dinner. He thought he was doing his best and was trying his hardest, but would still always mess up. He begins to question this dream he set out for, if he'd really cut out for it. But then, one day, it happened. This takes place before the arrival of Raygon version, when Bidoof was still the newest member. After the speech, Chatot gives Bidoof his assignment today of asking the Kecleon market for some orange berries. This seems a little familiar. Bidoof wonders if he could instead do a job on the bulletin board sometime, with Chatot fairly yet rudely crushing him by saying he'd only mess it up. Bidoof gets sad. Story of my life. Damn. But listen, Chatot is a cool ass dude, and tells Bidoof that he's just a slow learner, and everyone starts somewhere, and believes that Bidoof is going to be able to be a great explorer someday. He could also just be saying that to assure Bidoof so he can go run the errand already, rather than actually caring for him. There's always this ambiguous asshole-ish air around Chatot where you can never tell if he's being genuinely nice or not, but I think he is most of the time. Anyways, for the special episodes, instead of using the blue or pink borders, the game just uses green, which I feel like it should have for the whole game, but whatever. I do like the attention to continuity, there not being diaries for Sunflora and Bidoof yet, certain vendors not being in town, or the Spinda Cafe still unopened. Effing around on the beach, I take a look at Bidoof's abilities, and he's got some good ones. Ones that would actually change the moves I focus on using, and focus on stat increases. Marowak's dojo isn't back, but they give us a reviver seed for bothering to show up. That's nice. Heading to Kecleon's shop, Bidoof inquires upon the stock of orange berries. After getting his answer, Bidoof just sort of starts venting to these guys about how much of a screw up he is, and the Kecleons are just like, you know, if you buy a TM, and they just start exploiting his depression to sell crap to him. Capitalists. What's worse is that the Kecleon suggests him to buy hidden power. Like, damn, now you're just setting him up for failure. Bidoof pulls out his money and considers, but remembers that this money was given to him by his mama for emergencies. Bidoof decides against it, and as the Kecleons still treat him like a consumer, he goes on his way. He encounters a scared Pokemon that runs up to Bidoof and hands him an item before running away. Two more Pokemon show up, wondering where that other one ran off. Bidoof, being a snitch, tells them where that other Pokemon ran, and they leave. I like how the two Kecleons are animated for this scene just watching it. There's so many scenes where they're just chilling behind the shop watching interesting things go down. This is like the most action-packed part of the town. Later that night, Chimiko announces dinner like always. Whoa, just take it easy, man. You know, why do they set up plates if nobody's going to be eating there? In bed, Bidoof reflects on the day and the scary Pokemon he met. Yeah, even in special episodes we can't escape from the flashbacks. He pulls out the item he was given to by that white Pokemon, a map pointing to somewhere labeled as Star Cave. Bidoof has a feeling that there's something special there, but decides to get some sleep because he ain't doing nothing without his 8 hours. The next day, Bidoof asks Chatot about Star Cave. He replies that it's a legendary cave where the Pokemon Jirachi lives, which when woken will grant the Pokemon a wish. Nobody knows where it's located, except gamer Bidoof. Just little old me. Bidoof daydreams of using Jirachi's wish to become the greatest explorer ever. He begins to get excited at this prospect. I'm so happy I could bust. Hey, hold up, not here Bidoof, watch out. Chatot gets suspicious over Bidoof's behavior, but before he can get caught, Loudred announces that Bidoof has a visitor. It's that white guy from yesterday, guess he survived the jumping. His name is Snover, and explains that the two from yesterday were looking for that map he gave Bidoof. He thanks Bidoof for protecting the map, and asks him to travel together to Star Cave. Snover builds up Bidoof as this nice and dependable guy, and the two friends team up. Bidoof tells Chatot he wants to take a couple days off due to stomach pains. Chatot seems suspicious, but allows this, giving Bidoof the freedom to go to Wish Cave. No, it's not called Wish Cave, it's Star Cave? Bro, there are so many dungeons in this game that remind me of the dungeons from Rescue Team, like Surrounded Sea and whatever the sea was from Rescue Team. Bidoof feels bad having to lie, but hopes by being the best explorer, he won't have to be such a bother to others by no longer being a screw-up. Snover tells Bidoof to get prepared while he hides, planning on slipping into the party when Bidoof arrives. Nice to see Bidoof made a friend. Y'all are probably wondering why this Snover isn't in the main story of the game if he and Bidoof are friends, and don't worry. One thing neat about these special episodes is that the storage is shared from the main game, so I still have all my ginsings and stat-up items I never got around to using. Well, now I feel sad. But knowing this, I held on to exclusive items for Pokemon I knew would be playable in special episodes, so I had a ton of stuff for Bidoof. We get ready to go, with Snover coming along. He's a bit nervous, but Bidoof assures him that with the two of them together, we can do anything. So as I said, all the new music for Explorers of Sky is amazing. And I love the Star Cave theme, and how it uses a little bits of the relaxing end of dungeon treasure room theme from other dungeons. They really pull out the violin for these new tracks, and I won't lie, it just makes me hard. Speaking of hard, there's hail falling down. This dungeon has a weird sort of gimmick going on. Basically, hail appears very often, and with Bidoof's low health, the player needs to rush and find orbs and items to clear and change the weather. Honestly, this whole gimmick could have just been eliminated if I just slapped a weather band on, but oh well. And you know what? I am so glad I can be a normal type. Like, finally, after all this time I can use a normal type. Am I weird for this? Like, should I be excited to play as a normal type Pokemon? People think normal type Pokemon are boring. Yeah, I'm going on a rant for this. But I swear, these Pokemon get some of the coolest moves. Easy access to stab moves early on, and a large learn pool and TM pool. Maybe I'm tripping, but I find these Pokemon to be the funnest. You know what? Normal typers, come up in chat. Go into the comments and say, I'm a normal typey too, Spacey. And I'll love you. Despite this, Snover is a lot stronger than Bidoof. The exclusive items help with evening the two out, but Snover is just past double his level, and has Powder Snow for room clearing and Icy Wind for range, so relying on him to help isn't half bad, but Bidoof can still do some great damage close up. But yeah, the constant hail means without specialty equipment, Bidoof is always going to be pretty low. Around 10 floors in or so, we arrive in Deep Star Cave, which has some pretty big floors, but after 4 floors of it, we reach a dead end, the depths of Star Cave, but no Jirachi to be seen. Some laughter reveals itself as Bagon and Gligar from earlier show up. This is where Snover also reveals himself as a villain. That this isn't Star Cave, and there's no Jirachi. Yup, Snover was a jerk all along. I kinda wish Snover didn't turn out this way, but maybe it's an important message to kids what emotionally manipulative people are like, and how they act. Trust me, I know a thing or two about these people. My Ko-Fi is in the description below. So basically, Bidoof thought he had a friend, but forgot that this is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and in this world, everyone wants you dead. This is Team Rogue, which is actually pretty funny. Their whole gimmick is that they trick people and then reveal their name. It's like being put in the same situation, getting tricked, and they're like, we're Team Jump, and you're like, aw crap, here we go. The entire reason they did all this is because they saw Bidoof lay out his fat stacks when wondering about buying the TM. Yes, this is what all of this was about. I promise y'all these special episodes are good, just stay with me. Through Snover's explanation, he does reveal this map was legit, but it only led them to a dead end. Well, it's battle time. Low-key, I don't think the player is supposed to win this fight, but I honestly think even the devs slept on Bidoof. I started the fight by stun seeding Snover, because I already saw his moves and I knew he was trouble. I tackled Bagon and one-shotted him with a crit. God damn, the ponage. Gligar took 2 of schwacking before getting slept, and then it was Snover's turn. Oh man, this is about to be good. First, I yell at him. Golly gee, ya golly dumbass! Crit him, one-shotted. Absolute destruction. Wow. Bidoof absolutely wrecked these guys. Wait, what? I feel like this is something that Explorers of the Sky is known for, even though it only does it a couple of times. But it's always funny how sudden it is. Yeah, I guess we were supposed to lose this fight, which makes me wonder why this fight was even in this game in the first place. But maybe it was worth it, because just as they're about to finish Bidoof, yeah, gamers, it's jumping time. Finally, after always getting put into these circles of enemies, we get to be the circle of enemies. Needless to say, just stand back and watch the show. Funnily enough, Snover's Powder Snow damn near froze half the guild. I'm sure at least one person who has played this game had the whole guild frozen because of this. But yeah, they get bodied. The three scurry off, which, I mean, I feel like someone should go after them. They're outlaws, but whatever. Bidoof thanks the guild, as they explain they all came to Bidoof's rescue because they all care about him. You know, this is nice. I'm glad Bidoof has people. But hey, we are an exploration team, and we're still in Star Cave, so let's try to find the secret to continue on. Wigglytuff does just that, finding a hole in the wall. Everyone's excited to find Jirachi and make a wish, but Wigglytuff says that this expedition is Bidoof's expedition, and he should go alone to Jirachi. Which I don't really get that much. If anyone could use the help, it's Bidoof. But fine, let's go Bidoof. Bidoof leaves as the guild praises their master for his generosity, especially for the fact that Wigglytuff could have wished for infinite perfect apples. And Wigglytuff's like, hold up. And hilarity ensues as the guild has to hold him back. You know, if they knew about Jirachi being in this cave, like, couldn't they have just wished for the world to not be in danger anymore? I feel like they could have came back here for Jirachi at some point in the story. This kind of leads up a plot hole, but whatever. Now we're on our own, but luckily the hail has stopped, and Bidoof still got hands. 4 floors later, we reach the pit of the cave. Another dead end, but this time we hear a voice. It's the one and only Jirachi. Jirachi says it will grant wishes, but is too sleepy at the moment, and warns Bidoof that it will probably attack him in its sleep, and that's what happens. Defy the legends? Jammer. Anyways, I started off by stunning Jirachi and buffing myself. Jirachi is a steel psychic type, so normal attacks are pretty useless. Maybe I should have used hidden power. Regardless, I was sort of just trading blows. I could have used an orange berry to stop myself from using a reviver seed, but I didn't really care. Like, buddy, I'm post game. Bidoof beats Jirachi, which may seem a little bit far-fetched, but remember, he's just trying to wake Jirachi up. Jirachi awakens, and asks Bidoof what he wishes for. And hey, I got you, boy. I didn't forget your wish. Bidoof tells Jirachi this, but before Jirachi can make that wish come true, Bidoof interrupts it. He explains that that is his dream, but it's not the kind of dream that you can wish for. It's one you have to work for. By wishing for it, you skip the experiences, the lessons, the things that truly makes explorations worth it. So Bidoof cancels his wish, instead choosing a new one, wishing for a buddy he could teach stuff to, someone to join the guild that Bidoof can show around and give a helping hand to. Jirachi makes this wish come true, and Bidoof thanks it. Yeah, all these ends with the game's credits for some reason. But if you think about this hard enough, there are some dark implications. There's a lot to dig in with this, but the basic idea is that this wish is what caused Darkrai to attack Rego and turn them into the Pokemon. And depending on how much you want to think about it, you could arguably say this wish is the reason the entire plot of this game happened, and Bidoof unknowingly almost caused the end of the world with this simple wish. And I kinda love that, because the partner would never have joined the guild if it wasn't for Rego's appearance. There's a part 2 of this involving Wigglytuff. Basically, the Wigglytuff theory implies that the partner wasn't going to be the one chosen by the relic fragment, it was going to be Wigglytuff, as Wigglytuff also has a pure heart. The idea is that the partner, being too scared to get their relic fragment back themselves, would make a request for the exploration teams to do so. The rest of this varies from person to person, so I'll just say what makes sense to me. Someone from the guild would do the mission, get the fragment back, and the partner would choose to give up their fragment, no longer believing themselves, and handing it over to the guild, where it would end up in Wiggly's hands. Though I feel like in that situation of being forced to interact with the guild, the partner would still probably join anyways. But the idea is that Bidoof's wish caused Rego to show up, and it allowed Bergen to join the guild, and be brave enough to get their fragment back. So basically, Wigglytuff was supposed to be the main character, going through the same experiences as we did with showing up to Temporal Tower to save the world. I mean, he even knew how to get there, with his connections to Lapras. It's a fun theory. There's probably more knock-on effects caused by Bidoof's wish. There are some good times to talk about. But like I said earlier, it only makes me wonder that if Bidoof knew of Jirachi's existence here, like, did Jirachi flee after the wish? Like, did more people start coming and asking for wishes? Because they could have used Jirachi to skip a lot of this plot. So yeah, that was a pretty fun special episode to start things off. See the perspective and get to play as a different character, and get some cool lore tidbits. Not bad, a very good one to choose for the first one. But there's still 4 more to go. And the next one is one of the better ones. So let's dive into Igglybuff, the Prodigy. Heading in, he presents the pink Pokemon with a perfect apple, complaining that he doesn't want to sneak perfect apples away from the guild's food storage every day. Before Wigglytuff can respond, he drops something, and no lie, watching this footage back I thought he dropped a bomb, but maybe I'm just tired. The item dropped is the exclusive item known as the Defend Globe. Wigglytuff seems very concerned of its status, despite it being an item only useful to bug-type Pokemon, with Wigglytuff being a normal type. Oh sweet, I get to play as a normal type again. Also, I believe this to be that rare item that Team Slump was talking about in Wigglytuff's possession a while back. Wigglytuff explains that this item has sentimental value to him, representing the start of him being an explorer. This takes us back to when Wigglytuff was a kid, known as Igglybuff. You know, it's interesting how normalized it is that when a character evolves, they just change their name. But living a chill life with his family on a peaceful prairie, his mom gives him some gummies to give to his friends who are knocking. I like how his starting level is already higher than Bidoof's. Really puts the oof in that name. Igglybuff screws around with his friends for a bit, before the local bullies show up, which, yes, consists of a poison type and a ghost type. They extort a clueless Igglybuff out of the rest of his gummies while the rest of his friends just watch. That night, his parents talk about how he's being used by the bullies. They're unsure if Igglybuff will become like the bullies, and have trouble understanding their son in general. Papa, yes, that's what they're called. That's what people call them, it's weird. Daddy brings up the time Igglybuff and him were climbing down a mountain during a storm, and Igglybuff saved him from a massive boulder dropping on his head with a Yumta. They believe he has some mysterious powers, but trust that he has a good heart. Waking up the next day, Igglybuff heads out again, seeing the bullies, who wants to play Explorers. And hey, I'm playing Explorers. Well, at least me in the footage is. It's been like over a month since I last touched this game. But I think I'm playing the role of the me who's currently playing the game, so let's get back to that. Anyways, these two want to explore a forest known as Murky Forest, and everyone is too scared except Igglybuff. Igglybuff knows nothing about being an explorer in exploration teams, and Banette gives the rundown. Love the song that plays here. It feels like a very fitting theme for Wigglytuff, more than the theme that he ended up getting. And at the end they even strike a pose. That's so cool. You know what? I actually like these two. I wish they showed up again. It could be said that Team Oz Drapion could be Skorupi, but I feel like reoccurring characters in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon usually don't change evolutionary forms. I'll give an example of that in a later special episode. Igglybuff is pretty nice. I mean, he's a pound bot, but Sweet Kiss is good, and Copycat is interesting. It's not going to be necessary to talk about the gameplay of these special episodes. I feel like the interesting part of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon's gameplay is the growth of the characters, so these small instances of gameplay in special episodes mostly just serve to break things up between story moments. They're like playable cutscenes. It'd be weird if they weren't here. We reach the depths of the forest, where Skorupi brings up the rumor of a scary monster living here. After some messing around, we decide to leave, where we hear the roars of a scary monster. This results in a Pokemon running out, screaming its gosh darn head off at us. Banette and Skorupi leave, but Igglybuff seems unfazed. The Pokemon keeps trying to convince Igglybuff to go home, but Igglybuff annoys him with the constant questioning of what he's doing. So he tells Igglybuff to just follow him, which... The Pokemon takes him into his cave, which... Igglybuff is excited at the secret base. I like the dance he does here. The Pokemon introduces himself as Armaldo, and this is just his home. He's a washed up old explorer that has retired and now spends his days here. He explains to the curious Igglybuff the joys of exploration and presents him with a secret map. The map is some sort of puzzle to a hidden treasure, but Armaldo doesn't understand how to solve it. It's something he's been pondering the solution to for a while. Meanwhile, we see Igglybuff just sticking that blunt in the fire. Now we're talking. I could use a hit of that right now. This is like a primetime Pokemon Mystery Dungeon out of context image. Armaldo takes away the burning map and in a panic, water guns it, destroying it. Armaldo mourns his map, but as Igglybuff reveals by wiping away the charred parts, the map has changed to reflect the true answer, a place known as Eastern Cave. Igglybuff explains that he solved the puzzle of the map because he saw it was thick, and figuring it had multiple layers, he thought that by burning it, the true layer could be revealed. Meanwhile, Armaldo and I are like, what the hell? Armaldo contemplates whether he should go exploring or not, as there is a reason he does not want to explore anymore. After some convincing, he says alright, and decides that he'll take Igglybuff along, which might have been his fatal flaw. He says tomorrow though, so scram, Junior. The next day, Igglybuff tells his parents that he made a new friend, neglecting to mention that his friend is some odd guy that lives in a cave in the middle of the woods. Honestly, Armaldo's living the dream. So we're off to Armaldo's place, telling our friends that we're heading to the woods to meet our friend, much to their surprise. Army's waiting, and introduces Igglybuff to Kangaskhan rocks. And he just starts beating it up. Like, whoa, take it easy, man. Anyways, I'm stacked on Igglybuff related items, so I'm ready and roaring. With that, we head to Eastern Cave. After about 10 rounds of pounding some dudes, I reach the climax. It's this ultra trapped out room to a rather comical degree. Armaldo carefully explains all the contraptions and mechanisms at play, but much like a gravel rock, Igglybuff just breaks all the rules and mechanics by busting the door down. This is a surprisingly comical chapter. Armaldo is amazed at this kid's power as they go through the door. Though just reading this now, I feel like there could be like some sort of metaphorical statement with the different way that Igglybuff thinks and sees the world, and Armaldo explaining how these normal things on how to handle a situation, and Igglybuff finding his own solution with his own powers that he has. I don't know. I always saw something with Igglybuff that I didn't want to say with this video, but there's something there. In the treasure room, they find a chest with none other than the defend globe in it. You know, I wish the main story mode had moments of opening these large chests and getting all these loot and exclusive items. Anyways, Igglybuff is happy to have succeeded, not even understanding the value of the defend globe. He starts calling Armaldo master and asks him to take him as an apprentice. Armaldo ponders, thinking of how he's quit exploring and doesn't want any attention brought on him. But on the other hand, he is enjoying this, and believes Igglybuff to have the potential to be an incredible explorer. He agrees with Igglybuff, forming an exploration team with him, which might not have been a good decision, but oh well. This game's always kind of had a theme of the defiance of fate and living how you want to regardless of whether you should be doing these things, and I feel like Armaldo is a pretty good representation of that, living his best at the cost of what we'll soon find out. We see a montage of them exploring and discovering treasures, Igglybuff visiting him every day, basically abandoning his old friends. After several months, Armaldo is certain that Igglybuff is some sort of exploration prodigy. Leaving the dungeon they were at, the two talk about how the next exploration they'll be going on is a place known as Fortune Ravine. After promising to go tomorrow, the two split. Meanwhile, a Nidoking in the distance seems to recognize Armaldo. Ooh. The next day, Igglybuff does mention Master Armaldo to Papa, but I don't think he has the right idea, and Mama mentions that Igglybuff isn't playing with his friends anymore. Armaldo warns us that Fortune Ravine is going to be difficult, and knows that by himself, he could never do it. But with Igglybuff, anything seems possible. We head off to Fortune Ravine. Meanwhile, back at Igglybuff's house, Papa and Mama talk with Igglybuff's friends, and they learn that Iggly is going to Murky Forest every day to hang out with that scary guy in there. Everyone is concerned as that purple Pokemon from before shows up, wanting to ask some questions. Screw this guy, by the way. He asks about the scary guy's appearance, while introducing himself as Nidoking. The game fading away the plot twist and only showing everyone's reaction to this, believing Igglybuff to be in danger. But F that, we're at Fortune Ravine. This is up there for one of the best dungeon songs in the series. God, this song is great. When it comes to the idea of exploration these games have planted in my head, it's this song that encapsulates it all. What it means to go on a journey to strange and lost places. It always makes me fantasize of exploring old ruins and seeing lost worlds, and this song would be playing in my head that whole time. Love this song. A little ways through, Armaldo explains that this dungeon might have a boss, and how dungeon bosses often misunderstand the situation and attack without reason, which is a really funny jab at the story and how most of the time bosses don't have a reason to attack, causing pointless fights. I mean, I don't know if they've earned this joke, but good one. This dungeon isn't exactly a slouch. I did have moments of relying on Armaldo, and even needing to use a Petrify Orb at a monster house. Yeesh! In the pits of Fortune Ravine, we come across the puzzle room. We take out all the torches only to fall down a pit, and we're not alone. This leads to a fight with us surrounded by Pokemon, and if that's not bad enough, it's healing, because of course it is. Armaldo is strong against most of these Pokemon and will guard Igglybuff too, so there's no need to worry too much for this fight. Tasting victory, we see an opening off in the distance. Arriving outside, Igglybuff points out something in the distance, and this screen here is always something that has sort of stuck with me. Armaldo describes this as an ancient city, buried by time. And just the idea and visual of this is so cool to me. What could be there? What could we learn by exploring? And just us being alone in this whole new world that only we know about. This is gonna be good. But sadly, before we can step any farther, the explorer known as Nidoking appears, alongside everyone else and the cops. It's explained that Armaldo is an outlaw, and Nidoking, is piece of garbage ass, tryhard ass, snitched on him to raise those ranking points, huh? Disgusting. I mean, dude's only a B rank outlaw. Surely it can't be that serious. That's like slapping someone on the back of the head while you're going for a walk type outlaw rank. Anyways, Igglybuff is in disbelief as Armaldo is getting arrested. And honestly, Nidoking might actually be the worst character in the series. Like, if this chapter doesn't teach you to hate cops, then I don't know what will. All I'm saying is that this chapter raised a generation. Nobody listens to Igglybuff's pleas to release Armaldo, causing him to start an earthquake. He's going to take everyone out. Armaldo stops him though, explaining that he is an outlaw, a bad guy who was hiding out in Murky Forest, starting the rumor of the scary monster living there to drive away people. Igglybuff is still saddened, but Armaldo explains that if he enjoyed exploring, he should someday become an explorer. Before being taken away, Armaldo remarks that exploring with Igglybuff is the first time he really found exploring fun, and gives Igglybuff the Defend Globe they found on their first adventure, as a reminder of the start of it all. And they're gone, leaving Igglybuff to cry. We cut back to Chatot and Wigglytuff. Hearing the story, Chatot asks what happened to Armaldo afterwards, with Wigglytuff giving the vague answer that a lot of things happened, but those are stories for another day. Looking at his Defend Globe, Wigglytuff gives one last thought about how even though there are outlaws out there that get caught and punished, truly bad Pokemon don't exist. As I rephrase it, truly bad people don't exist. And I think that is a very fascinating message to end on. I believe I mentioned this earlier. I mean, I can't remember. I've been working on this script for weeks. But I feel like there's a sort of message of moral ambiguity in this game. That everyone has a reason for the things they do. The idea of how silly the thought of simply labeling people as good and evil is. Screw Nidoking, but there wasn't really any villain to this chapter. It was kinda just a group L. Maybe Armaldo decided to explore with this kid. Maybe there was a better way of handling this with his parents. I don't know. Maybe he knew his days were numbered. But I feel like with games like this, I mean, Pokemon has always been so black and white with the hero and the villains. Literally recycling a random evil gang for every game to the point where fans can't wait for the next reskin. Then we got this moment here where a character talks about their philosophy with seeing the world in a gray light, not believing that evil people exist, and with a target audience of children in mind. A part of me wonders what they were trying to say here, what they were trying to tell kids, and if they were attempting to deliver a message. And I think that's interesting, that they chose to do this. There's meaning here. Now, I know what y'all are thinking. Wow, Spacey, you weren't kidding. These special episodes are pretty good and interesting. And, yeah, I can't wait for the next one. And, well, you know, it's good to take a break from the norm. That's always nice, right? I mean, we can't expect every special episode to be great, which really makes it genius that they decided to use one special episode on Sunflora's Today's Oh My Gosh. I'm not saying y'all can skip this one, but Sunflora is writing in her diary because she wants to be able to reflect on the days, and that's a good way of summarizing this cutscene without all the oh my goshing. Sunflora talks about how much she loves being at the guild and being with everyone. However, Loudred and Sunflora have had some drama recently going on. Oh no! Despite the two exploring a lot, last time, Loudred ignored Sunflora's warnings and they got knocked out. Sunflora's mad that Loudred hasn't even apologized. And I don't know, I see the world weird. But I feel like when you're cool enough with someone, there's no need for sorries or things. But maybe Loudred and Sunflora aren't at that level where they're above it. Chatot shows up, searching for Sunflora, and has something to discuss with her. She shows up to Wigglytuff's room like, oh shit, a cop! Magnezone introduces us via paper of an S-rank outlaw, known as the Invincible Haunter. Is that a ghost-type villain I see? Invincible as every time he gets knocked out, he'll get back up. Magnezone said to send one of the guild's best explorers, and Sunflora is honored to be that one. With everyone else busy, including Team Love, who are currently being sent out to investigate some waterfall, Sunflora decides to go on her own. This is probably the coolest part of this special episode, that it just shows what other characters are doing parallel to our story. It once again gives the idea of a more full world of moving characters. Like, these characters were doing things while we were on our own mission. We weren't the main characters in this world. Our destination is a place called Spring Cave. Wigglytuff warns us that Spring Cave is near a hot spring, meaning that there is likely to be a lot of fire Pokemon, which makes me wonder why they even bothered sending Sunflora. Like, literally any other guild member would have been more suited for the job. Haunter is also a poison type, so honestly, if I was Sunflora right now, I'd be pretty pissed. Sunflora is basically being set up for failure, but tells everyone that she'll be fine. It's preparement time. Another showcase of neat continuity here, with Bidoof and Sunflora's diaries being listed out to where they were during the waterfall part of the story. These are the extra details I appreciate. Loudred and Sunflora still won't talk to each other. Also in the guild is Team Flame, who I like that they put them here, the leader being a Bellsprout afraid of the fire from their fire-type allies. There's quite a bit of fun dialogue in town. I think there's some weird-ass horny Zangoose, and that's pretty good. Sunflora has a passive ability where she gets increased power during sunny weather, but loses HP, so I never bothered with it, but bring some sunny orbs if you like. I noticed how the first floor of all these special episodes, there's usually a shop selling items that may be helpful for the current situation. Don't have much to say on Spring Cave, as after floor 4, we already encounter Haunter. Well dang, this is gonna be quick. Haunter decided to show himself because he's confident that Sunflora won't stop him. She'll get discouraged like the rest who tried to stop him. Sunflora has Bullet Seed, which even though Haunter resisted, it's still a multi-hit move in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. So yeah, rest easy gamer. Haunter goes down, the victorious Sunflora preparing to apprehend him, until she suddenly gets flashbanged, as it's revealed that Haunter is back up, completely fine. Cut the flashback crap, we already get this guy's gimmick, he's invincible. Haunter tells us to give up, as he cannot be stopped, and leaves. Meanwhile, I'm scratching my head like, I don't know, dude probably just used a Reviver Seed. Maybe that's one of those gameplay only items not to be brought up in the story, though in Bidoof's chapter, Loudred did mention one. Sunflora isn't sure why Haunter is invincible, but isn't going to let that stop her, rushing after him, leading us deeper into Spring Cave. I actually ended up losing here. Like, I don't know, throwing monster houses at me as a type that basically gets slept by every Pokemon type just really wasn't the play. Like, I'm getting eaten alive by bug bites in a sandstorm. It's no good. Anyways, I make it back to Spring Cave Middle. Yeah, I don't know, something about that name tells me that this story isn't gonna end here. We meet up with Haunter again. We fight him and the same thing happens. But before leaving, he's hired some Slugma after us. Once again showing that oddity in this world of how some Pokemon are treated like animals more than human, with how these guys don't really have any character and they just make sounds. Like, I don't know, why do some Pokemon speak a language that we can understand and others don't? Though I always appreciated the detail that sometimes these characters would make weird sounds. Like, Grovyle and Dusknoir do that a lot, and I don't know, I always appreciated that. Regardless, Sunflora is getting cooked. It gets chased around for like 10 minutes, but somebody eventually comes to her rescue. It's Loudred. Loudred slaps the Sluggies and makes sure Sunflora is okay, but she's like still upset and basically tells him to screw off, so he storms away. And I mean, to be fair, she immediately regrets that, and I get it. Sometimes you still have some of that red, that anger you need to pour out before the color returns to neutral. Maybe that's an underrated emotional concept. Okay, I'm losing y'all, stay focused. Sunflora wanted to thank Loudred, but it's too late. For some reason the game thinks it's necessary to flashback to what literally happened like 10 seconds ago. Like, this might be a new first. Flashbacking to the same scene that's currently occurring? Is that like Ouroboros? Using some more bizarre logic that I don't quite understand, Sunflora realizes the secret behind Haunter's invincibility. I mean, I still think he just has a bunch of reviver seeds, but you tell me. Things start heating up as we go deeper. I mean, there's no fire type Pokemon here, but I kind of like to think that this is just the story of Sunflora going deeper and deeper in hell. Maybe there's a correlation between the heat of the dungeon with the fire and the relationship between the two of Sunflora and Loudred, but I think that's looking at things too hard. But damn it, do I need something to talk about with this chapter. After some more fun of fighting Pokemon that resist all of our moves and kick our planny behind, we reach hell. I mean, the Pit of Spring Cave. For the final time, we confront Haunter. Haunter continues to tell Sunflora to give up, but Sunflora isn't falling for Haunter's ruse and exposes him. Yep, that's the twist the game has been building towards. There's not one Haunter, there's 3. Wait, so this whole time this guy is known to be invincible, but all you have to do is KO him 3 times? Y'all should have skipped this one. I'm sorry if you're watching this. Does this count as 3 separate ghost type villains? The numbers rise. Anyways, Haunter sets Sunflora up the bomb as lava begins to flow into this part of the cave, burning Sunflora. But before she can get wiped, our boy Loudred is still here. He says no time to talk, time to clap, and we fight. We both start out burned, which is BS because the Haunter should be burned too, but this halves our attack stat. Good thing we're both physical attackers, right? If that's not worse enough, Haunter is a ghost poison Pokemon. I know the PMD writers are licking their lips at the villain potential of that, but poison beats grass types, and ghost and normal types neutralize each other, so we're in for a hell of a fight. Loudred does have Astonish, which is super effective, but he's a pink card AI, meaning I can't tell him which moves to use. Sunflora is more of a sharpshooter with her ranged attacks, so just let Loudred tank. Somehow he didn't get knocked out for me, and it's all really luck based. If you use the Supersonic to confuse the Haunters, then the fight will instantly swing, but attacking a rebounding Haunter to get countered can be brutal. Really, just focus on spam healing him. With some decent RNG, I come out of the fight relatively unscathed. It's kinda nice not playing a character that can just one-shot everything. The Haunters surrender, and the two celebrate as we arrest them. Back at the guild, everyone daps up Sunflora, the cop even giving the exclusive item Sun Scarf to Sunflora, which will allow her to heal from fire type moves. It would have been cool if this chapter ended with Sunflora being surrounded by fire type Pokemon, with Loudred running in to sacrifice himself, getting knocked out but giving Sunflora the scarf or something like that. I don't know, it feels lame that we just received this gift that is now completely useless to us, unless if I decide to use Sunflora in the main game. But even so, it won't be the same Sunflora as the guild one, and it just won't feel as special. Sunflora says she wasn't alone, as Loudred helped too, but Chatot reveals that Loudred went against guild orders to go and save Sunflora on his own accord, and is being punished by going on an apple run. I find Chatot saying, "Rules are rules," kinda strange, because I feel like the other members have also went against the rules and just did their own thing. Like, I don't know. That night, everyone's telling scary stories, including Rego and Bergen. Chimiko invites Sunflora, but she says she's busy writing in her diary, and honestly, mood. Sunflora inquires about Loudred, but Chimiko says he's still out in Apple Woods. She then writes in her diary about the day, and her guilt for being a jerk to Loudred, hoping that they can still be friends after all of this, and promising to apologize to Loudred the first thing when he gets back. And more important than apologizing is saying thanks. Anyways, final thoughts on Sunflora? Well, it was definitely placed perfectly. It's in the middle of the 5 special episodes, and it really feels like it. I think it's the most forgettable one, but I don't know, it's not like I hate it, but it's just not as interesting as the others. But it is neat that it exists. I like that it's in the game, just a neat little unimportant side story involving some characters we didn't see too much during the game. It helps flesh out the guild more, and I appreciate that it's not something revolutionary about a character or the plot. It's just a silly adventure that happened one day, while we were on our own journey. Respect. Alright then, back to the menu. There's 2 left. And remember how I said that when I was younger, there was a special episode I didn't like, but upon replaying them now, I really learned to appreciate. Well, here comes Team Charm. In some ruins, we see a Graveler. Traveling to the deepest part, they find a treasure chest. They're proud of themselves, working so hard as an explorer for so long. It's nice to see them finally start to be rewarded. The Graveler is so excited, and what a cool person, you know? Graveler's rather cautious, having a feeling the ruins will crumble as soon as they lift the chest. They proceed to do so, when suddenly... Alright, so after watching that, do you see the problem? This is awful! This special episode starts with a misstep. We see this Graveler who was working so hard get robbed by these total thieves, then left to die. And it's so petty too. Like, you people disguised yourself as statues just to do this? Pathetic. I feel like this scene was written far before this special episode, because the 3 Team Charm members are honestly pretty kind. They would hate the people that would do this. It's uncharacteristic. But you know, I get it. They wanted to introduce the 3 we're 3 lesbians that don't need no man type deal.
I hate men.
And I won't lie, the lesbian bikers going around and kicking ass is a cool trope. I don't even know if that's a trope. I just like when media does this. But this opening feels sort of mean-spirited and unfitting with the characters. Like, if they found the treasure, why didn't they just take it and leave? Why go through the trouble of painting themselves as statues? I feel like all they needed to do was make Graveler a crappy person, instead of a nice hard-working person that gets duped. Like, geez, do the lamest thing possible, most obvious thing, and make them a misogynist or something. Just show a scene of them going, oh, you girls could never accomplish anything, compared to me, as they both enter the same ruins. And then Team Charm gets the jump on them, and we're like, whoa, these 3 are cool, instead of, whoa, these 3 are jerks. Also, to the commenters on the iceberg video, I know, they aren't a rescue team, they're an exploration team, which means it's totally fine to kill someone. I get it, I get it. I mean, are they even an exploration team? They're just treasure hunters. That's like the bottom of the barrel of contributing anything to society. We're told of Team Charm's legacy of a master rank team. However, the story will experience the days before the fame. As a group that has never missed the treasure they've aimed for, they're approaching their next target. We arrive in some jungle, with our objective being in Boulder Quarry, where a treasure lies in its depths. So beautiful that mere words can't express it, and they want it. We're interrupted by a Blossom, which... Blossom says if we're looking for the treasure, we should just turn back. Everyone who has tried has failed, and at this point, they feel like there might not be a treasure at all. This only encourages Team Charm, however, saying that there's not a treasure that they can't find, and they're getting this one. Bill Awesome still wants us to stop, but there's no hope getting these three to listen. Oh sweet, I'm a normal type again. These two are pretty strong, and I actually enjoyed using them. It felt like a very well-rounded party. Like, Medicham is mad strong up close. She was destroying with moves like Force Palm, and then we had Gardevoir with the long-range attacks. We enter Southern Jungle on our journey to Boulder Quarry. I think the only thing that's confusing about our moveset is Lopunny having Return. Return is a move that scales with our IQ stat, but during special episodes, everyone starts with 0 IQ, which I'll mention in the next chapter, but it means I basically have a move that does a set 5 damage. It's pretty useless. Do y'all want to see something wild though? Look at this. I approach the stairs and get hit by a PP0 trap. Alright. Not wanting my teammates to step on it as well, I do a diagonal move to reposition them and get hit with another PP0 trap, both surrounding the staircase. Like, this felt user made. No way something this malicious could have just been brewed from RNG. This jungle has some weird weather going down, like one floor is sandstorming, the next it's hailing. The weather rules in this world are wild, though it's oddly some of the most logical in this dungeon, considering in most other scenarios it's raining, sunny, or hailing inside of a cave. It kind of feels like there's a bit of intent with the Pokemon placed here as enemies, in the way that they want the player to utilize the different characters. Like, if I see a steel type like Fortress, then I'll let Medicham handle it, as her Force Palm, a fighting type move, is super effective against steel types. But I don't want Medicham fighting against Murkrow, a flying dark type, with both types countering Medicham's fighting psychic existence. And Gardevoir's psychic is super effective against the grass types. I mean, Medicham also has psychic moves, but listen, I'm trying to give this game some credit, okay? After some exploring, we come to a bit of an opening, where we hear some strange sounds. The three check it out, to find someone unconscious. Medicham starts to panic because she thinks he's dead, but they place down a perfect apple, and he detects it. This is the only time Wigglytuff uses this portrait. It's exceedingly rare for any character to have multiple portraits like this. In fact, I can really only think of Wigglytuff for just about the entire series. Very interesting. I wonder if this was a leftover from the main game, from a plotline that never happened, because these 2 bits of dialogue are all there is for it. I don't know. That's neat. I wonder if that was in like the leftover sprites from Time and Darkness. Because if so, then it really would have been used in the main story. Maybe instead of Chatot taking the hit, it would have been Wigglytuff, a reversal of their previous situation, with Chatot explaining the story instead of Wigglytuff. I don't know, this isn't on the script, I'm just talking to myself. So yeah, Wigglytuff is up, and he starts going to goddamn town on that bee. This is how Wigglytuff knows Team Charm. Wigglytuff explains that he's the first apprentice under Explorer Armaldo, still paying respects to the king. Wiggs explains that he has no knowledge of the treasure in the quarry, and was just going on a walk until he got mugged by someone and left to die from starvation. PMD is a cruel ass world. Seeing that everything is fine, the three run off, with Wigglytuff doing this oddly smooth waving animation I only noticed while rewatching the footage. Like, dang, they're giving Wiggs a lot of love. Like, he's already got his own chapter. I love the song that plays here. Another adventurous and fun piece of music as we get a view of the quarry. We find more explorers at the entrance of the quarry. Wow, pretty ladies! Is this what we're doing? I heard this guy returns in Gates. Yeah, everyone is either horny or sexist, much like men in real life. The current status of the area is that it's complex and mazy, and at some point a path diverges, but no matter which way you go, you always loop around, so everyone's stuck in discussing what to do next here. I kinda like the vibe. It's like the Shaman arc from post-game, going exploring with all these other explorers, kinda working together. I mean, Team Charm's gonna do everything themselves, but this is some jerk-offs show up saying that everyone should leave because this is their treasure. It's Team Odd, And maybe they weren't too bad in the main storyline, but back then, they're mega jerks. The Band of Thieves? Team Odd? Like, I don't get it. Being a thief is being an outlaw. Why would you just call your team out as an outlaw team? It doesn't make sense. And while Medicham and Gardevoir are returning from Rescue Team, the interactions here is what makes me think that characters don't typically evolve through games, as Ekans was part of the Team Meanies, just like Medicham was, but this Arbok doesn't recognize Medicham. Or maybe you just need a lot of Medichams, and the two just split from each other. The Scared Slumpers introduced the band with anime-like analysis, and I mean if we're all just banded together right here, we can just drop them. They tell of how infamous and terrible Team Odd is, which makes me wonder why the police haven't done anything, but I don't know, their track record of not doing anything has been oddly realistic. If that wasn't bad enough, she's got 2 simps with her, talking about being stepped on and crap. Like, there's nothing but trouble here. Everyone but Team Charm gets scared off and runs away. Oh, I'm sorry. But Team Charm's theme is still f***ing hype every time it plays. Team Charm has made themselves an enemy of Team Odd, and while I can't imagine these 3 having many allies, they head into the cave, but we follow after them. One of the people from before, Centret, shows up. After seeing Team Charm stand up to Team Odd, they have a request. Team AWD needs to be punished. Centret tells of exploring with some friends, only for Team Odd to hurt them badly, and now their friends don't want to explore anymore. Just seeing Team Charm's reaction to that kinda gives my point on the intro cutscene again. Like hell, that seems something more like Team Odd would do. Like, it's only being told this story from Centret that they actually become interested in fighting Team Odd. They were never planning on getting into a fight, or hurting others. Team Charm will be sure to honor Centret's request of dropping Team Odd next time we see them. So now we're at Boulder Quarry, and the music here is a remix of a Rescue Team song. Combine this with the returning characters, and it's kinda like this is a Rescue Team fan service chapter. But yeah, more exploring. Nothing's really changed, well, honestly, since Rescue Team. On B3F of Deep Boulder Quarry, Medicham learns High Jump Kick, an OD wild move that does incredible damage, but if Medicham misses, she takes recoil damage and just explodes. Medicham is such a fun character, just a big melee character with a passive that gives her a chance to do even more damage. At one point, we reach a clearing, where the group find themselves lost. And I like the cautious, cool, calm, collected positivity that Team Charm has to them. It's something I really found to like about them. But a voice rings out, saying this is Aggron's territory. And I'm gonna be honest, by this point I'm really getting tired of the "this is my territory and you all are trespassing." Like, I never noticed how often they use this setup for a fight. A part of me just wants to skip this, but how is it so synced to what happens? Anyways, these guys are all steel, so I can't do anything as Lopunny. This fight is just watching Medicham beating butt, doing damage that even Rego would be impressed by. So cool. We beat them and move on, arriving at this pink area with diverging paths. Medicham is worried over which one to take, but once again, Gardevoir and Lopunny keep things cool, saying pick whatever one, and if it's wrong, it's okay. I chose left. There's no reason or joke, I just always like left more. After 5 floors of the left path, it's revealed that we f***ed around. Medicham is upset, but Lopunny is just like, isn't that nice? Now we know which path is the right one. And I don't know, I vibe with that. I like these characters. However, after 5 floors of the other path, we end up at the same divergence. Now this is a conundrum. Gardevoir suggests it must be some sort of puzzle. And I love the chemistry between these three. They're just fun characters to be around. So, we're stuck. That is until Wigglytuff shows up. Medicham accuses him of searching for the treasure, but according to him, his apple just happened to bounce all the way here. Yeah, sure. We tell Wigglytuff of our issue, and while he seems to ignore us, he was listening, calling it a cool problem. He believes that there may be another path we can't see. He drops his apple as it bounces towards the center, seemingly teleporting away. This is what I mean when I say that Wigglytuff knows more than he lets on. Like, dude is actually smart, but he just so rarely is direct about it. I always felt that even the main plot, he was studying the main characters from the back. But I don't know, on this free playthrough that kind of hidden undertone was a bit less apparent. And that's good, he's just a cool, happy, fun guy. And I like that. We chase after him, and Mario 64 warp into some limestone cavern. I enjoy the palette here. Listen, I feel like I need to say something about each individual dungeon, but it's getting hard. The ominous music here is interesting. Reaching the end, the group finds a massive treasure chest. Hell yeah, let's open it up. But as we find out, the chest is empty. We can't wonder why for long, as Team Odd shows up, upset we got to the treasure first. We try to explain it was empty, but they don't believe us. Which means... if there's one thing I never get bored of in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it's dropping jerks like these. I confuse Weavile with a Totter Seed, tell her to get out of here. Guardy drops Arbok near immediately, and it doesn't take long for us to knock out Drapion either. Earlier on, I got Agility with Lopunny. It's one of the most busted moves in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, because it allows me to increase the speed of all my party members. I crack us up, and Medicham low-key demolishes Weavile with a Force Palm stun. So needless to say, we packed up this team nice and easy. Odd is knocked down, but they get back up, ready to go again. But this time, we're interrupted by the Umatad champ himself. Weavile is surprised to see the young prodigy. Wigglytuff, being a low-key genius, says that we all got set up, that this fight was planned. He explains that the boss of Limestone Cave wanted Team Charm and Team Odd to knock each other out, in order to protect the treasure of this place. Wigglytuff walks up to the chest and calls out the boss of the area. It's Ditto, baby! Ditto might have one of the best portraits in the game as well. It's revealed that this Ditto was behind everything, stealing Wigglytuff's food and deceiving Team Charm many times. As it turns out, this Pokemon has the power to transform, and has transformed into many Pokemon we've seen along the way. Remember the eyes that Bellossom had? Harder to tell on Sentret because Sentrets normally have those eyes, but they are all Ditto. Telling people to go away and making up a story so that Team Charm would fight Team AWD. Seeing how it failed, it offers to show us the treasure it was protecting. indeed is the Time Gear. The one used on the title screen of this game, and the one I mentioned back in the intermission talk. Weavile, seeing the Time Gear, announces that Team AWD is taking their leave, because despite being a band of jerks, you can't just take a Time Gear, come on. There are some things you just can't take. Something about this line gets a laugh out of me. Like, what, do you people actually care about the world? We all leave. As Weavile says, we'll fight again next time. Medicham is saddened that as a team that always gets the treasure they seek, they won't be able to grab this one. It is what it is, but Lopunny, looking at the bright side, says in some ways, this mission was a success regardless. We saw a Time Gear for the first time, and even dropped Team Odd, so it was pretty fun overall. Now that it's all settled, the group daps up Wigglytuff and asks what he's doing next. They offer him to join them, with Wigglytuff remarking he's never gone full on exploring with someone other than his master, which I like that sort of character trait, that he's been solo this whole time, maybe feeling there could never be another person that could replace the experience of exploring with his master. However, yep, Wigglytuff joins Team Charm for the time being. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why I didn't like this one growing up, or at least had some negative thought on it on my first playthrough. I mean, the first scene was whack, but this was just another fun adventures with some great characters, and showing a follow-up on Wigglytuff's story. The levity is nice, because not to speak too far ahead, but the next episode is going to be massive, and much, much darker in tone. So I think the placement of this one was pretty good. Have some fun time with Team Charm before the finale. And I'm glad they used Ditto's transformations as a plot twist device, like that's so cool. Great episode, fun characters with some neat gameplay, and an overall cool story. But, the next one. I think it's finally time we talk about my favorite part of Explorers of Sky. The section of this game that would ultimately change my life. This special episode is what will lead to the very moment you all are witnessing right now. Get ready for something incredible. Get ready for something life-changing. It's time for special episode 5 in the future of darkness. The fact that the normally animated green line is now frozen in grayscale, meeting the world as we see of the future, is the kind of detail that makes me love this game. Like, shoot, that's something I'd think about spending dev time doing. This game was made with love, for sure. We get a recap of Grovile's fate, back at the ruins in Hidden Land, where we fought Dusknoir, as Grovile pushed him into the portal to the future. We've seen what happened to Bergen and Rego, but now, let's see what happened to Grovile. Grovile wakes up, back in the future. Dusknoir is here too, still knocked out. Unsure of how long he's been out, Grovile wonders if Bergen and Rego failed to prevent the planet's paralysis. But he knows that he must believe them no matter what, that they just haven't accomplished their goal yet. Grovile has no time to sit around though. being spotted by Sableye. As Grovyle begins to leave, Dusknoir wakes up, and man, the music changes as Dusknoir gets up. Dusknoir laughs a bit at his own failure, being unable to stop Grovyle and Rego in the very end. He asks why Grovyle would want to change the world if he knew that it meant he would disappear forever. Grovyle says that there's no future to this world, telling Dusknoir of the rising sun and peaceful breezes that they both experienced back then. He doesn't want to die either, but if it means for the sake of a better world for so many people, then he will. And he says by disappearing, everyone and everything in this world would be given the gift of a new life, because this one isn't worth living. Everyone who's still around is in agreement, and Dusknoir should just do the right thing and give up. This is also where the planetary investigation line comes from. I read this with a mistranslation from a comment on the iceberg video, so I'm just gonna ignore it. I mean, the line never really made sense anyways. With the Sableye seeing Dusknoir's failure, Grovyle presumes Dialga is going to send a new agent to the past, and is going to Temporal Tower to stop Dialga. Dusknoir says that in his current condition, Grovyle stands no chance at beating Dialga. But Grovyle doesn't intend on defeating Dialga. He just wants to buy Rego and Bergen some time by halting the sending of a new agent from the future. Grovyle leaves. Dusknoir attempts to follow, but his injuries slow him down. Barren Valley. God, the music here. I'm going to say that a lot. I don't care. This part of the game has the best music. It's the best part of the game. When people say they play Time or Darkness over Sky, I just feel bad for them, because they missed out on this. Grovyle still has the moves we know him for. I'm not sure if giving him new moves back with Bergen and Rego would reflect here. Probably not, because this seems to be a different actor for Grovyle, as he doesn't retain any of his IQ skills like he did back in the main game. You know, I'm glad we get to spend more time in the future. For it being such a big moment of the plot and theme with the titles of the games, we aren't really there for long, and it's a cool place. And plus, the music for the dungeons rocks. Grovyle travels through the valley. Upon his exit, he is found by his pursuer, Dusknoir, who still wishes to stop him. Sableye show up, as it seems like Grovyle is surrounded. They begin to strike him, but also Dusknoir. Dusknoir doesn't know what's happening, but for the moment, Grovyle says they need to work together. Ain't nothing to sweat here, these four are free as hell. The four Sableye run off, with Dusknoir wondering why his own subordinates would attack him. Grovyle isn't surprised, seeing how they abandoned him back in Hidden Land. He believes that due to Dusknoir's failure, Dialga has made the order to have the Sableye take him out too. Dusknoir doesn't believe this, but Grovyle doesn't give a crap, and moves on. Before leaving, however, Dusknoir stops Grovyle, saying they should make a temporary truce, and travel together. Grovyle immediately suggests a seat, quietly keeping his thoughts to himself. Dusknoir attempts to convince him by saying that they're both too weak to handle the Pokemon corrupted by the darkness here, and that all Dusknoir wants to find out is the truth of why his Sableye attacked him. Grovyle continues to think about the pros and cons of this alliance, before coming to a conclusion, and allowing Dusknoir to accompany him, and they march on. Like, are y'all listening to the music, or... I got so many comments on the Iceberg video on what this song was, the Dark Wasteland theme, which kind of surprises me that there are so many Mystery Dungeon fans that just don't know about these special episodes. So one thing I realized is that after I finish this special episode, I'm done with the game, and won't be coming back to this save file. So all the pure seeds and luminous orbs I've been saving up, I mean, shoot, there's no reason not to start using them. This episode is super long compared to the other ones. Arguably, the future segment here is longer than the one in the main game, so I'm just kinda gonna speedrun it. I'm gonna go open season on these items. We got Dusknoir now, and if he doesn't have the hots for Grovyle by now, then I don't know. Listen, I'm just trying to stall so we can jam to the music here, because this dungeon is legit just 5 floors, which is fair with what I said about the gameplay being there more for the story in these special episodes. But buddy, I just wanted to enjoy this jam for a few more seconds. A nice skyline scroll as we see a Sableye running around, preparing to report to Dialga. However, they get ambushed by Grovyle and Dusknoir, who take them away to a little opening in the side of the rocks. Always wondered how much of the future is taking place on mountainous areas. It's interrogation time though. Sableye explains that they're being ordered to attack Dusknoir now, thanks to Dialga's new henchman, Dusknoir's replacement. The new henchman will be the next agent sent to the past to stop Raygo inversion, just as Grovyle suspected. And this was all under Master Dialga's orders. Dusknoir is pissed, in total disbelief in what Dialga is doing. He asks who this new henchman is, but Sableye refuses to answer. Damn! The Sableye runs away as Dusknoir takes in the situation. I like the dialogue here, with Dusknoir trying to understand everything, and Grovyle just not caring for his drama. Dusknoir says that he needs to go to Temporal Tower with Grovyle to understand what Dialga was thinking. Grovyle thinks about how he's setting himself up for a 1v3 on the tower, against Dusknoir, Dialga, and the new agent, but assures himself that he'll be ready when that time comes. I mean, it's not like he's expected to win, he just needs to stall out Dialga. We make it to Temporal Tower. Yeah, no, it wasn't that far away. Which, I mean, kind of makes sense because Grovyle took Dusknoir back to the future in Hidden Land, so we've been kind of going through Hidden Land to reach here. Which makes me wonder if the future we first went to was actually Treasure Town. I mean, I guess so, yeah. I love the comment by Grovyle how, while him and Dusknoir are climbing Temporal Tower, so too is Raygo inversion, at the same time, in different times. Like, God, that's so cool to think about. Probably due to the destruction of the tower, but it's not as long as a climb as it was for Raygo inversion. I will say, this is probably the best example of the game giving the player a useful party member. Dusknoir is super helpful. Shadow Sneak serving as a quick attack like function, being able to go through teammates, and just being a broke ass ghost type. The game kind of throws a lot of Pokemon that straight up beat Grovyle, oftentimes relying on Dusknoir to have his back, who they throw a lot of Pokemon that Dusknoir is strong against. This becomes more apparent later on, but they definitely want the player to form a bond with this guy, and see Grovyle's point of wanting to keep Dusknoir around because he's strong. It really feels like Grovyle could not do this on his own. Much like the hero and the partner, we reach the spire, with the same music and everything. Dusknoir asks Grovyle what he plans on doing when he sees Dialga, wanting to ask Dialga some questions before Grovyle goes in guns blazing. Grovyle says that if Dusknoir starts talking with Dialga, he'll side with it and create a 3v1 situation. Dusknoir has no intention of being friends with this new henchman, and says he'll ask Dialga the question after Grovyle falls to it. So with that decided, we climb through the spire. and finally reach the pinnacle, where Dialga will be. However, upon the two's arrival, they find the place completely devoid. There's no Dialga here. Grovyle questions this, as Dialga would need to stay still and focus an immense amount of power to send the new agent to the past. Dusknoir ponders before understanding that Dialga may be using a different method, one Grovyle should be very familiar with: Celebi. Realizing Celebi's in danger, the two rush off to Dusk Forest, where Celebi usually is. They go to the spot where Grovyle last found Celebi with Rego and Bergen, but it's absent of life. Did Celebi run? Get captured? Nobody knows. Before the two can think long, Sableye encircle them, under the orders of the new henchman. Dusknoir duffs them out and they scram, but Dusknoir hits the meanest command grab and snatches one. The Sableye reveals that Dialga is pursuing Celebi to the south, a place called Frozen Island. Dusknoir explains that this is a different land, and the two will have to travel across space to get there. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Explorers of Space? There will be some Porygon there that will allow us to teleport to Frozen Islands. Dusknoir starts laughing that his strength is returning. I don't know, that's a little weird. But we arrive at... Wait, let me check real quick. Oh yeah, Spatial Cliffs, yeah. I continue to Wombo Warp to the staircase as Grovyle makes his way through. We arrive at the Porygon. They seem hesitant to teleport, the two, as Grovyle is there. Like, golly, even these two are with Dusknoir? With some threats, the Porygon allow us to travel to Frozen Island, which means we get some new scenery. The vision of the frozen in time snow and hail bits, alongside the frozen mountains, frozen in time. Yeah, it's double the freeze here. I'm so glad that this area is in this game, that we get to see the future in a new way, what happened to a different part of the world. Dusknoir explains that this was once a place known as Blizzard Island. Hey, I've been there. Due to the paralysis of the planet, it has become closed off from the world. Upon their arrival, Grovyle sees some of the remaining inhabitants, Snowrunt. Grovyle tries to ask if anyone has come by, hoping the Snowrunt have seen Dialga or Celebi. They talk amongst themselves. Grovyle gets closer to try and get an answer, but gets thoroughly schwacked, as the Snowrunt laugh and run away. Credit where it's due, I bet Dusknoir is trying so hard not to laugh as well. Dusknoir reminds Grovyle of the darkness affecting the Pokemon in the future, and suggests that we just follow the path and see what happens. Meanwhile, thinking of Grovyle's innocence and hope being the reason he hasn't corrupted. Which makes me wonder who has been corrupted by the darkness. Like, is Dusknoir? The Sableye? Or is it just a wild Pokemon attacking us? Anyways, I kinda ran out of luminous orbs by this point. Yeah, I was still using them. So I had a new idea to speed things up. And I think it's finally time I get that ghost type experience. I had some mobile scarves lying around, so I figured it's time to cosplay as a ghost type and just start no clipping around. I filled my inventory with apples, because every step through walls takes like 5 from the belly. And you know, this no clipping stuff wasn't all it was hyped out to be, because I kinda just felt more lost than anything. Maybe the real use of the mobile scarf is to just clip out of bounds whenever somebody tries to attack you to become invincible, which seems really strong. But I don't know, why does every broken playstyle in this game have to be so boring? Maybe I should have just been a skitty. We arrive at the pinnacle of the Dark Ice Mountain. There's not much here, so we continue down the path. Suddenly one of the suspended rocks fall, but before it can land on Grovyle, Dusknoir protects him. Dusknoir is hurting, and we're suddenly ambushed by Glalie. Wow, this chapter sure liked its set encounter fights, and if that wasn't enough, a Mamoswine shows up too. These fights are kinda effed up, Like, the Sableye in the previous fights would just destroy Dusknoir, which is funny considering how Dusknoir rules over them. And now I have to fight all these ice types as a grass type? Like, shoot. Just put up a toll gate and I'll pay my Reviver Seeds and we can get a move on. However, funnily enough, I didn't have to use a Reviver Seed with Grovyle, as at level 47, Grovyle learns the move Detect, which is full on invincibility. Yeah, we're back to Rescue Team Squirtle days. Though I did still get close, Detect doesn't always work, but I clutch things out with Dig. The ambushing Pokemon run away upon defeat, which I feel like I could use that sentence for several of the encounters we've had in these special episodes. Dusknoir is still injured, so the two of them go to hide within a cracked ridge. The screen scrolls to the two of them, deciding to rest here for a bit, out of sight from the Sableye. Dusknoir silently appreciates Grovyle's sense of leadership and endurance that he has witnessed, both with and against him. Grovyle wonders why Dusknoir protected him, and Dusknoir's like, "Hey buddy, don't get the wrong idea. I don't like you, but I want to team up with you to take out that new henchman, and I can't have you going down now." Even bringing up the possibility of taking out Dialga as well. Yes, this scene hit me so hard. As a beat down kid who had no idea what it wanted to do with its life, this was the first time I ever really became aware that I was going to die one day. This single scene lands as the most important scene in a video game to me because of how much it would alter my life. The idea of doing something great, to leave an impact that the world will remember forever, to live through people, the sense of that being immortality. Maybe this is simple, maybe it's obvious, but it was this scene where it really dawned on me that I wanted to do something with my life, not just sit around and rot. I wanted to create something, leave my mark on this world. I wanted to shine. I remember how often I'd tell people how little I matter, and that when I die, I'd always say, "Don't remember me." But no. Even now, part of me wonders why. Maybe it's not for other people to know me, but for this personification of the world, the essence, the spirit. I'll live through the wind. I want to leave something that will live throughout the world. Me? We don't have long to live. We could die any day. So I knew then, and knew especially now, that I needed to create something that would outlive me. And why not start as early as I can? I'm not gonna let this life end meaninglessly. This single scene convinced me to get up and do something with my life. And the music, Living Spirit, great. I think that this is the most important scene in this game. I hope I wasn't the only kid influenced by it. Somebody on this team had something they wanted to say. And even if it's hard to hear nowadays, when I was younger, it was clear. And that's what I can always appreciate about Explorers of Sky. I hear people like Pokemon because it's all about collecting these wild animals and making them get in fights and being the greatest trainer and all that garbage. But to me, the highlight of Pokemon is in one spin-off game where two characters of opposing ideologies sit down and explain their purposes in life. It's ironically more human than any piece of dialogue from the characters in any of the main series Pokemon games. Most games, really. It's just people. Even though I've grown so much, and my opinion on this game has definitely shifted after replaying it, I can still say I agree with Grovyle's mindset and idea of shining. And maybe the greatest life we'll live is one beyond our physical existence in this world. There is an appreciatively mature nuance to this game at points like this. Like, even as a kid I was aware that Dusknoir, even if he's a villain, our antagonist, all he wants to do is live. He's not a villain who wants to destroy the world, become powerful, or any cliche garbage like that. He's afraid of death. He just wants to survive, live a little longer. And through Grovyle, he's being told of probably the same thoughts Grovyle had at one point, and how Grovyle found a new perspective in life, a new way to live, that Dusknoir begins to think about. It's incredible. Every once in a while, amongst constant flashbacks and questionable writing, Explorers of Sky has genuine moments of greatness, and this is one of them. By far the most notable one for me. I needed to hear this so badly. Anyways, I keep looping this scene because I'm talking too much about it, so we gotta move on. There's this real pretty shot of all these ice spikes rising from the ground. We can never explore the game to get an understanding of these environments, but these pictures add a lot in conveying what these characters are surrounded by, and it's so cool. We see some of these rocks releasing some sort of pink electrical energy. This is such a great place to walk around and be in. I mean, I wouldn't want to be here, it's crap, but it's a very cool visual, right? The two see a snow run in the distance. Dusknoir describes them as not like the others. And when asked the question of pursuit, they report that they have seen Pokemon passing through here. In particular, a group of Sableye carrying a pink Pokemon. It's Celebi. Before the two can get any more info, the nearby crystal spire begins to unleash unrelenting electricity, causing the snow runt to har away. Okay. Regardless, we need to travel through Icicle Forest, with full knowledge that the end of this journey is near. We're about to find Dialga, Celebi, and also discover who that new henchman is. Amazing music here, and I like how the place looks. After 10 floors, we make it through. It's time. Deep in the forest, we see a remarkable ice pillar in the distance. Dusknoir points out that just beyond this pillar, someone lies unconscious. They rush off to see Celebi, being trapped by the familiar Spirit Tome. Grovyle asks Spirit Tome what is happening, but Spirit Tome only says that it's not them doing this, when suddenly, Grovyle is being electrocuted by the 4 concentrated ice pillars. Unable to move, Spirit Tome asks if they can leave now, talking to none other than Dusknoir. Dusknoir's Sableye show up as well, as he lets out his biggest laugh yet. I can't believe it. Dusknoir explains everything went according to his plan. There's a reason why Dialga's new henchman was never revealed. Dusknoir explains that in this forest, if you are hit by the ice pillars, your spirit will be melted away. Standing in the most concentrated spot, Grovyle does not have long. Dusknoir says that he did everything to lure him here, explaining that once Grovyle's spirit has been melted away, he will possess the husk of a body and become him. Now Grovyle, he will travel back to the past, and having the trust of Rego and Bergen, easily kill them. The new henchman, the new agent, was Grovyle. Like, that is dark. Y'all want a mature ass Pokemon game? Like, it's right here. Grovyle doesn't believe it. Doesn't believe that Dusknoir could do this. How did he do this? Grovyle realizes that when he first woke up after returning to the future and saw Dusknoir unconscious, Dusknoir was faking it. In reality, Dusknoir woke up first, and used that time to create this entire plan on the spot. Telling the Sableye to pretend to betray him, doing everything he could to gain the trust of Grovyle for this very moment. Celebi hopelessly calls out to Grovyle, "It's over. They lost." Grovyle admits that he trusted Dusknoir, that he believed in him, and Dusknoir tells it to his face that that was his weak point, that he's too kind, even taking the hit of that falling rock, just so this plan would work out. Dusknoir continues to laugh at his victory. However, Grovyle hasn't given up. Grovyle knows he's right. He still trusts Dusknoir. Dusknoir saves Grovyle, and immediately Dialga shows up, pissed. It starts beating the hell out of Dusknoir, everyone else helpless to do anything. Even the Sableye try to step in, but they get destroyed. Spiritomb, which definitely has points for being the worst character in this game, finally gets the hell out, freeing Celebi. Celebi goes in to stop Dialga, but suddenly, in the sky, in Aurora, everyone looks around as wind begins to blow. The paralyzed planet has begun to move again. History has changed. Always thought that the second that Raygo inversion saved the world is when that rock fell, because why else would it have fallen if time had stopped in that place? Regardless, Grovyle is proud that his friends did it. Dialga, becoming more violent, leaves as the three recover. We arrive at this vast mountain, where it's been reported that Dialga has gone. At the top of this mountain is a passage of time, and Dialga is attempting to attack it, with nobody sure what damage it could cause to time and the planet. Grovyle notices the sun rising here, as Dusknoir announces that Grovyle, Celebi, and him will be traveling as a group of 3. Everyone gathers together as what might be the most underrated dungeon song in the game plays. I swear, nobody talks about how good Vast Ice Mountain's theme is. It's like the one song I consistently come back to from Explorers of Sky. Grovyle is glad that what he has been fighting for is coming to fruition, as let's do this. Gather our stuff and say farewell to the homies. This is the coolest squad Mystery Dungeon will ever see. I like how Dusknoir's in-dungeon interaction dialogue changes, now hopeful to live his life to his fullest. This is so cool. We march our way up, knocking out all the Pokemon in our way with determination for our world. We reach the vast ice mountain peak. Another great song, just oozes hope and confidence, both for the world, now saved, and our allies, ready to give it all before they disappear. This is the finale. The dark brooding songs of the future are finally over, replaced by beautiful tracks, as the world has reached a level of hopefulness nothing can compare to. It's finally free. It's finally healing. And after several floors of traveling, we reach the pinnacle, coming face to face with Primal Dialga. Dialga tries to fight back, but seems to be weakened by the shifting planet. Behind it, the passage of time. Light begins to emanate from everyone's body. This is gonna be our final battle. Literally made me shake watching this. Y'all know how it is. I stun Dialga and buff everyone. We aren't Raygo's overpowered ass, so Roar of Time still hurts like hell. But we give it our all, and it pays off. Dialga is defeated. Godlike. There's nothing else to say. Shoutouts to God for saving the homies. This is probably the most iconic scene in the series, I feel. Besides the hero leaving the partner, just the shot of Grovyle holding Celebi as the two watch the rising sun. Like, no offense to the hero and the partner, but if they were allowed to drop the self-insert character and partner typicality to write stories just about other characters, god dang, the freedom allows them to write some incredible stuff. This is why I saved the final special episode for last. It's just such a beautiful, hopeful note to end the game on. I could not imagine Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky without the special episodes, for this one in particular, and I'm so glad it was made. I give my life to this special episode, and that might be one of the highest honor things I can really say about it. And this shot as the credits roll, words can't describe it. Great episode. It felt like its own full-on game. Or maybe I wish it was its own full game. I do kind of wish that message that Grovyle shouted out to the main characters would somehow get carried on by the wind. And just one random day, Rego would sense the message. I always thought that would be cool, even if kind of far-fetched. And before we move on, I did notice one interesting thing. If I may talk more on Dusknoir and Grovyle's relationship, specifically how he believes and trusts Dusknoir, wanting him to live his life and find what his heart desires. I don't know. I'm only seeing this now as I write this part of the script and rewatch it. But maybe there's an alternate, metaphorical storyline that people take from this. That a lot of people are Dusknoir, in this world of darkness, afraid of change, afraid of listening to their heart, and their other side being Grovyle, trying to convince them to shine, see the light, look inside themselves and live, pull them out of this darkness. I think when I first played this game, I was Dusknoir, unknowingly afraid of Grovyle and his ideas of change, living in a dark world myself. I still am, but my mind and goal are now clear. I just need to find a way to time travel and get back to a better place, right? But much like Dusknoir, Grovyle awoken something in me, the will to fight back, fight for the future, to try and live rather than submit to the darkness. I don't know. I was thinking about that. I think there's a real message here of hope, of life. Something I'm so glad to have replayed in order to see. Because now, I think I'm a lot more like Grovyle than Dusknoir. But, yeah. That's everything. That's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers of Sky. I guess I'll spend this time to go over some thoughts, final overall look at this game, the themes, and how I felt like it changed me. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, is great. It's a game of high highs and arguably low lows. There are some parts of the story I can't stand, but there are others that are just incredible. The pacing still gets messed up to the point of comedy thanks to the unnecessary flashbacks, and sometimes the dialogue can be pretty mean with assuming the player is clueless. There's a lot of confusing, nonsensical stuff about the world, with how the time gears weren't being guarded that well, why they are where they are. For as cool as time travel is, this game doesn't do much with it, or even spend that much time on it. Certain ideas like the main character's ability to see the future or past doesn't really get utilized to anything interesting. There's wasted potential here. But when the game has something to say, and the music is there to back it up, then god dang, it is magical. And the unappreciated moments of respect it has for the world, and the impacts of the views that people have. The game making a deal of the appreciation of watching the sun rise, the view of the ocean and horizon, the care and love for the world that we live in. I've been walking around recently, taking pictures of the sky at different times of day, or whenever the sky is colored with new gradients and clouds I've never seen. The way the sun causes the sides of buildings to darken and shine. Maybe I never would have found appreciation in that sort of thing if it wasn't for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and the constant moments where the plot stops and characters just talk over these fully drawn views. That's something that will always be special to me about this game. The love for this world. Gameplay wise, well, I definitely don't play this game for the gameplay. It's not bad, but it's nothing really unique or special. There are new cool systems like exclusive items and the drinking bar, but they all add extra steps to making it feel more like I spent time preparing for the journey than actually going on it. I guess I was having fun because I was honey grinding and rank grinding. I don't know why. Like, it's been so long since I played this game for this review that my memories on how I was feeling is already kind of gone by this point. But I would imagine that person was having fun. But listen, I love roguelikes. And while I like to think that my knowledge gained from all the roguelikes I've played has led me to be able to critique them expertly, I think the most expert critique is realizing that roguelikes are like a side genre that can be stuck to any other genres. It's like a gameplay mode. I mean, hell, I'm seeing old retro games getting mods that turn the game into a roguelike. It fits with any genre. My best bet would be to compare it with games more similar to Mystery Dungeon, I suppose. Arguably, my best bet would be the other Mystery Dungeon games, which I have yet fully played. But to personalize my idea, what makes roguelikes cool to me is the high amount of choice, adaptation due to RNG, variety, and most importantly, the constant introduction of new events and occurrences with every run to surprise me. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky stops introducing surprises when Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team introduced traps. Yeah, by the time I finished Rescue Team, Explorers of Sky had already used up all of its surprises, and the game hadn't even came out yet. There's no new dungeon occurrences to make them interesting, it's just shops, monster houses, and traps. Maybe include outlaws, but that's just a powerful enemy. When they rarely have their own room, that's interesting, but when it's calling a monster house, that's nothing new. You could bring up Aegis Cave as a unique dungeon that doesn't feel like a reskin of every other dungeon, and that's true, but it's Aegis Cave. It's an outlier more than an example, and if Aegis Cave is the best you got, then we're in trouble. Maybe the Zero Isles or Destiny Tower, but Rescue Team already had a 99 floor dungeon where the player was forced to be level 1. And speaking of choice, there's not much. First of all, the player is randomly given a character to play as. I got one that was mad boring, and they have to play that character throughout the whole story. They should have taken the mid-dungeon party switching mechanic from Rescue Team and made it always available here. That would have done wonders for this game. If anything, let me swap between the hero and the partner at least. Who wants to play as one character for a majority of the game? Especially when it's Pokemon, and these characters barely change and are also similar to begin with. When I think roguelikes, I think a variety of characters I can pick that make the game different, being able to use different items I have to change my playstyle. But everyone kind of follows the same rules here. Some characters' passives make them interesting and stand out, but I mean, if I have the type advantage, then I'm going to win every fight anyways. This balance is what ruins item choice too. This game has a ton of items, but most of the common ones tend to be the best. Hundreds of items, but most of them are so niche and experimental that unless a specific scenario occurs, I'd rather just stick to my easily accessible items that can handle every situation. There are still so many items that when I see on the ground, I just skip over. I genuinely think so many of them are useless. Like, please tell me, have you ever used the racket band in your life? The biggest use for half the items in this game is to just sell them so I can buy the always present reviver seeds, which will perfectly fit in my inventory consisting of max elixirs, apples, petrify orbs, exclusive items, and maybe a single escape orb. Besides that, what else do I need? When the player has the choice to bring whatever they want, and their inventory is already being bogged down by loot boxes, then they're never going to attempt to try anything else. There's no room for experimentation without it just being a waste of time. And when the game does do dungeons where players can't bring any items, you realize why this is. Because without bringing their own items, the player is subjected to complete RNG hell. The balance of this game really falls apart when you realize that no matter how much skill you have, not finding a reviver seed can end any run when you get hit once and die. Whether it be a full room attack that hits you, a surprise ranged attack, a random status effect, or just getting critted, If you aren't boringly overpowered in a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game, then the game falls apart. And to complain about the post-game, I do super appreciate the approach of continuing the main story, but Rescue Team's openness of all these different side stories and events sadly just doesn't show up here. There's several sets of dungeons like the 0 Isles or the 7 Treasure Instrument dungeons, but no real reward for doing them all.
Yeah. Mid-edit Spacey here. That's not true. This is actually something I didn't know, and y'all might not know this either, but there is a reward for completing the 7 treasures. I mean, besides the instruments you get in themselves for completing the dungeons, but all they do is increase the recruit rate of certain Pokemon. I don't know if I mentioned that in the video, but upon completing all 7 of the dungeons and getting all the instruments, the player does indeed get something. So when loading a game, you'll see your adventure record, and there's pictures at the bottom of it. It's like it indicates milestones. It's usually just bosses you beat for each of the beats of the story. But there is one that is not a boss. And that is because if you collect all 7 treasures, you'll get a gold box icon. This can actually appear anywhere after Scissor shows up, but in this case, the picture is at the end. So yes, the player does technically get something, it's just not very interesting. But if I knew that, I don't know, if I knew that at the time, I probably would have gotten the 7 treasures. But knowing that now, I'm like, I'm not about to boot this crap up for a JPEG. But anyways, I am mid-edit Spacey, so I'm just saying, if y'all like the video, you know, share it around, yeah? Yeah. Also, real quick, as it turns out, the ghost glitch is also in this game too. Shouts to Phantom DZ for pointing this out. It's actually kind of more involved in this game because you can like go step by step. And I don't know, I think it's cool. You can like attack an enemy and freeze time and then release the attack. I wonder what this would look like with ranged attacks, but that's besides the point. It's cool.
But with all that said, the gameplay is still serviceable. But I can see why this gameplay doesn't really do it for a lot of people. I'm sure younger me would have been pissed at what I'm saying now. And I'm sure to some of y'all, I am wrong. I know people who love this gameplay. But these are just my thoughts and takeaways. Which is why I'm interested in seeing the mods for this game. Of course most of them are story mods. Trust me, I'll check some of them out. It's pretty clear that the modding scene alone, being for Explorers of Sky only, makes a good indication that this is everyone's favorite Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game, with hacking contests and a whole editor made for people to create their own world and stories. And hell, even that cool as hell randomizer I want to stream a playthrough on. But the mods that interest me here are the gameplay balance ones. These could end up being the default way I play the game, much like other gameplay mods for other games. I've seen stuff like having a focus on longer, less frequent dungeon encounters that require the player to think more, one that adds teleporters in Treasure Town to get around faster, actual rewards for completing things like the 7 treasure dungeons. These are complaints that I had, and it seems like I wasn't alone. So I'm super curious what these mods would bring to the table, but that's for another time. Regardless of what I think of the gameplay, it's not really what makes Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky special to people, special to me. It's the world, the story, the characters. There are some legitimately great characters in this game. Wigglytuff, the guild itself, the side teams and their role of filling the world. Dusknoir is such a good villain. Grovyle is touted as a lot of people's favorite characters, including me at one point. Grovyle was my #1 favorite character ever made. This guy was like my mentor to me. This whole game was my mentor. There's probably a lot of subliminal stuff in this that had an effect and changed me to the more weird person I am now. But as much as I love Grovyle, I don't think I need him anymore. And maybe my favorite characters nowadays are the effed up people just trying to survive in this world that hates them. Maybe my favorite characters will always be the ones that I can relate to at the time. Relatability is important. I looked up to Grovyle, but it's like I said, I don't idolize people no more. But then again, I still like cool characters, like Mew, another one of my toted favorite characters from my favorite game ever made. I think someday, I'm gonna need to do a deep analysis on Cogdis. It's only the future selves that we can see and pick out all the small things games influential to our lives have changed us as people, made us see the world in a different way, get weirder, become outsiders. And I think there's a lot of underlying stuff in Cogdis that potentially planted ideas in my head, much like Explorers, and maybe only in the future, when I had forgotten about it, those seeds sprouted into trees, roots ingrained in myself, becoming my very being. But Cogdis, that's gonna be a while. I'm going to wait until I earn my freedom. I want to look at that game again as someone who can finally live and be itself. My heart needs to be pure. So going back to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I love the story of this game. But when I think about it, it really just amounts to certain scenes, with the build up to them being kinda draggy at points, especially on a replay through. This game is good, but the moments that are great to me are the times where it really feels like someone is trying to say something to the player, a genuine attempt at a message. There's someone here, someone who put these words here that wants to be heard. That someone has something important to say. But nowadays, it's so hard to hear them. I guess that's the thing with getting older, right? About growing up. It becomes harder to hear. And maybe the games I like nowadays, perhaps even in part due to the voice of this one, are the ones that are more clear, more able to yell, shout, to have a message and be heard. That's what I find meaning in now. Media that doesn't need to be bogged down by big licenses, media with a clear voice that I can hear, created by an author who is allowed to make a piece of art which doesn't need to be held down by the work of others, but to be made with the freedom to be personal and beautiful. I like to think experiencing Explorers of Sky has led me to seeking these games. I suppose the biggest theme I think about when it comes to Explorers of Sky is the idea that life goes on. To not dwell in the past, but focus on the future. Maybe that's the real meaning of the time travel in this game. From the characters who choose to live their life to the fullest in their final days, to the characters pursuing their dreams. The main character losing their memories, which they never get back. They have to start a new life, and they do. Because they need to. No time to sit around and be sad about it. When Grovyle takes Dusknoir to the future, never to be seen again by the main characters, they don't have time to be sad and mourn. They need to get up. Because time doesn't stop for them. Or for anyone. Life goes on. Every second of our existence is meaningless. We find our own meaning by the things we strive to accomplish in the time we have to exist. That's what this game focuses on. Time. The time gears. Time travel. Time for events to occur. There's always a reminder of time. The time before we die, and the time after it. There's been quite a bit of death surrounding me during the making of this video. It's wild to think that people you've known so long can one day be gone. It's always a surreal moment. It never feels real. You never really know what conversation you'll have with someone that will be your final words to them. But at the end of the day, there's an undeniable succumbingness to the fact that, well, life goes on. Time's not gonna freeze the day you die. Not even for a second. No matter how important you thought you were, the world's gonna keep on marching, because that's what it does. It waits for no one. Not for the people kneeling by the soil, not for the people taking a break to mourn. We have to get up and keep going. We gotta keep on marching, because if we don't, we'll get left behind. It makes me think of the day that I will die. I don't want people to be mourning or wasting their time getting sad over me, because while we're still alive, we need to act. There's still so much we can do. I don't want my death or my existence to hold people down like that. Thinking of it all, it makes me think that there's going to be a day where people are listening to this video and hearing the voice of someone who is no longer here. My final recordings implanted on the web. In some ways, leaving this world isn't truly death, is it? I'll exist. My words and my existence will still echo inside others. I'll live throughout others' goals and lives unknowingly. We all have people within us, people we choose to carry the spirit of. I always thought that people who will never be forgotten, forever placed in history, that's immortality, isn't it? I suppose in some ways, that's what I strive for. To shine. To be remembered. I'm not sure why, but I want to cause an impact on this world with my work. I don't need to be known by millions. It's fine if it's just a couple hundred. My words will be carried on with the wind. It's not just the people, it's the world I'll inhabit. And one day, my existence will be gone. My videos, my games, the people who carried my spirit, gone as well. And when that day happens, that will be the true day that I die. But until then, I've got to keep on working. I'm gonna find my own way to shine. Because even if I can change and better the lives of just a couple people, I'd like to think the impact of my work will last forever. Maybe it's selfish, but I want people to hear me scream. But damn, at the end of the day, maybe it's not the fame and memories that matter. It's the fact that you'll never be able to sit down and talk to that person again. Always the moment of walking around, seeing other people's troubles, laughs, the countless cars riding down the street, people dealing with their own losses, troubles, pain. Despite the pain of your world at all times, people around you gone, nothing ever freezes. Leaves still fall, wind still blows, new life is born, and the people around us keep walking. Life goes on. Shit's hard. It's not fair how early people get taken, but it's why we gotta make every day count. Because we never know which one is gonna be our last. And to the people that fall around us, that we care for, we need to carry them with us. To the future. In fact, to be honest, I'm broke as hell, always teetering on the edge of homelessness because of a disease that screwed me over for the past several years that I've been borrowing money just to buy the medicine for, mental disorders from constant abuse that I got through every day. People like me, we don't last long. There's no chance someone like me will make it in this world. Think of a machine constantly creating the same thing over and over. It's bound to make mistakes and create defects that are quickly thrown out and forgotten about. That's me. I'm just a defect. I'll be thrown out one day, the world will blink, and not a second later the wind will continue blowing. But even in my potentially short life, I still strive to shine. I don't need to live long to make a difference. I will. You know why I haven't left this world yet? 1. There's no cliffs nearby when I was searching. Trust me, I searched for miles. I wanted to jump. 2. Overdosing on pills is a bad way to go. Don't try. 3. I'm not going to admit defeat to the people who have destroyed me. I won't let them win. And 4. Because I still have work to do. I'm not leaving yet. I have a mission. And I don't care how small it might seem to you all. It's everything to me. I'm fucked up, but god damn it, I'm alive. And I will let this world know that. And that's the message I will always take from Explorers of Sky. At that time, I was on a hopeless spiral standstill journey into nothingness. But despite everything, this game gave me hope. It woke me up and helped me discover my purpose. It's funny that my takeaway from this game is to do things and be active in a short burst of existence, to be remembered. The reminder that much like the question in the opening quiz, life goes on. Considering it could arguably be seen as the theme for such a small part of the overall game, it's by far the most thought-provoking, and maybe in some ways there's always a sense of going all out, knowing that one day you won't be able to exist anymore, outside of what the last actions you've done. And I never know what video will be my last, what game will be, what sprite, what drawing, what song. We live every day never knowing it could be our last. I want to dedicate my life to my work. I need to build my legacy. There's no existing to me. I exist now to be remembered in a way. I want to prove that I exist. The suffering that I go through every day, I don't want it to be in vain. Because without my work, I would have been gone years ago. And I still wonder if it's worth it damn near every day. But I've already started, and I don't want to stop. And that determination on this project of a game series that has become the thing I will leave behind when I die, is what keeps me going. There's no time for going out, having fun, making memories and friends. It's time to sit down and expel my soul into the essence that you are watching, that maybe one day you'll be playing, because I don't know when I'm going to die, and I can't let it all be in vain. And that is what I've learned from, and how, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky changed my life, because it reminded me of my death. And that's what Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky means to me. But in the end, looking at the idea at the start of this retrospective, the replay through of this game through newer, older eyes, I feel in some ways I've defeated my younger self. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky is no longer a perfect game to me. It's no longer my favorite game ever made. It's not even close anymore. Replaying this game has dramatically lowered my opinion on it compared to how high I held it before. And you know what? That's okay. I'm fine with that. Because replaying through Explorers of Sky has given me the ability to appreciate it and see so many new details and conclude with so many more perspectives. I honestly remember this game more than I remember my younger self. So in some ways, analyzing this game is the closest I'll get to understanding that self that's no longer. What I learned and took away from this game now as an adult has so much more meaning than the vague takeaways I had as a kid that I don't even remember that much anymore. I may think a lot less of this game, but I've taken away a lot more from it, and felt like a spectator on the side, while my younger self was in the action. I can see and understand how this game changed and affected so many people, because I was once one of those people. Playing this game is the only mirror I'll have to the experience of people watching old family videos and photos. This game is my younger video, my younger photo. Explorers of Sky makes me think of the future as much as it does the past. A timestamp of a person I once was. It's like a friend I'll always carry on my shoulder. I never want to leave behind the hope and joy of the person who once held it. But it's also the friend I always ignore. It's there, but I've got to worry about myself. I'd be nothing without the person this game created from a person I'm no longer. But it's that younger self that I can still feel sticking to me. I can still recognize. And I hope that my message will not be one I forget. One that will be carried onto the wind for others. And for the future selves that take hold of this body, don't scoff at this. I have meaning with these words. Even if the future people who share my existence can't understand what I'm saying, know that in a shocking moment, I think I'm feeling something true when I type this out. I know our memory kinda sucks, but in this second, I can feel a light envelop me. I can feel the sun rise. The day I die, my death will only be the beginning of my spirit. Trapped inside a body, it will be unleashed as a nova across the world. Unbeknownst to a majority, but my words will be heeded by a smaller several. I'm ready to keep moving on, keep working, keep striving to one day shine. Because life goes on. Shoutouts to Golly Gamer supporter Ken Chiago. If y'all want to support me and get my videos a week earlier, consider supporting my Ko-Fi, just $2. Thanks for holding out on this one. It was a lot of work. I'm going to take a bit of a break from the retrospective to get shorter vids on other games out. So many games have come out and I just want to look at indie games again. There's a lot I want to talk about, and spending months just hyper focusing on one game isn't really fun. And to be fair, most of y'all probably are only interested in hearing my thoughts on this game, but I still want to play the rest. But I also want to play and talk about all these cool indie games coming out. Ideally in videos not even 1/9 of the length of this video. So yeah, let me start tackling my backlog, and remember what I love doing so much. But as for now, I need to breathe. I'll catch y'all in the next one. Love ya.